We're recording. Oh, God damn it. All right. Now the backup is going to... This is delightful. Okay. Go ahead, Taylor. Take it away.
PKA 191. For the first time ever, we have a real celebrity, a guest that you might have heard of or give a fuck about. It's not some YouTuber with 50,000 celebrities and a couple of 14-year-old fans. He's got it, living in his mansion right now. We'll see how much longer that is after this job ended. But, all right. Let's get into it. Mr. Cumia.
How you doing, man?
Thank you for coming on the show. I think it's going to be a good night.
I am a huge fan.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, I'm alone. And listen to the echo in here. I'm alone, and I don't have a job anymore.
It is funny he made the mansion remark, and then you're in a room so big there's an echo.
Yeah. I mean, he has the last laugh in his jacuzzi.
Yes, that's it.
Hey, can you tell us about who you are? We've got an international audience. Some guys might not know you. What are you up to?
Well, Anthony Cumia. I was on the Opie and Anthony radio show on Sirius XM Satellite Radio up until about a month ago, a little shy of a month ago. Then I went out one night in Manhattan, decided I was going to take some photographs. I photographed a young black woman who was very angry at me taking her picture in public and ran up to me, called me a white motherfucker, and then just started punching me in the head. I reacted with zero violence, none violence. And believe me, look, I could have reacted very violently, but I didn't.
All right, hang on, slow down for a minute. Tell us just how hard it was to be able to carry that piece in Manhattan.
Very difficult, very difficult. Trying to get a license to carry a firearm in Manhattan is nearly impossible. But the amount of sheer death threats I've gotten over the years for being an incredible scumbag has granted me the privilege of being
literally what you need.
My Second Amendment right.
So tonight over dinner, I was talking to my daughter and I'm like, we've got my wife is here with coffee. Thanks, baby. So it's tonight at dinner and I'm talking to my daughter and she's like, I was like, I'm kind of excited tonight. We've got a really big star on the show. And she says, I know, I heard about it. Why would you have someone who's sexist on your show? And I said, no, he's not sexist, he's racist. And she goes, oh, okay.
So please, sir, continue your story. This lady attacked you because you took a photograph and she got mad.
Yeah, I took pictures, she got mad, white motherfucker. She started beating on me. I put my arm up and I was just kind of holding her off with my arm. And she was like, don't touch me, don't touch me. And I wasn't touching her. And then a couple of other guys came up around and were like, don't you touch that lady. And I was like, I actually used a line from Platoon. I'm so embarrassed. I was like, this ain't your fucking show. And then I'm like, ew. What a dude.
I have to ask, don't you feel at least partially responsible being a white man?
Yes. Waking up white that morning as a white male, I did feel like it must have been my fault in some way.
Well, you started the day with quite a bit of guilt.
Right. I had to have.
So you had that weighing down on you.
Yeah. So she's beating on my head, and I didn't feel like my life was being threatened at that point, or that I was in any danger of really being hurt. She was just bitch slapping me, kind of a thing. So I just left it at that. At one point I did say, I'm gonna get a cop, and she goes, good. I'll just tell him you sexually harassed me. And I'm like, I can't wait. Let me just get out of this situation and leave.
That might have been the headline instead.
Yeah. Well,
they would have fired you for that, You should have went with that line.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, I then decided I should probably go on Twitter and tell exactly what happened in plain English, like any angry person would say if they had just been assaulted by some whore, because I believe she was some type of prostitute at 4 in the morning.
Let's not judge. We like prostitutes on the show.
Yeah, well, no,
it was very plain English.
I love the prostitute Americans, but she was full of violence for me. So I just started tweeting about how angry I was that she had done this, and that I really had no recourse. But my only mistake, I think now, in hindsight, was that I decided as I was going to bash her, I added in some social commentary, and I think that may have confused some people.
Yeah, if you kept the parameters to her and her general, sense of being a dirty cunt, that would have been okay. But I think it's when you opened it up to maybe a broader scale, and you, of course, when you do that, you offend a broader scale of people. That seems like what happened.
But the thing is, I offended a broader scale of people that love to be offended, and I still don't regret anything I said, and I think I was still accurate. I said that there was a problem in the black community with violence. Now, there is. It's being addressed by reverends, preachers, community organizers. They have marches and seminars and everything to silence the violence in our community. Let's have our young people not shoot each other and discuss problems. This disrespect issue has to be handled with words and not guns. So it's something that I didn't pull this out of my ass. People are talking about it. I then said that there is this problem with violence, this jump to violence, instead of just saying, hey, stop taking my fucking picture, or maybe even something nicer, or something angrier. But
so let me ask you this. This is what I'm really curious about. When Sirius is going to pull the trigger like that, because you're a big deal over there. I mean, you're one of the bigger shows. How do they do about that? Go about that? Is it something where they come in and it's someone you know from them that's been a friend or an associate?
Lay out
and
the conversation.
He talks you down.
Does
He's
HR
like, look,
talk to you and say, look, man?
Or is this like they text you and they're like, game over, bro? Shouldn't have tweeted like that.
I had been fired a couple of times prior to this event. And,
just a couple.
And that was kind of a meeting, and they kind of shine you on a little bit. They go, we're going to see what happened. We're going to suspend you a little bit, and then we'll see what happened, and blah, blah, blah. This one was literally an email. It was an email saying, well, you're fired.
You were only there for a decade. So it's not like you deserved face-to-face.
So, to just drop me an email like it's some spam.
Wow.
I've gone days sometimes without checking my email. I might have went into work if I didn't check it. That would have been embarrassing.
That's what I was thinking. Like, you think they changed the locks? So, like, if you went in, we'd be like, click, click, click. What the fuck?
Dude, there was literally a poster
your name off the door?
On the wall. A poster on the wall in the lobby of SiriusXM with my face on it saying, this man is not to be admitted. He is terminated from...
No fucking way.
It just said racist.
That's a little bit above and beyond. That sounds
cool.
like
When they put wanted posters on the wall around your workplace, you've gone out in style, right? Like
I know, like
yeah.
Now, if you wanted a good tweet, like that would have been, you next to that poster would have been 250,000 retweets.
So here's a question I have.
As far as being Jim are concerned, who do you blame more for not reneging on their contract and potentially being sued for millions?
You broke up there.
You dropped out at the last minute there.
Oh, I broke up?
I assume you're saying, who do I blame more for not reneging on the contract? Who? Sirius
Whoa,
XM?
whoa, language. Yeah, go ahead.
There he goes again.
I'm incorrigible.
But, yeah, sorry I broke up. But what's the answer?
Yeah, do I blame Opie or Jimmy for not leaving, or is that what?
Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at.
I was joking around saying that it's clearly, it's silly to blame either of them.
They were under contract, and, I know where they're at. The contract's up in October. I mean, why blow off a couple of months of a pretty righteous paycheck? And then we'll see what happens in October. But, no, I don't blame them at all. I love those guys. They're a lot of fun. And to tell you the truth, I'd have probably stuck it out for another couple of months, pocket the money, and then figure out what I want to do afterwards. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering about. So I was thinking about you today leading up to the show. If CelebrityNetWorth.com is to be trusted, and it is right there in the internet, so it must be true, then, if you wanted to, you could just, hop on your yacht and hit golf balls and shoot skeet going forward instead of, working on another gig. What makes you want to, get back to work? Is it partly driven by money, or you just love this job so much and lifestyle? Why aren't you slacking off harder?
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, yes, racism has been very profitable to me. I'm doing quite well for myself, but I do enjoy doing this. I had built this studio that I'll be using for the Anthony Cumia show. I built the studio over the course of a few years just because I enjoyed going down there when some weird story broke or there was something that maybe I wanted to simulcast on TV, and just go down there and have fun with the listeners and throw some video up there. So I had, like the nut that built the bomb shelter, the bombs finally dropped, and I was able to get logistics in place to actually put on a real show. And I just enjoy doing it. It's a lot of fun. I don't want to just fade into obscurity. Please, love me. I need attention like every fucking stand-up comic and radio person.
So we're YouTubers on this call. One common thread among a lot of them is an almost unhealthy desire to be liked.
Almost unhealthy. Holy shit, it's a cancer.
All right, I'm in denial, perhaps. But yeah, everyone who starts uploading videos trying to please other people has at least something built into them that just loves the positive feedback.
It's a sick thing. It really is. And the way technology has advanced to allow us to be able to put our entire lives in front of the public eye like this, no matter who you are. What did people used to do? Like fucking put flyers on windshields? Hey, this is me. I work down at the car dealership. Like what? There was no real outlet for making yourself known, aside from climbing a tower with a high-powered rifle, perhaps. But it's one of these things now that technology has allowed every single person to mouth off and show either how brilliant or how incredibly stupid they are.
I do both. Yeah.
I do both regularly on the show.
Regularly.
So how do people find you? What are you doing next?
Oh my God. This starts up Monday, this coming Monday, the 4th, August 4th. It's the Anthony Cumia Show on anthonycumia.com. It's going to be 2 hours a day, Monday through Thursday, from 4 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. And it is a HD video webcast from my house. It's not just going to be in the studio, which I built, but I have, the pool area out back, the bar, the movie theater, a few other places all around. That's where these interviews and shit is going to be conducted. We're going to take maybe some liberal piece of shit out to the rifle range out in Calverton. Do them while we blast off, maybe, like this guy, like this fucker right here. 50 right here. I want to see some liberal panty waist piece of shit fire this off and not giggle his ass off like every real man does when he first shoots a high-powered rifle. You'll laugh for the love of God. There's so many opportunities that I don't think a lot of other webcasts are taking, and the technology's there. I got a lot of comedian friends and other people, weird motherfuckers that I would love to just have come on the show, and that's what I'm going to be doing.
Weird motherfuckers. That's what I think we need more of on our show here.
We got one tonight.
That's something that people really undervalue. Everybody always wants a scholar or a celebrity or something like that, but they really underestimate the value of a transsexual prostitute or a mentally handicapped midget.
You're right, Kyle. We have way too many scholars on the show. That's the problem. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you want to come in again?
We have
no,
Mr.
sorry, there's a
Cumia with us
homeless
tonight.
person who eats his own shit.
And the best part is it's completely uncensored, unregulated, and I mean completely. If people thought I was bad on Sirius XM satellite radio, holy fuckaroni, do they have another thing?
Yeah, there's some things you can't do on Sirius.
Or do anything.
Because I know when Stern wanted to have one of his guys fingered, they had to go to a third location, like a hotel, because Sirius has a no penetration policy.
Yeah,
and
they had another
I'm wondering
one.
if they wrote that, if that's in like the handbook because of Stern.
He had
It
a
must be.
stunt where they were trying to see who had the biggest bowel movement. And apparently the radio station had a problem with everyone pooping in a bucket and weighing it. Who knew?
Come on. Who the fuck has a problem with that?
Not me. I'm down.
They didn't want it
They gotta get
happening
rid
in
of the
their
bucket.
doors.
I just had 2 cups of coffee. Get on my level, bitches.
Well, I think they were gonna do it in the studio. Like they were gonna like throw some plastic matting down and some buckets on the floor, and they were gonna have people shitting in the studio next to Robin.
It's perfect. What's the problem? Yeah, they seem to have a problem with bodily fluids and insertion. I think it's everything that their lawyers really have an issue with at home. Like, and they're just like, no, we can't have that. Meanwhile, at home, he's like getting fisted and fucking enemas and shit like that. So they just put the kibosh on all that shit, and we were never allowed to really have any content that put it over the top. Early in radio, it was simple. You did something a little outrageous, and people were like, whoa, he's a shock jock. Look out, he's crazy. But now with the internet, everyone can see anything. You're not shocking anyone anymore, believe me. So they pretty much stopped any of that shit to stop any lawsuits, I guess. I don't even know why they did it, but no more. I got a whole pool just waiting to have those skimmers filled up with jizz so it looks like egg drop soup.
Dear God.
All
So
right.
I have to imagine that there was a good deal, like probably a quart or two of just Bobo fluid after all those years just looking around that studio,
yeah,
right?
see?
That fucking little retard.
We pretty much squeaked by with the bodily fluids dripping out of that fucking pervert. Yeah.
So what was wrong with that guy? Like, is he for real?
Yeah, he is for real. I have no real idea. We never had him clinically examined or diagnosed with anything, but just again, I think the term weirdo works perfectly. He's a clinical weirdo.
Just half-past retarded all the way around.
Yeah.
I want more of that on the show. I want somebody weird. I've been watching. I've been listening to a lot of Stern lately because I've been driving around a lot, running a lot of errands, and he's got the whack pack, and they're my favorite part. And then I started watching the YouTube video so I could actually lay eyes on these weird motherfuckers.
I prefer the
It's
past.
so much better. So much better when you can see what these people look like. They are the
It definitely.
scum of the earth. You feel so much better about yourself.
Miscreants.
Voice.
Just
You watch
miscreants.
half an hour of that show, you're like, God damn, I'm good looking. Like the whole cast, like half the time the camera's on Stern, and half the time it's on a real freak of nature like High Pitch Eric or something like that, or some of his staff who are also ugly motherfuckers. Every one of them. I mean, scum of the earth. They had this app that they used that like measures attractiveness, and Stern was like a 32 or something like that, and he wasn't even the lowest.
It's pretty
just
generous
like,
for him.
You watch 30 minutes of that show, you're like, God damn, I'm good looking. All right, I'm ready to start the day right. Ugh. More freaks though. We need one. Do you think do those guys get paid to come on the show, like, or are they just
Probably
there
not.
for they're just there for the fun?
Sirius XM is cheap enough, and then Howard is real fucking cheap. So I don't think he's paying any of those poor motherfuckers.
Howard seems like he's cheap, and he doesn't mind anyone knowing it because like he's very open about how much money he has, and it's a god awful amount, and I guess he's earned it. But
Yeah.
but then he was talking about like how much
Well,
money it was
Kyle,
going to
he's
cost
Jewish.
at one point.
Is anyone else here racist? Back me up on
I'm
this.
I'm not even going to start that. But I remember he complained about how much
Anthony,
money it was to
Jesus,
like
I'm
send the
alone
car out
here.
to pick his parents up, and I was like, how much could it have cost to send that car? Send a town car somewhere, like
Exactly.
$200 tops. Like you're sending it. No, it's a couple hours. $200, $250 maybe. Like, come on, you got hundreds of millions of dollars.
When you look at somebody like Gary, who's been with him forever, and I mean really pretty much runs the ship as far as getting guests and organizing everything.
Gary's incredible.
When he still has to go out and do bar gigs after all these years, like toss the guy some money, Jesus Christ.
Gary, in my opinion, should be making millions of dollars a year. Gary is
Absolutely. That guy
Gary's
is
key to
the
that show.
backbone of the show.
Yeah, and he gets treated like shit.
Yep.
I don't know if it's all for show and it's all for entertainment value, but God, sometimes when Howard starts chewing Gary apart over some little thing, like a guest wasn't outside the door and they rolled the intro music too early.
Right,
And it's
right.
like you're chewing apart the guy that builds your fucking show. He's like your second, third in command.
Yeah.
He's the rock of the
Pretty
show.
If he
And
paid
then
him more, he might lose him. right? Like that's the thing. I knew a guy that managed salesmen. That was his gig. And every time his salesman came in with like a new Porsche or something, he's like, "Fucking sweet, that guy's gonna be broke." You know, whenever he saw like excessive spending, he knew he had motivated salesmen. So maybe that's his idea with Gary. Maybe he'll bonus him at the end. I don't know.
That's how a lot of guys in sales are.
I doubt it too.
He never obviously the Jackie Martling situation years ago. He I'm sure he could have stepped up and gotten Jackie the money he wanted. And
Jackie couldn't have wanted that much.
Jackie was paid in other stuff too. Like that guy used to pimp his CDs nonstop.
Oh,
yeah.
He just.
But I mean, he was with the show during the very beginning and everything, and then Billy West was another guy that I talked to, and he was contributing huge things to the show. All of the imitations, the Jackie puppet, Marge shot, all that funny shit from the 90s and stuff. And then, like, he wanted a little extra money and just nothing. So, I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I've heard from enough disgruntled people, if there's enough of them, you've got to realize there's got to be some truth to it. So
I think Howard would admit to most of this himself. I think he would be like, yeah, I run a tight ship. I'm a businessman.
But when you're making $500 million on your deal, you could probably part with it.
Howard bought the most expensive thing you can get, which is an ex-wife. So you got to re-earn it all.
Yeah, I'd do the show from like Air Force One every day.
You know what? I wanted to bring it back for you, Anthony. All right, hypothetical situation, okay? You're stranded on a deserted island.
Yes.
It's just you. You have a mermaid to keep you company. Are you going with top half or bottom half fish?
You got to go with top half. I mean,
top half fish?
No, I thought you meant what would I like be with or have sex with or fuck, the top half or the bottom half of a mermaid. All right, I see where you're going.
Yeah, think it through. Think of all the pros and cons.
Yeah. Top half. All right, no. You got to get the bottom half fish.
You're going to fuck that cold fish vagina? That cloaca or whatever's down there?
It would be a lifetime of blowjobs.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
You can also do
that's your best case scenario, right?
That's by far, at least 2/3 of our people choose top half human. And the way I see it, if she's top half human, she has a head on her shoulders, and not only can she blow you all the time, she's got boobs, and if you're a team on this, she can go out and scavenge for food. If she's top half fish, who knows what she's thinking? She could run off or something.
Yeah, who knows?
If it comes down to it, I'll just kill her and eat her fishtail. That's not cannibalism.
Not any. No, I mean, not really, I guess.
Yeah, but like, who said top half fish? Like,
we get it now and then.
We get to fuck, but it's fish face thing.
Well, you bend her over and you're all set, I suppose.
Gasping for air the whole time.
Wow,
I can picture this, right? You form some little like tide pool. You hold her face down so she can breathe. You hold her gills underwater.
Like in the water the whole time.
Yeah.
Although you don't have to worry about having to hear about her day or anything. So
that's a plus.
Yeah, that's true. What day would there be to hear about? Hey, what'd you do today? We're on a fucking island, you ass. I've been with you the whole time.
You fucked me in the wave pool and I swam around really badly forever. It was awful. Please kill me. You made the wrong choice. That's what she would say if she could talk, but she couldn't because you picked top half fish.
I don't know. Yeah,
that's the other thing. If you're top half human, you've got someone to talk to.
Or you could do halfway down the middle, so it's a weird, grotesque thing with a half fish.
Ooh, right down the middle. That's disgusting.
On the right.
Yeah, nobody wants that, like Two-Face style.
Weird shit, right?
Nobody chooses that. That's good for nothing.
Yeah, that ruins all the holes.
Yeah, like nothing comes out of that.
Nothing salvageable.
Started. No. You always want to do it horizontally.
Except for like the half of the fish you can eat, which would be more than the half you'd get on the bottom, I would think. So you got a net food gain.
That is true.
That's something.
I mean, if you're getting that weird with it, is cannibalism that far to reach? Would you eat a person, Anthony? If it came down to it, like you're trapped on a mountain, plane crash, dead bodies.
What race are they? That's very important, Dan.
Man,
it's white meat.
From what I hear, it's very hard to make that decision unless you're in that situation. But I would gather enough people have done it when they've been starving, and I don't know of anyone that's been in that situation where they went, yeah, Bill here starved to death. We people, but he starved. Everyone dies from something else. No one in the cannibal situations has ever died of starvation for refusing to eat it. So I guess
not only am I sure that I would eat it, I'm hoping that I end up in a scenario where I can.
Yeah, you want to be in that?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to not having moral judgment placed upon my cannibalism, my cannibalistic curiosities. I just want to know what it tastes like.
That if I'm ever in a situation like that, like if something were to happen where I'm in I've got a little paprika, maybe some pepper, and I can make the best of it.
No, remember that spice thing I brought on our camping trip, or survival trip? That had all those, like the cayenne pepper and all that stuff, like 8 spices in one? That thing.
The question isn't really would I resort to cannibalism. The question is how I would prepare the human.
Fricassee.
Yeah.
Well, I would definitely want a farm-raised human, so I knew they grew up safely and they were kept care of. Maybe one in an orphanage, so I knew they always had enough food. I wouldn't want some fatty, nasty land whale that I saw at McDonald's.
Like in stuff with sugar and processed foods. You want an Amish kid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even
taste
care.
like a cream puff
I'd go
filled
for the
with
Veal child. Just a fat kid locked in a box for his whole life.
Oh, you went veal. That's more like veal.
Yeah, a little veal kid.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like where we're headed with this.
I want the person I eat. I want them to be tied down their whole life so they can't develop muscles.
Yeah,
I want a nice, smooth bite into their thigh meat. I don't want them to be able to talk either. They should be top head fish.
This is too far.
I don't even know what the good part of a human would be. Like I picture.
I hear the thumb meat. You know, like right there, that big
meat?
muscle that your
Like right
that
here?
your thumb is attached. Yeah, that. Like look at that. Imagine if you held your thumb like a drumstick and you cut that meat out in a big oval.
It is soft.
If it became popular, don't
I
you just
bet
know
that
that
is tasty.
douchey hipsters would talk about like nasty parts of the human like they were delicacies, like, oh yeah, you just have to get an elderly man, the area between the butthole and his ball sack, and you just saute that in a little bit of olive oil, just a dash of chives, and it's fantastic. Just a bunch of pretentious assholes who won't admit
That is the groin muscle. Now that probably is a tasty morsel.
No, it's a taint muscle.
Yeah, the
Yes,
groin.
taint muscle.
Yeah, that would be taint. Groin is the right underneath.
Oh,
your
yeah, that would
nutsack,
be on the other side,
curved
yeah.
area
On the
that's kind
very-
of ticklish.
very
That's the
sinewy.
groin.
If I remember my literature when I was reading Alive, the book Alive, they started with the buttocks. They would actually cut out some of the meat from the ass cheek of one of the dead people in the plane crash, and about the size of a matchstick, they said, and then wrapped it in snow, put it in their mouth, and swallowed it real quick so they wouldn't have to chew it or like acknowledge that they're doing it. But then after a while, they were pretty much just carrying like legs over their shoulder. And
Yeah, get desensitized.
Progression happens pretty quickly as you get more
It's interesting.
hungry.
If I had the entire human body to choose from, right? Like here's a full human, unmolested at this point. I don't know that I'd start with ass.
I know what to start with. So
Rump roast.
Yeah.
No, I would literally start with that thumb thing because I'm curious about that. And if you know anything about like that horrible serial killer, Ed Gein, I think it's pronounced, the guy who was who ate children. One of his things, like he wrote a letter back to like the mother of one of his victims, and that's what he said. He's like, I ate her ass, you know, like that was what he did. The first thing that he did, he like ate all of the child, but like
He told the mother he ate her ass.
in a letter.
Yeah. He explained to her how he cooked it and like with what vegetables and potatoes, etc., and how delicious it was. And
Guy Fieri.
yeah, he was a horrible, scary guy.
Now we're being judgy again.
Yes, you're being judgmental now.
Yeah,
He,
knock
ate
it
chi-
off.
he literally ate children. That was his thing.
All right.
Oh, was he black too,
too,
Kyle? I bet in your story.
No, he was white.
Check out this story.
And his name was Albert
But
Fish.
yeah, I check out the. Oh my God! Come on! Why would they do that?
Oh, you just watched the link?
Well, I've already read
The headline?
I know
apparently
that. I
there's
know
a-
the story.
There's a
This
Hebrew
isn't a
term,
first-time thing.
Matzitza Bepa. I'm sure I pronounced that terribly. But it's when Orthodox Jewish circumcisers orally suck the blood away from an infant's penis. Kyle's our resident pedophile. I'm sure he's pro infant penis sucking. But he's given another 2 babies herpes by sucking the blood.
Another 2?
Yeah, this is not the first time.
Holy
but,
fuck!
Yeah,
Don't
now-
they take your baby dick sucking license away after you give a couple herpes?
So this guy is repeatedly giving infants herpes. Look at that infant. He doesn't look like he's enjoying it. We definitely need a better baby dick sucker.
So,
I'm not 100% against baby dick
so for
sucking.
those of you who can't see, who are listening,
on iTunes and stuff. Right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the photograph you've got, they're holding a screaming baby down and they just have circumcised it, and now a man who looks to be in his late 60s, early 70s is sucking his penis. That is literally what I am looking at
to
right
get the
now.
blood off it.
They are indoors in a synagogue, I suppose, or excuse me, a temple, and there's like people gathered around for the event, like family and friends.
Everyone
type
in this
scenario.
picture appears to think this is normal.
And it is one of the most awful things I've ever seen. And okay, it's whatever. I can get over it. I can get over it. I'm not going to judge your religion. Do what you got to do. That's the old school way. Then keep sucking those baby penises. Do it. I totally don't believe there's anything sexual going on here. I just think it's weird and gross. But
well, there is something sexual.
He's got herpes. And here's the thing about herpes. So he's got.
He does have his dick in his mouth. It's a little sexual.
No, it's just
I'm willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt that he is not getting off by sucking this baby's dick right now, because the dick it's a bloody dick as well.
Oh, you don't think he enjoys popping that little baby carrot in his mouth? What else would he do?
Dude, do you know how small a baby penis is? Like he's not getting anything out of it.
I don't know. I haven't been measuring recently. What are your recent findings?
They are tiny. But Kyle, let me. If the guy was Catholic, would you then assume?
Well, of course he's guilty if he's Catholic.
Right?
Yeah. They have a no.
They have a pedo track record.
Do you think I'm supposed to just ignore all the evidence that's popped up over the last 10 or 15 years?
If it was a Catholic priest and they had a baby dick sucking ritual, then totally they'd be busted.
They do have a baby dick sucking ritual. It's called Catholicism.
That's not quite baby.
That was mean and far-reaching. I apologize to all the Catholic stuff. But seriously though, you've got a high percentage of child molesters in your country.
Oh, there's definitely a huge percentage of them. Like, there's just a job where they're like, hey, you're going to be around kids all the time, alone, unsupervised, and all their parents are going to trust you.
Also, no women.
Okay with that?
None. And no women for you ever.
Yeah, and the ones that are frumpy and disgusting.
They should have penciled it into the rules like the Jewish guys did with sucking the little baby dicks. Because that's, like, under the guise of their religion, how is that okay if you do that in any other place or time or
it isn't ever.
That's exactly.
I would like to know the explanation.
Thing. Catholic priests didn't think ahead to the someday they were going to be judged for getting off on prepubescent boys. If they had said, you know what, getting your rocks off with 12-year-olds is a normal thing, it's just part of being Catholic, then we'd all be pro. We'd be like, yeah, it's just part of Christianity. Religion. Yeah.
Anybody want to take a guess about about how much money has been paid out in settlements by the Catholic Church in the United States?
Sure, I'll throw a guess. $75 million.
Merca?
You broke up a little bit on the question. Could you repeat it?
How much money the Catholic Church has paid out in child molestation settlements in the United States?
$0.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's playing Price is Right style. Just bid $1. Bid $1.
I was just gonna say $75 million and $1.
$1 billion.
Oh,
It took $1 billion to silence all of those molested children. That's how many there were.
I thought you were trying to trick me.
All right, now Anthony gets to spin the wheel. This sucks.
Is there a wheel? We need a wheel.
We need a wheel.
Do you think those rabbis have to go home after work because they can have wives and complain about their day? Like, how was it, honey? A lot of baby dicks. A lot of baby. Well, it looks like he just put on strawberry chapstick.
Like, what if he was disgusted by it? Like what if this rabbi was just a man of God, and it said it in the book, so he was sucking those baby dicks day in and day out, hating it.
I really don't.
Just coming home every day, just crying to God with baby dick blood in his mouth.
Why do you have this rule? Why?
Oh, that does not happen. The guys who volunteer for that are probably not too put off by baby dick.
Wait, I'm just reading the rest of this.
Wow.
So apparently,
there's more?
The city, and specifically the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, a government agency in the city, instituted a regulation that forces mohels, I don't know what that is, I'm going to assume it's like a priest thing, to get written consent from parents before doing any baby dick sucking.
Moil, yes.
A moil, okay. But these mohels are refusing to comply with the parental consent thing, and they're just going ahead with the baby dick sucking anyway.
Wait, they won't. So all they wanted was for there to
Yeah.
be
So the
parental
Department
consent
of
before you
Mental
get any baby dick sucking, and they were like, no,
Yeah,
we're all about this baby dick sucking game, and you're not gonna slow us down.
Yeah, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene said, look, you can continue with your baby dick sucking ways, provided that the parents are on board. And they're like, no, I'm not asking for permission. Baby dick sucking, try and stop me.
Damn.
Nice.
I can't believe this is a thing. I
Even
can't
though
believe we
they're
didn't
like-
just make this up and now we're riffing on it. This is disgusting. This
though
is, you know what I would call these people? Savages.
These
I would
people-
call them
Oh,
savages.
They repeatedly give babies herpes and they still won't stop. Come on now.
You know, I must say, like, if these guys were Catholic, they'd be somebody be throwing rocks by now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's they're really getting away with a lot there. That's disgusting. But I find the ritual to be disgusting. But like I said, I can do your thing. That's your religion. If you're gonna be part of that, then I'm not gonna tell you that you can't do some old religion to some old ritual to your child. That's your child. Just don't mutilate them too badly. The circumcision I'm good with. I'm happy with my own personal circumcision. I feel that it's a superior look, at least in my particular penile case. I'm happy that happened to me. So I'm okay with that amount of child mutilation, but no more than that. That's
Makes
my
it look
limit.
streamlined, faster, more efficient. It's like a, industry cock. Not slowed down by all that extra skin.
And I'm not good at taking care of things. Maintenance isn't my thing. I don't want any extra steps or anything down there.
I would really like to see the imaginary uncircumcised version of my adult dick, right? Because
They did that on Friends.
I'm a bit
Is there
of
an
a
app
porn
for that?
connoisseur,
Can you take
right?
a
So
picture?
Oh, that's an app. Write that down.
The
Get
old
chiz on that right
where it
now.
makes you look
Foreskin.
40 years older.
It'll
Think of
do
that,
both
it takes your
though.
dick.
It'll do both though. You take a dick pic, and it will show you if you're cut. It'll show you what it would be like if you were uncut, and vice versa.
But they're not all the same, right? Some people have like an excessive amount of foreskin that gives you that like uninflated balloon look on the end.
Anteater type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't
Anteater.
mean to insult, people who have an uninflated balloon penis, but to me, that's not the look I'm going for. But some people have a glorious looking uncircumcised cock, and if I were to have one of those, I might be down for that version.
And sometimes it looks like a 3 sizes too small turtleneck that's just barely wrapped around.
Sometimes
top
the
and
foreskin
very
isn't
painful.
big enough, and it splits and tears at the edges. Can you imagine such a pain?
Many people
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Mail Monday.
Monday. You're imagining tearing foreskin right now, and how horrible that would be. And that's one of the things that could potentially happen.
I used to get letters. Go on.
When this discussion comes up among girls, they usually do like, ew, they get all skeeved out by uncircumcised.
That's American girls, though. From what I understand, like European, like everywhere else, it's much less common.
Where am I going to get laid?
Yeah,
American.
good point. Good point.
Girls.
Gotta have the uncircumcised penis.
Yeah.
I think so.
In
I think
Europe, I mean. In America, you need the circumcised penis.
there should be some sort of a male accessory to simulate maybe an uncircumcised penis. Then maybe some sort of super condom.
Soup condom.
Yes.
Right. Well, that's what
When you
magnums
go to
look
Europe,
like
so you'll fit in.
on Ton Taylor, right? They're all like kind of bundled up and they hang off to in the end.
Oh
There
my
you
God!
go.
Did you see that someone actually did my story that I told? Let me tell the story that my cousin told me, and then I'll tell you what someone on our subreddit on reddit.com/pka did. So many years ago, we were at a strip club in Cincinnati, and there were some women there with enormous vaginas. I'm streamlining the story, and so my cousin started telling the story about this girl he dated, and the first time he slept with her, he just wasn't enough man to stimulate this lady. He used the phrase like a hot dog down a hallway.
Mhm.
He's like, she was just huge. She was wide. I couldn't stimulate this lady, and I'd been going at it as hard as I could for 10 or 15 minutes. He's dripping in sweat, and he's just like, I gotta take a break. I gotta think this over because she's just not getting anywhere. She's not enjoying it. He's not enjoying it. So he walks into the kitchen. He's standing there, and he's just disappointed with himself, really, because this isn't a thing for him. He considers himself kind of a ladies' man, and then it comes to him. He's like, no. I'm not taking no for an answer.
I
He
hope to
opens the
God he
kitchen
spots-
drawer,
Go on.
grabs the saran wrap, and he starts wrapping his cock up right there. He wraps his cock until it is massive, and then he slips a condom over it, pours lubricant all over it, And he goes back in there, and he's like, I fucked her till she couldn't walk. he's like, she said it was the best she'd ever had. It was dark, and she couldn't even tell. She's like, you got big when you came back. You really got hard. So I told that story like a few years ago. Somebody on our subreddit did it the other day, and he got apparently like he didn't get the Saran wrap perfectly aligned with his penis, and it rubbed his penis raw or something. So yeah, that's why you guys shouldn't try my stories at home. They all have that parental advisory warning. Don't try this at home.
Look, we're trained professionals. You guys can't follow our advice on this stuff.
Yeah, you don't do these things.
Are you ready for the next topic?
Please, sir.
I have two, and they're both video based. I think we're gonna watch it with the subs. Would you rather watch first a guy beats up 5 girls or teen cries out during sentencing? They're both good.
Well, I've already seen the guy beating up the 5 girls, and I saw Anthony react to that like, whoa. But it's a situation where the girls are
Well, they need a good beating.
They need a good beating, and that they're up to some like criminal stuff. They're like beating one smaller girl.
Listen, you're ruining the
badly.
video.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Let's watch the second video because I've seen the first one because I'm already spoiling it.
All right, we might come back to it though. All right, so
I just wanted to defend your woman beating video. Before some people are listening, like I'm not listening anymore to this woman beating stuff.
Oh no, this is Painkiller already. I think our audience is pro women beating.
When they went after the blacks, the Jews, and the Catholics, I was cool with it, but not the women. And they're just gone.
All right. So are you guys ready?
Please.
Are you queued up at 0? So Anthony's new to this. What happens is we queue up at 0, we count down, we hit play together, and be prepared for pause. All right? I'm looking for a consent here. Is everyone queued up at 0?
I am at 0.
I am
Checked in.
queued.
Anthony?
I have no idea.
So you have a look of confusion. So do you have the chat on the right there?
Of course I do.
Can the bottom link? It's a YouTube link.
Oh yeah.
All right, click there. It should pop up.
All right.
And just
I got it.
You're right. You're at 0.
Very dramatic.
Oh no.
All right.
There
So
we go.
hit pause. Rewind.
I'm there.
All right. Ready, set, play.
Very dramatic day in court.
Very dramatic day in court as a young man learned
He beat his
Little
girlfriend's
muted.
little boy to death.
girlfriend's
because
little
he
boy
wouldn't
to
stop
death
crying.
because he wouldn't stop
Brittany
crying.
Smallwood has more on
Brittany
today's
Smallwood has
sentencing
more
for
on
us.
today's sentencing for us. Hi,
Teresa,
Brittany.
it was in
Teresa,
terms of
it-
sentencing. The courtroom was packed with family and friends supporting the defendant, Dylan Shoemaker, and the victim's family. As soon as the case was called, Shoemaker walked into the courtroom and started crying, telling everyone how sorry he was.
I didn't mean to kill Oscar. Ashley, I really didn't. I really think I did this. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Dylan Shoemaker
All right,
walked into
pause. Did everyone pause? Hold
Yes.
on.
Yes.
I have to unmute. Do I? How do I? Oh, I muted Anthony. I don't know how to unmute him.
Oh no.
Got it.
Oh,
There we
thank
go.
you.
There it is.
All right. So at this point, when I watched this thing, I thought I felt bad for him. Right? If you don't know this, if you didn't catch it all, he's a teen father. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's in this desperate situation, and he's babysitting his 23-month-old baby.
23-year-old.
Yeah, right. His kid's older than he is. So, and you know, Anthony, do you have any kids?
No.
Okay, all right. So I have 2 kids, and while I'm not pro beating kids to death, I understand it. Like I see where they're coming from, and sometimes these little ones, they're just so inconsolable that while I don't beat mine to death, there were times when I just like took a moment by myself, let him cry, and then recomposed and came back because it is infuriating, and I think it's almost chemical, right? Like. It's hard to explain, but like mom, when they hear babies cry, they lactate. Maybe dads have some also chemical reaction, and it makes you
It
more
fills
crazy.
you with rage because that's what you're supposed to do. When your baby's in trouble, you're supposed to be filled with rage and angry and ready to hurt things.
Could be.
You're not supposed to be taking care of that baby. That's the wife. That's the woman's biological determination.
I can't have any kids. Look what I got laying around my house.
Yeah, I hear you.
This was in the couch cushion.
All right. So at this point, I'm feeling some kind of sympathy for a guy who temporarily went insane. But are you guys cue it up again? I'm at 38 seconds.
Yes,
And
sir.
ready,
I am-
set, play.
Hang on.
State
One moment,
Supreme
wait.
Courtroom
State Supreme Court
pleading his case, telling his
telling
victim's
his
mother
victim's
and
mother
the
and the
court
court
he's
he's
remorseful for
remorseful.
what he did. Shoemaker was sentenced Friday for beating 23-month-old Austin Smith last March. Before the sentence was handed down, Shoemaker and his defense attorney fought for the minimum sentence, 15 years to life.
I can't take back what was done. I wish I
Mom's
could.
home
I would
run
give my life
hitter.
for Austin.
This is
I
gonna
love
be
him
great
a
though.
lot.
More than that kind of hitter.
Woody, you're the judge.
He beat the baby to death.
Hang in there.
But there were other dynamics at work there, including my client's inability to either control his anger or frustration.
Inexperience in
And his
babysitting?
inexperience in babysitting.
Well, sometimes you actually beat a kid to death. Happens.
What is to say he won't do this again?
Well, we don't know that. I think it's completely unlikely. It was a situational, circumstantial
There's more.
thing.
In Judge M. William Bowler's last words to Shoemaker, he told the now 17-year-old that in his short life he's caused so much despair to so many people. Bowler said he listened intently to Shoemaker's testimony during trial and called him a manipulator who minimizes his actions.
The record will show that you admitted that on July 23, 2013, in a phone call to your mother from the holding center, you stated, and I got a quote from the court reporter, "I am a 16-year-old blonde. Probably all I have to do is cry in front of the jury, and they're going to feel sorry for me," end quote.
Afterwards, Shoemaker was sentenced to 25 years to life behind bars.
He is an inexperienced babysitter. I think there should be one of those like 3 strikes and you're out things. Like, and this shouldn't be the first strike. Give him a little bit of breathing room. This is the warning. Then next time he beats a child to death, that's the first strike, and you get 3.
That sucks.
So I'm sorry, Anthony. I had to mute you because it was like feeding back through the speaker. But yeah, that was the kicker for me. Like, I felt so bad for this guy. Obviously, he's a terrible person and stuff. I'm not really in favor of baby killing, but just the notion that like he's 16 years old, whatever. He's got a kid. His whole life is kind of a wreck, and he took a wrong turn. But then he's talking to his mom on the phone, saying all I need to do is cry and I'll get out of this because I'm a white blonde guy.
Yeah.
He's fucked.
First of all, he said that on a fucking jailhouse phone. What a dumbass. All that stuff is recorded. Christ, and it can be used against you. He's a moron. He should never said that there. But still,
if you feel bad for the child, as everybody should, take some consolation in knowing he is going to get so fucked in jail. He is so fuckable, this kid.
And not a pleasant, like, rabbi baby kind of fucking or something. A very unpleasant kind.
We're not talking about the kind of sexual assault where an old man suckles at your tiny penis. We're talking about the scary kind that turns you into a shell of a person and sucks your soul away.
Like it's a little pig teat. Just
That's so disgusting. Oh. So terrible.
Well, that was actually kind of sad.
That was a real downer. Let's watch some woman beating now, I guess, to perk everyone up.
Are you down for some woman beating?
Yeah, you might as well. Let's see some woman beating.
All right. So
it's Thursday night.
Same thing. Link in the chat there.
Ooh, Live Leak. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
They don't have all those pesky censorship rules that YouTube has.
You can't beat people to death on YouTube. You can't horribly maim people.
All right, so just hit play and pause and then put it back at 0 so it buffers. Everyone doesn't have any trouble. Damn it.
Yeah, I am at 0, locked in, ready to roll here.
All right, is everyone ready?
Ready.
All right, so Anthony, I'm going to mute you because I'm going to have to mute you. All right, ready, set, play. So if you can't make it out, there's a girl on the bottom there getting beaten by 5 other girls. And check out the guy in the foreground on the right just watching.
Quite a beating too, like.
Yeah.
Close your eyes and it sounds like you're walking through like the place at the zoo, like the monkey house.
Look, they like got her by her like the scruff of her shirt.
I want to sing like I need a hero.
This guy comes in. He's like,
and he's gotta be strong, and he's gotta be true, and he's gotta be ready to fight. I need a hero.
He is not holding back anything. He is not bringing his woman fighting game to the table. He's bringing his like brown belt jiu-jitsu like beatdown game to the fight. That last girl he hit, it looked like a WWE move.
He's like throwing chairs out of the way. He's not done. He's ground and pounding.
Oh my god. Yeah, that guy going all out.
That guy is a professional woman beater.
There wasn't even like a warning.
I don't know.
shot.
I've seen this video 5 times now, and I'm still not sure if that level of ass whooping was required.
It absolutely was. 100%.
It absolutely was. Yes.
100%.
Unmute Anthony.
I can't. He has to unmute
Oh,
himself.
he has to click it up.
I got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally warranted. Totally fine, I think.
No, beyond just warranted. That guy is a minor league superhero. He's Batman of
terrible.
girl beating.
If that was one guy he was jumping in on, he'd have gotten his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
Dude, I like how you get a chance when you're fighting that many women to just practice those like super moves you can never find a guy like.
Yeah.
And like they can't stop you because you're just bigger. It's like fighting an 11-year-old. You can do like crazy kicks, anything.
He totally did look like Captain America fighting or something. Like he was really throwing wide shots and stuff, like making it look good for the cameras.
Just huge haymakers that any man would see coming.
No, yeah.
Gigantic.
He went to like the Rocky V school of fighting where everything was a knockout blow. There's no wearing down.
I was distracted at one point by that table that was full of food remnants, and it was only 2 people sitting there. It was like piled with cans and food, and just 2 people got up.
That was probably where all those women had came from to beat that.
Obviously, Jesus Christ, I'm real.
But yeah, it looked like they were beating her she was just completely defenseless. They were beating the shit out of her. He fucked them up though.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
I don't know if women understand exactly the strength difference between the averages, right? Like a normal guy and a normal girl. It's
well, no, we had the issue recently with the football player who had knocked his. There's a video of him knocking his girlfriend unconscious and like dragging her out of the elevator, but she had hit him first. And then Whoopi Goldberg had made the comment on The View, I guess, that women need to stop counting on this whole chivalry thing. If you hit a man, it's not right for him to hit you back, but don't expect him not to, because that's not a thing anymore. Like if you hit a person, any person might hit you back, whether it's a man or not.
I don't know the specifics of the. I don't know the specifics of the football player case. I know the ESPN guy lost his job or got suspended or something. What's his name? Stephen Smith, maybe the ESPN guy.
Yeah, because he was defending that situation in some way. I think.
What? I guess it's hard to say whether hitting back is okay or not, right? It's a situation specific type thing, but I will say this: what also is not okay is for women to think they have an invisible force field of chivalry that protects them and allows them to hit guys or allows them to misbehave in a really strong way. If it was a 125-pound man talking smack to a 185-pound man, you'd just be like, well, he fucking earned that beating. He pushed it too far. He should have known, and now he got himself into trouble. And if the 125-pound man hit first, then nobody would have any issue with it. But when you take that 125 pounds and make it a girl, all of a sudden it's like, nah, he should have just continued to absorb blows to the chin until she had decided that she had delivered enough. And that's not okay.
That's how my dad rolls. I still remember watching my mom and dad get into like a really serious argument, and my mom is like backing my dad into actually toward the door.
You still owe me $5.
I still do because they did not get divorced. But
we placed a $5 bet on whether.
Yeah, I was like, no, they're totally getting
divorced.
divorced, dude. They're not patching it up this time. It's finally over, and we bet $5, and they did patch it up, and they're actually better than ever, which is scary. But
that's great, Kyle.
Fuck you, Taylor. But they were So I just remember my mom like backing my dad toward the door, and he's like leaving the argument. He's got to the stage of the thing. He's like, where he's just like, I'm gonna go fucking live in my truck if I got to. I don't give a fuck. He'll. My dad will move into his shop and install a shower and have hot water 3 days later and not give a fuck. He doesn't care. But every step they take, she's backing him toward the door, and she's like reaching out and pinching his chest area, like aiming for nipples, I guess. And it's like she pinches, twists, and pulls, and then repeats with the other hand. And she's got both hands going. Yeah, double purple nurples as fast as she can rock them. And she's sinking them in deep, bro. It's like pa-pow, 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 and my dad just taking them, like not even flinching, just taking them and continuing his stream of insults. Just like it's nothing. And I'm just like, those must hurt so goddamn much. So I could see like his shirt. You know when you grab like a cotton shirt, you twist it, and it'll leave like
Right,
the
it looks
fabric
like
will
it's
change.
been twisted.
Those were all over his chest, where she's been popping him with these things. And she had like French manicured nails maybe, and so they're long. And I just know that they hurt like a motherfucker, and he was just acting like they didn't. But that was one of her many kung fu moves that she throws into the mix when she gets scared.
Is she a brown belt in purple nurples?
She popped me with this like double knuckle punch one time, and it was so fast it was like Bruce Lee. I didn't even see it coming. It was out of nowhere.
Were you a child at the time?
No, I was a grown up.
Some sort of.
She just
just two knuckles, and then the thumb at the base of on their fingertips of those two knuckles. Your thumb like on top of the sort of on top of the nail, and then you just stick those two knuckles forward, and then you bend your wrist forward as far as you can.
Like straighten
so it's
it out,
uncomfortable. No, the other way, the uncomfortable way, the wrong way.
Did she hit you like this?
No, imagine make it like a cobra. Yeah, now make it like a cobra.
Grr.
And then pop me in the mouth in it when I'm like 19, 20 years old.
Someone
that's
needs
the
to
move.
Teach Lozon the Kyle's mom fighting technique.
Oh man, they came out of nowhere. Yeah, you push her too far, she gets physical. She tackled me one time
It's
when
the
I was
next
like
wave
15.
of UFC fighting.
She weighs like
styles.
120 pounds. She tackled me when I was like 15 and took me down, like double leg takedown all the way. Had a hanger in one hand. My mom was hardcore. Still is.
So, I know that you've talked about this you did on O&A about your dad. All your dad stories are awesome. But how was your dad? How did he feel about corporal punishment? He probably just sat you down and had a talk,
No, he whipped my ass. They were referred to as ass whippings. I remember from the time I was like 5, I definitely got like whippings when I was 5, like spankings with the hand. A lot of times I would run and let him cool down so they weren't so bad, because if you had to think about it, who wants to beat this cute blonde 5-year-old? But I would do bad shit. Like I remember one whipping specifically because it was so bad. I was like 5 or 6, and my dad was putting wallpaper in one of the rooms of the house, and he had a level with him, and it was the early '90s, so the level was made in the late '80s probably, and it was wooden, heavy, and it had steel corners and edges on it, and it was a real weapon. It's not like one of these plastic pieces of shit you get at Home Depot now. And my older half sister was fucking with me, and the sort of child games that you play on babies and children and toddlers, but you don't think about how they're actually feeling about it. Like peekaboo. That scares the shit out of a baby, right? That's the whole point of the game. So the game she was playing was she would pop out from behind the island that was in the kitchen that had the grill on it and scare me like she was a monster. And to a 5-year-old, that's scary as fuck. It was scaring me every time she did it, despite the fact that, I should have known that my half-sister was just going to pop out.
You are such a pussy. Carry on.
I'm a 5-year-old. No, I'm not a pussy, because the story goes on. So I go and I tell my dad, I'm like, Michelle's fucking scaring me. That's not what I said as a 5-year-old. I said, Michelle's scaring me. And my dad was like, I'm putting wallpaper up. Fuck off. Or whatever he would say, no, I'm busy. So I was like, all right, I'll take matters into my own hands. So I grabbed the level from the room and I walked back in there. Of course, she's still behind the island. I know she's going to be popping out. When she pops out, cracked her right in the skull with it. Split her head wide open.
As you do.
Yeah, knocked her down on the floor. Fucked her up pretty good. So that was a pretty good whipping. But yeah, it was corporal punishment. Yeah, most of the time I got whippings until I was like,
probably 28, 29.
Probably he whipped my ass last week pretty good. No, probably when I was like 13 or 14, that all stopped when I got like big enough. And then even at that point, I remember like fucking up a couple times, and he just like sitting in the car with him and like him driving and him being like, you did that. You brought that to school. How'd you let them even catch you with it? And whatever I had done, some awful thing, and be suspended. Or I hit my teacher one time, something like that.
Dude, you were 14 though, getting spanked.
That's
like once ass hair.
You're not letting me finish the goddamn story.
Exactly. At 14, it turns gay, Kyle.
I'm telling you what would happen when I'm 14. So I'm 13 or 14, and I do these things, and he would punch me in the arm.
Did you like it?
After your spankings, would you feel a little pinch?
Daddy,
no, but an old man
Vaseline
would come and
punish
suckle
me?
my bloody wounds afterwards, so that made it all better.
I want to know about Anthony's father. He was into corporal punishment, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. He was a big the belt guy. He loved the belt. There used to be this warning ritual. Like I'd go to bed. Me and my brother had like bunk beds, and we would be sent to bed at some early hour, and my mother and father would be out in the living room watching television and arguing about some ridiculous drunken shit. And if my father heard us talking in there, the littlest talk, like brothers want to fucking talk while they're going to sleep, he'd be like, knock it off, shut up in there, shut up, and then we'd just take it down a little lower. But he would try to listen to see if we were.
You better not be cheating.
And he would do this thing where he would take his belt off and put it over the doorknob, and I swear to you, this thing would go back and forth. And the buckle would glisten. And it was the scariest fucking thing because you knew the next step was he was going to grab that thing and just start wailing on us with the belt. It was like, and then I start watching these Locked Up Abroad shows, and you see this American trying to converse with the guy in the next cell, and then the guys come in and beat their feet with the fucking sticks. I start having these flashbacks as I'm watching this going, shut up, just don't talk.
Keep it down.
Yes, it was horrific.
Was it one of those things where if he talked, you got beat too, pretty much? It was an all or nothing
He
scenario?
didn't care or know who said what. Like if my brother wanted to be a scumbag, he'd just be like, yeah, we're going to go tomorrow, we're going to go to the park. And then Dad would come and just bash both of us.
My dad would always use his hand. My mom would go for weaponry.
Yes.
My mom would, because she's obviously smaller. Like
List some of the weapons.
A plastic coat hanger. Not the heavy duty one, but the one that you could, snap in your hands if you wanted to, like one of those deals.
That still hurt.
You're goddamn right that you do. One of those that might get him belts for sure. But but my mom would still try to whip my ass when I was 13 or 14 or 15. Like she'd still try to hit me with a belt or something, if I fucked up. And I was like, no, you're not going to. I'm not going to beat you up. This isn't a fight now. But this is me actively resisting anything that you try to do to me. I'm not gonna bend over the table or anything. If you want to come at me with a belt, bring it. But I'm gonna do my best to take it away from you. And that's how it became with my mom for a while. That's how I got punched.
My mom would use tools and shit, right? Not little tools from the garage, but she'd use shoes. She used those cheap ice scrapers that you get as advertisements almost. She had 12 of them rubber banded together, and she beat me with that fucking thing. She would throw sometimes I'd be running for dear life, and she'd throw a shoe down the hallway, catch me in the back like a sniper. And the trick was to run from her long enough that she'd be like, Dad's gonna get you when he comes home. But my father always worked long hours and stuff. So he'd get home at 10 p.m. and she'd be like, he knocked over a flower pot, get him. And he'd be like, oh, fuck, really? I gotta deal with this shit? And then everything had simmered down by then. But
would she ever get your siblings to assist her in capturing you or come to her side of it?
Times when,
my mom would.
My brother would beat me up. He would literally punch in the jaw and stuff, and I'd be like, Mom, Pat just kicked my ass. And she'd be like, well, okay, how'd you earn it? All right, that I accept that one. And it's like, fuck, Mom, come on. He's twice my size.
I don't know what kind of psychological damage was done by this type of beating, but when my parents used to use our own toys to beat us with, yeah, so like a friggin' length of Hot Wheels track. Just that. So you have your toys, which is supposed to give you some type of pleasure, and then they've also brought the pain. So how that fucked me up, I'm sure it's deep seated and horrible.
Yeah,
so
that's
my
rough
father
stuff.
told the story. Now my father's father ran away when he was 10 or so. So then when my dad was 12, he told the story where his mom was beating him, and then at one point he just grabbed her wrists and said, Mom, the you hitting me days, they're over. And they were, because there was no dad there, and he didn't beat his mom or anything, but he just said, look, I'm too big for this now. I'm not letting you hit me. So when I was 12, I tried the same thing, right? My mom's hitting me, and I grab both of her wrists, and I'm like, Mom, the you hitting me days are over. The thing was, I was a little late to the puberty train. and her beating me days were not over at all. She's like, oh, you think so? And she breaks my wrist and beats the fuck out of me. It wasn't until I was 13, 14 that wrapped up, because I wasn't man enough to stop.
Yeah, to be able to pull that, you have to be able to kick your mom's ass. That's when you're able to pull that game. For me, I think I was 13 or 14.
The part about your mom beating you, because, my dad wound up going off to California when we were still, I guess of beating age. I don't know, 11 or 12 or something like that. And then
Yeah,
my
that's good beating
mom
age.
was over, and she took a belt once, went to hit me with it. The first swipe she ever took at me with a belt, like she was brand new to beating me. The tip of the belt whipped around and hit the exact tip of my dick. And screaming and flapping on the floor like a fish out of water. And she got really upset. My dick blew up at the end like a mushroom and shit. And that was the last time she even tried. So she fucked that up really well.
Wow.
That's exactly how my story ended, except with the scrotum instead of the dick tip.
Really?
It was a plastic shark with those fins that are sharp, obviously, and I was trying to do the circular run as she was running, and apparently I did something fucked up. I was like 5, and she must have had an errant swing because it struck me right in the scrotum, swelled up so much, had to go to the hospital, lost everything down there. So now I'm kind of,
So when I was a little kid, I don't know how old I am, but I'll throw
Not really,
it,
for anyone who's going to put that on Reddit.
I'll make it like 7 years old or something. And we had these temporary tattoos. You know, you'd like get them wet and they last for like a few days. And I got them, so I put them all over my scrotum, right? Which seemed like a really great idea to me.
Whoa, rewind. Whoa, you skipped a step between I got some stickers and then I put them on my scrotum. There was a decision-making process that I'd like to know more about.
I mean, it
was
just
a rabbi with you?
We used to play with these things all the time, and I put them in the traditional spots, like on the deltoids or whatever, and like on the back of my calf. And then it was like, I've never put them on my testicles before, so. So there it is. I put them on, and then I come down and I show my mom, like, because I'm young, right? I'm like, check this out. I've got like a pirate ship on my testicles, and she was not down for it at all, right? So I immediately have to like take a bath and scrub the tattoo off. Now these tattoos were designed to last for days, and it doesn't come off easy. So and I have like it's like a really firm bristle brush that you'd use to clean underneath your fingernails. Like, are you familiar with this thing? And and I'm there and I'm like working my scrotum, like just trying to to get it clean, and I get it like 85% off. Like there's still little pirate ship specks and stuff like that. And I present it to my mom, and I'm like, is this good enough? And it really hurts. It's like red and it's raw, and I asked her, because you do at this age, if she would kiss it and make it better. And,
oh my God!
Come on.
Yeah, she didn't, because she doesn't love me as much as Orthodox Jews Mahaz.
One of those dudes would kiss your balls in a heartbeat, bro. Even now, maybe.
Even now, guy would kiss
like
my balls.
If you had a case of chapped balls, I bet one of those Orthodox guys could probably put some sort of special oil with some some herbs in there, and maybe a kiss would make it feel better. I don't know.
It's a gift from God. Their saliva is the oil.
Good ideas.
I had to explain to someone today that HIV was not transmittable through saliva. There was literally a girl running around who's 25 years old that thought she might make out with somebody and get HIV.
Oh.
There are people that exist like that.
It's not transferable through saliva, but I don't know why it's not transferable through saliva. I mean, clearly it's in your semen and it's in your blood. Why is it not in your saliva? I'm not a doctor.
Really?
It's just not.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not.
It's just does saliva like eat HIV? If I had like saliva blood,
different.
would I be cured?
It's a different bodily fluid. It just doesn't have.
Hey, did you pull your scrotum apart like silly putty with a comic strip thing? When
do the bat wing? Do a bat wing to scrub?
I think I did. I remember that the pirate ship.
Could you make the sails flap?
I mean, when you're little, you don't really have a lot of extra scrotum, but I do remember that it looked better when it was spread, and it was kind of a like a shriveled, disappointing older pirate ship.
Fuck! How much are those tattoos? Order some and make a new YouTube channel that's just extreme close-ups of your scrotum being stretched and pulled in different directions and doing stuff. Like put faces on there.
Feel good when you were old enough to get real tats on your ball bag.
That's the kind of forever I don't want to be part of. I don't have any tattoos. I haven't found anything that I care enough about that I want to write it on myself permanently yet. I haven't.
Me either.
I'm not against them. Like if something popped up that I really believed in and it was like, yeah, I'm part of this thing. This is me. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, let's stick this right on my arm or my chest or my back or my ass if I don't want too many people to know. Whatever it is. But I haven't found anything like that yet.
I've changed my mind. There have been a couple things. Like I used to want some sort of swimming-oriented tattoo. Like I broke record in high school. Not high school and college, though. It was the college thing. When I broke a school record as a swimmer in college, I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like my school little like logo on my on my hip where the little banana hammock would cover it. And then like now I'm glad that I don't have that. It seems stupid. There was a time when I wanted some sort of YouTube oriented thing when I got 1 million subs, like maybe a golden play button or maybe just the YouTube logo. And now I'm glad I didn't do that. It seems stupid. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I keep
Anthony actually has a Sirius XM tattoo on his ass. He's planning to have it removed. It's kind of
I put the tattoo right where they fucked me.
I would imagine you having a big Thug Life one right across your back.
It's below that. The Sirius XM one.
It's oddly enough, like through the '90s when I was really kind of coming up, and everybody was getting a tat. I never got one. I don't have any tats either.
Does anyone here have a tat? No.
You know what are
a bunch
cool
of boring
too?
white guys.
I find military tattoos to be really cool looking because you're really part of a brotherhood. If you're in the Marine Corps, the Navy, whatever you did, there's a cool tattoo that's sort of a brotherhood type tattoo, and you see other guys with it, and you're like, hey, yeah, me too. And it's an instant sort of conversation starter or what have you. But I don't have anything like that, and there's nothing that I care about, like I said, enough to. What am I gonna write? Put a tattoo of my own face on myself?
Oh wow! Yeah. So that's the thing you care about so much.
Yeah,
you want to
I care about me. I mean, I like me a lot, but like that's about it.
I was thinking of one where I could pull my shirt down and go, "Not welcome."
Just really intensely.
Maybe not.
So I'm looking at my topics here. Let's see. Firearms dealer accidentally shoots woman while demonstrating concealed carry safety. That's always fun. Here, let's do this. So are you guys familiar with the Hobby Lobby decision?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So for listeners, in a nutshell, there was a company called Hobby Lobby that's owned and operated by Christians who used their religious belief as a way to say that they didn't want to buy contraceptives and perhaps day after pills and things like that. Like they didn't want to provide a certain portion of what's in Obamacare, and they
didn't want to pay into a system that provided that birth control because they felt it was against their religious beliefs.
Thank you. All right, perfect. So now Satanists are running with this thing. And they're using the Hobby Lobby to play "quote unquote" devil's advocate. And,
literally,
apparently, hold on, it's with the
devil's advocate. Look, but don't touch. don't taste.
So, according to the Satanist religion, that women who are looking into abortions, currently some states have a law that says they have to watch a video and read some pamphlet, or at least be given some pamphlet that lets them know about the horrible side of abortions, right? Like what the abortion looks like, what your baby can do at this particular stage of its development, and things like that. So it is against devil worshipping to give out these pamphlets, and they're trying to use this Hobby Lobby thing as a precedent to make it so that becomes illegal.
Well, that won't happen because I don't think anyone in the criminal justice system takes Satanists very seriously.
You say that, but part of the core thing is that you can't pick and choose between religions. Now, obviously, Christianity is kind of a bigger, more established thing than Satanism, but you can't just say well, they're not Christian, therefore we don't take that religion seriously.
I think they can pick and choose when it comes to Satanism.
Yeah. Nobody's going to uphold in court. Senators aren't going to come out we stand with the Satanists in every pursuit. There's no way.
Look, I'll cut those baby dick suckers some slack. That's a real religion they've got over there. But you start talking about Satanism, those guys are just being assholes.
Imagine if Satanists sucked little baby dicks. We'd be like, those sick fucks. I can't believe they're getting away with this. Nastiness.
I'm totally okay with those Orthodox Jews sucking that baby dick. Don't care. I really am. Just don't care.
The attorneys who are talking about this case and discussing whether or not how it's going to play out, they say that the courts do not pick and choose between beliefs. I know you guys are pretty comfortable doing that, but the courts apparently don't pick and choose between which beliefs are legit and which ones aren't. And it puts the Christians in an odd place in that they have to argue that a religious group should lose the claim that's on par with the Hobby Lobby claim. And I thought it was interesting.
I just don't think you can take the Satanists seriously. They're like they're about as serious as the Westboro Baptist Church. They've kind of shriveled away to nothing. You don't hear anything since that Fred Phelps guy died.
They're like the short bus of Christianity.
Not to change topics or anything, but they're just always in the back of my mind, those evil people that exist somewhere.
I don't think those Satanists have enough people anyway to really get a lawyer and really spend a lot of money to.
Yeah, it'd be expensive.
Yeah.
No, all it is a bunch of like 18-year-olds like, I'm not gonna be a Christian anymore, man. I'm gonna be a Satanist. I'm going the other way. My parents will see. They'll all see. Like that's what this is. Like,
he changes his name to Dark Rider or something.
Yeah, his name's like Dark Phantom or Night.
It was either Satanism or he was gonna be one of the vampire kids.
I'm not Kenny anymore. I'm Dark Steve, and I'm a Satanist. Like all that horse shit.
That's scary. like that's kind of like a cliche, like 90s kid or something. But what if you actually had a kid that was like that went dark side on you and became a vampire kid or something? Because that happens.
I'd film all of it and show it to him in 4 years.
That would be difficult to deal with.
That's brilliant parenting. I love it.
like just go with it. Yeah, tell me more, Darkwing. Tell me more about how black your heart is. Like holding the camera. Oh, really? As dark as the night and empty as the moon. This is gonna be great at your wedding reception.
Yeah, like Christmas.
Wait till you're
3
a
years
fucking
later.
paralegal asshole. You're gonna love this.
Everyone
gather around. Let's see how much of a bag.
You'd like to think you'd have a sense of humor about it, like, but in the back of your head, you'd be like, "This kid's 14 years old. He's fucking in the basement because he says the light hurts his eyes, and he's got fake vampire teeth that cost $325. When I was his age, I spent that money on a fucking baseball bat, and I was traveling around playing ball. What the fuck am I doing? Like that would be the worst.
Oh,
that's because you didn't get it. You didn't get it, Kyle. Ugh.
Well, it wouldn't be the worst.
No, it wouldn't be the worst.
Conformist.
No, you could have the kid who fucking murders that toddler and spends the 25 to life. That's the worst case scenario. That would suck.
Man,
I still don't know how I feel about that. That seems excessive, right? 25 years? Like, I understand what he did, but he's so young. It just seems...
That's the challenge. He was 16,
He's
if you guys
16,
forgot the
and you
age.
give him 25.
Man, when I went from
Doesn't that
13
seem
to
excessive?
15, I was a totally different person. 15 to 17, kind of different.
Dude, I was such
But
a
then from,
knucklehead when I was
17
15
to
or
19
16.
and 21, like my maturation process, a little slow and dramatic, though. Like, I was such an idiot at 17 that... bigger idiot than most of you have involved in your life.
Murder a baby idiot is a lot different.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have killed a baby. We wouldn't have killed fucking babies. That's true. We didn't kill any babies, and we didn't even come even fucking close to killing a baby.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll
Not
say
even
this.
once.
Get this fucked up thought that was in my head. So before I had children, I used to watch shows like Law and Order or like Special Victims Unit and stuff, and I'd see like babies that got killed. And I'd be like, well, I mean, the upside of it is it wasn't like a whole person yet or anything. Like, it's not like some dude that got killed. This was an infant left in the dumpster. That's hardly even a guy yet.
They become people at 5.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just your value on life.
Well,
but you didn't kill it. What I'm getting at,
until I had kids. Right now that I have kids,
here's what I'd like to
I
know.
see the potential in this thing.
You know, we're seeing such a small fraction of that kid's life in his story.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that's that kid that fucking burned puppies and shit like that. If that's the only piece of evidence I need to be like, yeah, 25 to life. I guarantee he was one of those weird motherfuckers that like tortured animals, and he like had all those like classic signs of like Dexter type sociopathy and psychopath.
There are a bunch of squirrels outside his house that are happy he's gone.
Exactly, right? Like I bet this guy has crucified his share of rodents. Like this is the guy who keeps a journal with pieces of animals. Yeah, weird shit
Looks like
that,
the end
man.
of Spartacus with
I mean, don't get me wrong. I smashed my share of like lizards with bricks, but I didn't crucify any animals or burn any puppies in bags or anything. Like,
yeah, I don't think you go from the best kid in the neighborhood, the little helping hand, to beating a baby to death one day.
Right?
Nowhere.
Right?
Can I help
There's
you
a-
with your driveway?
There's a few missing links in there where like a couple of kittens went missing and like the animal shelter burned down one spring.
On the paths in the woods.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lots of crows being found around with their eyes gouged out. Like, this is probably an evil kid. Like, we're probably okay. Though I don't trust our criminal justice system very much.
I think we have enough information to say, fuck them.
Yeah, and in this case, yeah, this is an fuck him. Yeah, because he just looked like a mean little kid, and he beat that toddler to death.
Yeah,
Which,
just
and it takes a lot to beat a toddler to death. Let's not forget that. Like, I mean, he had to beat the shit out of that kid, right?
Not really, just one well-placed hit with a ball peen hammer will do it. Like,
Is that what he did?
No.
How did he how did he actually? I didn't catch that part either. Did he use a weapon or did he like fisticuff this guy, stomp him, like smother him? That kind of matters. Like if he got a weapon, that's a big deal. And if it was blows to the head or something or like strangulation,
they would have mentioned that. If it was they were like, he's not a very experienced babysitter. He beat him to death with a machete.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah,
I don't think you have to
apply.
go to a fucking class to learn that. And so, like, I don't know, maybe he just shook it too much. Like,
what a
shut the fuck
scumbag
up.
lawyer too. You could tell that guy was a piece of shit. He wasn't an experienced babysitter, Your Honor. And I wish the the judge would be like, no shit. Yeah. On the
What if
first
the judge
try.
was just like, wait, you're telling me this was his first time, baby? Okay, this is a huge misunderstanding.
That would have been hilarious.
You know.
Well, why didn't you say so, Sonny? I didn't realize it was your first time. Hell, my first time I killed 3. No, you're 25 to life.
A non-experienced babysitter probably gives the kid like the wrong baby food or something.
Or chocolate, or lets him stay up too late.
Doesn't put him to bed at the right time. Not beating him to death.
Yeah, the kid survives. Even in the worst case scenarios, the kid survives the night.
Right, he lives.
They came back and the kid was literally dead. Like those poor parents. Like imagine, like their big problem leaving. They're like, oh, I hope it gets its formula on time, and then when we get back, it's not going to cry. It's always crying. Not anymore. Little do they know. But then they get back, and it's just like little snafu with the baby. It is upstairs and downstairs and in the bathroom a little bit. Like,
so, and here's what happened. Here's what happened. Let me have the floor for a second.
Excellent.
So he was babysitting 2 kids. One was the it looks like the kid was 5 years old. Wait, is this the right person?
You got another baby beater?
I think so, but this looks like the same guy. That the baby they showed in the picture with like mom's little slugger was like 23 months old, right? This is the same guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mom's little slugger.
No chill.
Right. So the kid was 5 years old. He was babysitting the 5-year-old and his 3-year-old sister and 4-month-old brother. And it looks like they had a food fight, the brother and the sister. So he had
Throwing
the boy
shish kebabs.
stand in a corner, but the boy refused to stand in the corner. So he shoved him so hard in the chest that his head buckled back and fell over, knocking his head. And then he, the unresponsive child, he vomited on himself and eventually died. Oh, wait, there's more. So when they arrived home from work, they assumed the boy was napping, but he was actually dead, unresponsive, and covered with urine and vomit.
I gotta tuck him in. I gotta get out of here.
Wow.
And he had an extreme hematoma to the side of the head, bilateral
Yeah,
retina
give him 25
hemorrhages,
to life. He beat the kid to death.
swelling in the eyes and face. It seemed like not just a shove.
Yeah,
It
this
sounds
guy
like he beat
deserves
that
to rot.
kid horribly. Yeah, and then he didn't seek help.
Psychopathic piece
Like
of
that
shit.
kid probably could have been saved if he dialed 911 after he fucking bashed his head in, but he
Yeah.
put him to bed.
If he didn't play fucking, Weekend at Bernie's with him instead of calling the hospital.
Exactly. How long did you think you were going to keep this up, Slugger? You're going to have this kid, like, bobbling around in your arms, just, like, shaking him a little to make him look real? Like, no.
The parents come home and you're, like, having a chicken fight in the pool with him, like, whoa, you're out of control here.
Weeks go
I'll
by.
bring him inside in a minute.
Tommy's the best babysitter we've ever had. I swear to God, I haven't heard little Jimmy cry in weeks.
Yeah.
I'm going to
He
give
has
him a
kind of
raise.
his root days. Smells a little funky, though.
And boy, is he committed over here every day. That is terrible, terrible things.
Right.
Yeah, but that kid's probably getting horrible things done to him somewhere in the criminal justice system right about now. Even if he's in some sort of juvenile detention center, I hear those things aren't so much fun if you're if you're not able to take care of yourself either. The only person I know who's ever been to like a real deal one that was like one of those places for like, I don't know, boys, whatever age, 14 to, I think it was 13 or 14 to like 16 or 17.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And rape happened in there. Like the dude that I knew got raped real good while he was in there.
You're sure he was so happy when rape came up? Like,
and he was like a big scary guy, and he got raped in there. He was a rapist himself. That was one of the reasons he went in there.
You were telling the story, and your shark is just all straight faced, and then you mentioned rape, and he's like,
and now rape talk. But yeah, like he was a big guy, and he took a raping while he was in there.
He's happy again. I'm sorry.
And he was a scary guy as well. As you know, like the prison environment is one where like people have shivs and stuff, and stabbings are kind of a thing.
I've seen movies.
So, yeah. Well,
I know a thing or two about prison. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. You've seen movies. All right. So it's actually like that apparently. So he came out of this juvenile detention lifestyle with this fondness for stabbing people. He enjoyed it. He'd done a lot of it, and he wanted to bring it to the real world, so he did. And he would drive around with multiple knives that were stabbing knives that he just thought would be good to stab one with, and he was hoping a scenario would come up where it would. And it often did. I can remember 2 scenarios where he stabbed someone a little. You know, he doesn't like go Jason on you. He doesn't get you on the ground and pump you full of knife wounds. But he'd grab the kitchen knife that he keeps on like the speedometer area of his truck, hop out, stick you a little, and then run away. He was a stabber.
He just would stab people.
I think I'd rather be shot than stabbed.
Well, it was really a poke. He'd give you a little poke.
Well, all right. A poke, I mean, that deadly, deep
gash. Yeah.
I don't know.
That would be terrible.
I don't know.
Real bad.
Just white hot agony. Just the cold.
Yeah.
All right, Taylor, I'll start with you. You have your choice here. You can have a knife wound to the thigh, or you can be raped. Pick it.
Knife wound to the thigh.
Knife wound to the thigh?
All right, tell me about this rape.
All right.
Wait, which end of the rape am I on? That's important.
You're the receiving end.
Oh, then I'll stick with that.
Yes.
Okay, tell me more about this.
Tell you more about the rape?
All right. Tell me more about the rape.
So,
who's the rapist?
All right, the guy's like, I don't know, 5'10", brown hair, 41 years old. Just shaved his beard.
It says you're the rapist. Okay,
it's my fantasy.
Okay, so I know you've got wet platinum handy. I know you've got my favorite brand of lubricant.
The guy wants to treat you nicely. He cares for you.
Really?
And,
Is that? Are you serious about that? Because if I would take the raping if he cares about me and if he's going to be gentle.
Over the knife wound to the thigh.
How big is this knife?
I'm just thinking.
Are we talking about like a buck knife, like the kind of thing like an outdoorsman would pull out and like
I had
click
pictured
open?
a serrated kitchen steak knife.
And wait, you can't have a nice raping. It's got to be that's just
He's
like
offering a nice raping.
Anthony, I think you're being a little judgy.
No, it's a raping. It's brutal.
Yeah, I think you're just asking me if I would have gay sex for it instead, really.
Now you're all being a little judgy.
No, that's a hard decision because I feel like the knife wound would be infinitely more painful.
Yeah, but there's also the fact that there's not a dick in your ass when there's a knife.
It would depend on the size of the knife. There is a size of knife that you get to where I would rather take the penis.
For me,
than
it's
blade.
all about the length of the rape. You know, if you were like
that as well,
it's a little rape, but it's it's going to be like 15 to 45 seconds long. Your pick. I'd be like, all right, just ease it in slow. But if it was going to be
you can't ask him. You can't do no stipulations. It's a rape. You guys keep trying to make it pleasant. Well, my personal rapist is going to
just really don't want to get stabbed, Taylor.
Talk to me. Just a little bit, work it in. Is it okay? So we want me to slow down? Like,
you back up to me. You back up to me. Like, are you sure this is a rape?
Yeah. By the end of this,
I think we're just having fun now, right?
Once you get that knife wound stitched up, 5 years later, you're not going, there was a knife in my hand. You know, take the
I'm just
knife.
imagining like a scenario where I just die from the knife wound too, because if you stab me in the thigh, you might hit my femoral artery or something. Like
Right.
I could easily bleed out from this thing, and who knows what else you might cut the thigh. You know how painful that is.
I
when
like
somebody
your answer,
punches.
Kyle. You're a true
Has someone
bro.
ever punched you in the thigh when you weren't prepared for it, like really hard? It's incredibly painful.
Yeah.
So
That
final
dead
answer from everyone.
If it's an actual rape, and the that sounds awful. That sounds like a no lubricant butthole tearing type scenario. That sounds
Well, that
pretty
tends
bad.
to be what it is.
So like that is pretty awful. The knife, but I would rather take that than like those special forces knives that Woody and I have, like those big SEAL Team Elite knives. I gotta take a dick before I take that thing, man. Like that
I'm gonna
thing
do
would
an-
probably kill.
For me,
got
over
stabbed in
under.
the thigh.
If the rape is over 2 minutes, I'll take the knife. Otherwise, I'll take the rape. Anthony?
Well, you're saying like the big knives or
Yeah, how
small,
big's the knife?
Then you might as well say, is it a big dick or a small dick?
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
I mean, I've been told it's all right.
I think I got to go with the knife.
6-inch blade, 6-inch penis. That makes it easy.
Just for the psychological damage that it would give you years later. No, I got to go with the knife.
Yeah,
He's taking the knife.
I'm definitely agreeing with Anthony because 6 months later, you're going to go to a bar and be like, dude, I got stabbed in the leg. Show somebody a cool scar. You can't walk in and be like openly weeping like, I was violated 6 months ago or whatever. Like, you
Well,
can't,
we're not
you can't
telling
do that.
anybody about this.
And
That's
then you
part of
show
the deal.
people your butthole. like, here's where it happened.
No,
As
I
you
think
do.
I could. I think I could swallow that kind of evil down into the pit of my soul and just make it like it never happened. Yeah,
Wow.
I think I just pushed
That's
that
not
down.
all you'd be swallowing with that decision.
Now that's not part of the deal. That changes things.
You don't get to make the deal. This happens however he wants it.
Oh dear God.
All right, well, this is
I just-
macabre. Do you have any more really sad news stories? Maybe a kid died
no,
or a
I've
Yeah,
puppy
got a
burned
product
alive.
for sale here.
Oh,
All right.
see what-
So check out
what's
the
going on in
chat.
Israel right now. Anything cheery?
Hold on, no. So this is White Power Milk. It was suggested that we talk about this.
Oh,
WhitePowerMilk.com.
Yeah, whitepowermilk.com. And it turns out that, sure, milk is available at your local grocery store, and it meets USDA government standards for quality, but has it been gargled by a white woman?
Not yet.
Not yet. So these people are offering white power milk, where you choose the girl of your, I guess, that meets your fancy, and then she gargles the milk on your behalf.
Mm-hmm. And you can watch a video of her gargling it.
I was
this is a
reading-
handy service. Pre-gargled milk. I always hate having to gargle it myself.
So, and these women aren't just normal women, right? They're like accomplished women that do this milk gargling. Like this one is from Cambridge, Massachusetts. She's descended from the Schwab family. She went to the St. Paul's High School, and she goes to college at MIT, majoring in engineering. Her hobbies are volunteering and swimming, and she's also a milk gargler.
Wow.
Holy.
That's a hobby.
No, the hobby is volunteering and swimming. Milk gargling, I think, is her profession.
It's $100.
$100 for
half
gargled
an
milk.
ounce of 10-second gargled milk.
For 2 ounces in 15 seconds?
I
It's
don't think
230.
Oh, that's clearly a discount. I mean, you
This
get
is-
quadruple the milk and 50% more gargling for only a 30% increase.
This can't
Yeah.
be real.
5'7", 130 pounds. She's going to Harvard.
Who are we looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at 24-year-old Nora. She's the one with the glasses.
I think
she's
we
into
should
hiking.
all pick our milk gargling girl. This may be a good use for Patreon money, to be quite honest.
Oh, what if we got some of that milk and fucking drank that shit?
Oh.
I'll drink some. Hey, I'll drink some of Sarah's milk.
So, Cassidy seems like a good pick.
Hey, if you buy a half ounce of Sarah's milk, I'll fucking I'll drink that shit.
You're gonna get a lot more than a half ounce.
Wait,
said that.
Sarah, let me pick here. Okay, Sarah, she is. Let's see.
She's
going
23
to
years
Vanderbilt
old.
University. Nice. She's studying law. She enjoys horseback riding and reading, and based on this picture, her dental work is outstanding. I think she's had orthodontic work. This is too perfect.
Too.
Yeah, I like it.
Anthony looks so uncomfortable. looking
Anthony,
at this.
you want some? You want some of this milk, man?
I don't think I'm going out on a limb here saying it's very fetishy and a little niche.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I don't think this is something that is going to be sweeping the store shelf.
No, not at all. To be honest, I'm a bit disgusted by it, but I'm willing to do it because I think it'd be funny.
This is something you should tell little Jimmy about.
I
He's always
should
open to new
consider
things.
Georgie here. Georgie goes to Oxford University. She went to the Westminster High School. She descends from the Walden family, a banking tycoon, I suppose.
I find her unattractive. I don't want to drink her gargled milk.
She begins with a time-honored noble creaminess, then surprises with a touch of fresh mint.
I don't give a shit. She looks. Her eyebrows look gross. For me, it's either Sarah or Abigail. And
Sarah or Abigail? Okay, let me see. We looked at Sarah already.
maybe Nora, but Amanda and Cassidy and Georgie are just unattractive in my opinion.
I mean, I'm looking at Abigail's breeding, and she's a hotel heiress, and I don't think she's really keeping up with the breeding of the other girls. This is white power milk, after all.
How does it even matter who does it? This is revolting.
You don't think it matters? To me, it's a bit like kissing a girl. Like it's some, it's fluid, it's mouth fluids and stuff that I'm willing to take in. Apparently.
Really, you're going that route? There's no way.
Yeah, right.
It's just
which one of these girls? Which one of these girls do you actually want to swap spit with? That's the real question, right?
But you're not swapping spit. You're
I kind of am. Well, I'm buying it actually. For an exorbitant amount of money, I might say. So if I'm paying top dollar for this spitty milk, then I want it from a hot girl. How could that not make sense to you?
If we're straight up looking at girls in terms of
and
hotness,
I think you're a pussy if you don't drink some of it too.
I think Amanda's the hottest one here.
Amanda? Hang on, let me go back.
Oh, and by the way, when you get to Amanda, be sure to look at her gargling picture.
This is one of those things like in Japan where they buy the panties out of vending machines and stuff. It's just these crazy...
Where do I click to find that girl?
Let's see. She's in the bottom right, Amanda.
Yeah, it's all just weird fetish. Japan has all those vending machines with fucked up stuff.
Amanda?
Yeah.
So click the girls and then bottom right, Amanda. And then the third picture there.
That's just her best possible angle with her chin pointing to the sky. She only looks good because her head's tilted all the way back. Look at the first picture, how wide her jaw is. It's awful. And she's got that beauty mark, if you want to call it that.
Do you ever think these girls
may have different
finish
tastes in
blowing their
women.
boyfriend and then gargle the milk and then spit it?
Oh, come on. How can we think Amanda's the best looking of these chicks?
I mean, I don't like Amanda's hair. I find it to be a little matted down and not full with health.
Her skin looks bad.
I like her jawline, whereas you don't.
She has your jawline. That's your jawline.
Think about the other women that I think are pretty.
That woman has your exact jawline. You like her because she looks like you.
Emma Watson, is that her name?
You want a girl that could hold a lot of milk in her jaw, in her mouth, right?
Yeah, right? This is a milk gargling jaw right there.
I don't like it. No. I don't. I find her to be one of the least attractive. Although this Cassidy chick up here has a weird thing going on that I find her to be pretty unattractive, and Georgie too. Georgie's kind of gross looking. She looks like a fucking doll that hasn't been taken well care of.
You know, I think part of it that plays into it, I think brunettes are more attractive than blondes.
I agree.
Well, I'm not really picky about that at all, but I find Amanda to be one of the least attractive, like definitely in the bottom 50% of these ladies.
I like a nice Ronald McDonald looking ginger.
Yeah, there you go.
Me too. I like a kind of girl that you have to time the amount of time you bring her out in the sun.
Right.
Just to make sure you can get back in time.
I think that's what you have, Taylor.
Oh. No, she's fine with that.
Both of my kids are like that, actually. Like, if we take them to the pool at something, we'll do it at like 6 p.m. We call it the ginger hour. And that's when they can go outside.
Wow.
All the other kids are tan, and your kids are putting on SPF 50. Look like they just jumped in a big vat of mayo before they go in at 6
You're laughing,
p.m.
but that's exactly the case.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
My cousin has most of the. I think he has 2 out of 3 of the symptoms of being a ginger. So I think he's a 2/3 ginger. He doesn't have the super sun sensitivity, but he's got the red hair and the freckles. But I like to make fun of him. My favorite. South Park really goes after them, don't they?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
they
They're
do it
the
more than
best. They
once?
go after everyone.
Those guys have so much money.
All right, Kyle. I just want you to
Yes.
stack rank these girls in terms of beauty.
Okay.
Just pick the
Wait.
top 2, actually.
Do you have a new list or something?
Oh,
that I
here,
should
I'll
be
give you the
looking to?
list if you can't find the 6 girls.
Oh, is it the White Power girls?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you want me to rank them from like top to bottom?
Yeah.
Number 1, I would say like the best looking. We're gonna go in that from best to worst looking. Sarah. And then it's kind of hard, but I'm gonna say Abigail, and then Nora.
Can you give locations? All right, so
Okay, so
bottom center, top center, bottom
top
left.
center, bottom left, and then I would say,
It's all about the jaw, isn't it? You're picking
I
between
probably
the right
have
two.
to. I probably have to go to Amanda,
Uh-huh.
then and then to Cassidy, and then to Georgie.
Really?
Yes.
All right, so I would go. I think Sarah's the top one. Although I'm to me, it's either Sarah or Amanda, which is bottom center and bottom right. Those are my top 2, and I'm having a hard time ranking them. And then top center, Abigail. Bottom left, Nora. Top right, Georgia. And for me, Cassidy is third. Her ratios are off. Too much nose, not enough chin. Too much eye. Too
The
wide
ears.
eyes. Does she need specialty sunglasses?
Yeah, she's odd looking.
Yeah.
Not in a good way.
These girls,
Not gonna gargle. Not gonna drink her milk.
they're very attainable girls.
Yes, that's the thing. I will agree with that.
I would say Abigail, yeah.
Normally, I wouldn't have to pay for this milk.
And then Sarah, and then it just goes really downhill from there really quickly. And that friggin' Amanda, if you have a daughter that has a little beauty mark by her lip, if you don't pull that out with a melon baller in the first year of her life, you're doing her a grave disservice.
Most of the time. Yep.
Most of the time.
There's just there are very few Cindy Crawfords out there, and a lot of Amandas out there.
Yes.
Oh. So where did you come upon this white power milk thing?
Oh, that
'Cause
particular one was given by the subreddit.
Is it real, or like if I keep clicking, will they ship that shit to me? Is that real?
I'm pretty sure it's real.
Or is this like the baby giraffe thing? Remember that internet thing where they had the baby? No, it was the miniature giraffe, and you could go to this. It wasn't even real, but they were pretending like there was an island where they were growing miniature giraffes as pets, and they were like these super. They were these pets for like the super wealthy because they were so exclusive, and they had this live stream where you could watch the baby giraffe or the miniature giraffe chill out and hang out in its enclosure, and it was like a giraffe the size of like a dog. Is any of this familiar to you?
No.
Wings still believes it, I bet. I had Wings so convinced of it.
I remember that.
Yeah, I had a friend.
Buying a mini giraffe.
I told him I was buying one, and he was like, "Oh shit, that's gonna be cool." like I had him hook, line, and sinker, and I never told him any different. So I guarantee, if you brought it up and he was like, "Hey, remember the giraffes?" He'd be like, "Yeah, whatever happened to that? You didn't get it?" he still believes that they're real, and they're like.
Know that there's not mini giraffes. Who doesn't know this?
Well, there was a video attached as well that there was some very good CGI, and
I
had him convinced. It was like I remember Planet of the Apes had that viral commercial that had like a monkey picking up an AK-47 and shooting.
I still get that one. Get that one. Dude, check this out, dude.
They think it's real.
Yeah.
They think it's real. You're like, yeah, that's a Planet of the Apes commercial.
Yeah.
Shit.
There's no excuse to be fooled by CGI anymore. If it looks ridiculous, you should be able to know.
I don't know, man. Some of
the
it's
dragon
so good now.
looked pretty good in The Hobbit, but at no point was I like, "Holy shit, where did they find this guy? Why? How is I not seen this guy? It's gonna get typecast after this performance."
Good.
That's true, but some of the stuff now they can kind of blur because they blur it now. A lot of the stuff will be real in the foreground, and they'll mesh it really well with CGI, and it's hard to tell what's real.
Through, like the camera work, like it's supposed to be some guy on the beach with his phone, and it shows like a UFO coming out of the water or something equally as ridiculous. You'll see because the camera will get real shaky, or they'll take it off the subject too long.
Yeah.
No, it's fake. You could tell.
I know it's fake when I see the video was recorded correctly. If it's up straight, I'm like, okay, this could be legit because some retard's like, something's happening. But
that's something I've always said. It's like, hey, homies, hold your cameras this way and your guns this way. Now you're taking great video and you're hitting your targets, not the grandma that lives in the project next door.
Win-win. I like the way you're working there.
Good advice. Help propagate more murders. Accurate shots.
I'm here to...
Oh God, I'm looking forward to our shooting trip, Woody. I got the AK-47 out. I'm getting it cleaned up. Gonna have a good time.
Yeah, you were telling me.
We're doing this sort of adventure trip where we're going and we're doing a few things next month as a group, and we're gonna go do some like zip lining and whitewater rafting. And I've never done whitewater rafting before, but I don't even know what people keep talking about the class of the rapids. I don't even know what that means. When we say that we're doing class 5 rapids, okay, I get that. Like I understand its numerical value. It's 5 is more than 1, but I don't know what that actually means. Like how do they come up with that number?
So for people who don't know what he's talking about, we have a Patreon page, Patreon/PKA, and you can go there and pledge, and you get different stuff. Like you might get early access to the show, you might get to hang out with us, you can play games with us or whatever, depending on your pledge level. And one of the things we do with the money is we're taking these adventure trips and filming it and putting it on YouTube and having a good time. The first one we're doing involves whitewater rafting, a 50-mile-an-hour zip line, and a shooting day. And it should be cool. So if you guys are interested in whatever, getting special access to the show or joining us on a trip or whatever, check out patreon.com/PKA.
How much money do they have to pay to come with us? Is it 5
That's
or 10,000?
the most expensive one. Yeah, I think it's 5.
Okay. Somebody just dropped 10,000 in there a few hours ago. I don't know if that's one of the legit guys.
Shit
or somebody
legit? I don't know.
Yeah, it's got his real address on there, apparently. So.
Oh, it's gone. He undid
Oh, it's
it.
gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's.
Well, fuck you, man. Stop trolling us. I was like, all right, now we're talking.
Righteous bugs.
Yeah.
But
we were excited for a minute. We're like, dude, because if you don't know, people are charged on the last day of the month, and this guy did like 10 grand on the last day of the month, and we're like, is this real? But he undid it already. So.
Yeah.
Fuck
bastard.
You. This is why we deliver after you pay, because you bastards will fake pay.
But yeah, that trip's. But it's a serious question though. What does it mean? The class 5 thing, like what?
I mean, at the very worst, 5 isn't a very high number, so it can't be that bad. Probably.
Yeah.
Well, that's what tornadoes go into.
But if it were like class 100, probably dangerous. But like 5,
Yeah, I'm with Merca.
Is it like Indiana Jones Temple of Doom type rapids?
Maybe. If so, it'll all work out fine.
Then it's fine, yeah.
I think it goes up to 6.
Well,
And
then pretty fucking fucked.
yeah.
So it only goes up to 6.
So the worst rapid in the world
you're gonna die.
and we're doing a 5.
Yeah.
My boating experience is kayaking down what I would describe as a 1 day last year, and that's it. That's all of my boating experience.
I've done this a bunch of times. I'm a pretty strong swimmer. I think the important takeaway is I'll be fine.
I do the
I'm
row
having a
machine
hard
at the gym, so I'm probably fine.
Honestly, wish I had.
Isn't whitewater rafting pretty much as long as the raft makes it, you make it too?
Assuming you're still in the raft.
If you're still in the raft, right, and then the raft makes it from point A to point B, you make it too. I don't know. Are you one of the guys that has to like really row and know what you're doing, or can you just kind of sit there, fake it, go along for the ride, and go like, wow, we really?
That's where I'm going with.
I went on a trip once, and where they put the raft in, you had to go up current first, and if your boat couldn't get up current, like in the first try, then they wouldn't let you do that rapid. That was was how they judged the competency of the boat.
It shows like everybody had to be fucking paddling.
Yeah. They're like, get your act together. If you can't do this, you can't come on this trip.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but
best.
I feel like it's going to be about like 30 seconds walking up to the river where you guys are like, this is awesome, this is great, and then a minute in, you're going to be like, this is horrible. This is the worst idea. We're both going to die. We've wasted all this money to get here, and we're going to drown 100 yards in.
You know, there was a little bit of realization like that on the survival trip. It wasn't like, oh, God, what have we done? Until I was, like, vomiting and stuff in the middle of the night. At that point, I was kind of like that. But, like, you know, when we first got there, we're like, oh, we really are here now in the woods, and it's completely silent.
My thing was being hungry. Like, look, we didn't stay that long. We did this Les Stroud thing, Anthony, if you don't know, where you like try and survive in the woods with very little equipment. And we had no tent, we had no food, stuff like that. But we did have a rifle and a couple knives and shit. And we were like, all right, we don't know shit about staying alive in the woods, so here we go. And after like whatever 20 hours, it was like I was hungry. I was hungry, and I had no food, and I had no promise of food coming. and we had seen a couple turtles, but fuckers are elusive, and we couldn't catch a turtle, and we were just fucked. But thankfully,
I got sick. I started vomiting.
Kyle
and
started vomiting with some sort of headache, and you know, you don't have to be the strongest. You don't have to be stronger than nature. You just need to be stronger than Kyle, and you're not the guy that pussed out.
Oh, whoa. All right, so the guy who pussed out his Wings of Redemption, first of all, he did not show up on the
fired.
trip.
Okay.
Second of all, I showed up and I did my thing. I was throwing up, and I was just laying there, and the ticks were crawling on me, and
I had ticks for days.
For days.
Oh, in my manly parts.
My manly parts, yeah, absolutely. They got everywhere.
The ticks are all over my jock, dude. That's where they like to be.
Yeah, like
wire brush.
Oh, it was awful. I got some sort of a viral infection from the whole thing. I was sick. I just have gotten over what I got on that thing.
Where were you? Cambodia? What the fuck?
North Carolina. North Carolina.
Woods,
We don't know how I got sick. At one point I got in the water to try to retrieve a turtle that I shot. I did shoot it, and I don't know what happened, but when I got to the other side, I was kind of exhausted, and I started throwing up not too long after that. And I didn't stop throwing up until late, and it was just, I don't know, dehydrated and no food, and got sick, and had to quit. But we're gonna do it again.
I think it's funny how you went for the turtle first. Like, it seems like in the survival shows, they'll first set traps for a rabbit or a squirrel, and then they'll move down a totem where it's like, all right, let's try and fish for a little tiny fish. You guys went straight for the last resort. Like, we got to get a turtle or something. Like, we've been here for 18 hours.
Yeah, it wasn't trapping season. It wasn't trapping season, so we couldn't trap animals. And technically,
oh, that sucks.
I'm not supposed to shoot that turtle, but I was so fucking hungry. I was like, I was gonna kill anything I saw. I was really hungry, and that turtle sank to the bottom of the river, and we ended up driving home. I got home right about the time the sun came up the next morning. It was a fun night.
That would have been funny if Woody decided he needed to stick it out and cannibalized you.
You know, there was almost a moment there when we were walking out when I think Woody and I were both thinking, like, on the way out, because we were seeing all these toads.
You're right.
We were walking out and there were all these toads, and we must have walked past like 8 of them. And there was a second when I was thinking, like, we could turn around, gather up all them toads, cross this freezing cold river at 1 in the morning, start our fire up again in the drizzling rain with the knowledge that there's a torrential downpour coming in the morning that's going to flood this river for the next 2 days, and live on these 8 toads. And then I just kept on fucking walking because I knew that there was a steak and shake in my future within, you know, the next few hours, and maybe some medicine. That was awful.
Well,
next time,
have to deal with it.
Oh yeah, you're coming on one of these trips though. We're gonna make a.
Oh, I will. I'll find a way.
Yeah.
I'll find a way.
I like the idea of getting you in on like one of the really bad ones, one of the ones where we have to survive or do something terrible. I want you there for that.
Why? Just so I'd be cranky the whole time?
No, I think you'd be a comedic relief in a survival scenario. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be fun.
Oh, I'll come along. I won't help, but I'll come. You know?
Yeah, that's all we ask. That's all we ask.
Great. So, Anthony, any plans for you to survive in the wild for the Cumia show?
No, the wildest I get is out back by the meticulously planted shrubbery that's out there. Years ago, like out in California with my dad, we used to get up on horseback and go riding in the hills and shoot stuff. But nowadays, I like good room service and towels and hotel rooms. Nothing. Yeah. I have no want or need to go out into the woods. Last time I went, it was with a girlfriend of mine years ago. We went hiking and got lost and fucking just sleeping in the woods, waking up wet and tired and not knowing if I was ever going to get out of there. It just sucked. I didn't have a gun. Nothing worse at night in the woods without a gun because you're just like, I'm food. I'm fucking food in here.
Yeah.
And you don't feel very safe. So no.
It's not until you're in the middle of the wilderness without a gun or some sort of modern amenity that you realize just how bitchy and feeble our human bodies are compared to all the animals living it for real. Like, they're peering through the dark, surviving every day. We get pissed if Jiffy Lube takes too long or whatever the fuck. Like, we don't stand a chance.
You could take any animal on the face of the earth, hold it up 10 times its own height, and drop it. It's fine. It walks away. A human, you fall down 2 stairs and your leg is snapped in half.
Yeah, we get so old and shitty that we can fall down, and unless you have a terrible necklace, you'll die there because you can't get up.
Oh, yeah, old fucking pretzel stick bones.
Yeah, that was nature telling us. Go ahead.
So speaking of health issues, nice little segue here. So have you guys been following the whole Ebola outbreak in Africa? It was like
Is that like a new thing?
Yeah, it was like 730 dead, something like that.
United States? Did I hear that?
2 people in the United States. Guess where they're treating the Ebola patient?
Georgia?
Atlanta.
Nice. By Kyle.
Atlanta at Emory University Hospital. That's where they're going. That's where I'm going tomorrow. I'm going to that neighborhood. This is gonna be great. There's a small chance I'll get Ebola tomorrow.
Well, at least you know that everyone in that conservative area gets their kids vaccinated. So
not for
no worry
Ebola.
there.
Well, you can add that to your list of drug cocktails you're taking for all the shit you have already.
I'm actually off all of my medications now.
We want you back on Adderall. Everyone loves Adderall.
Yeah. Back. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, for sure. Full swing on the Adderall, but I'm off the prednisone and I'm off the antibiotics and everything. I'm finally healthy again. I felt like shit for weeks.
Do we need a new topic?
Yeah.
So I put a link in the chat there, dawn.com. So I want you to look at this picture for people watching on iTunes and such. It's a picture of about a dozen women in full burqas. Pick which one would you fuck?
Oh God.
Oh.
Second one from the right.
Well, you'd have to give me like a thread count, otherwise I'd have no idea.
I'm looking, so all you can see are their eyes. Second from the right is a good choice. She looks a little sneaky and stuff. I kind of like the shortest one. She's fourth from the right. Something about me tells something about her is a little like.
Ooh, the short one with her hand out looks
She's
like no
showing
ring
hand
there.
and everything.
Single.
Kind of a slut, showing her hand, and I mean, just amongst these women, like you know the tall one that's third from the left. She doesn't look like she gets down, right? She looks a little conservative, like she'd be shy. That fourth from the right,
look a little conservative.
That one fourth from
they
the
all
right.
look like the Immortals in 300.
She's screaming to drop that burqa fourth from the right.
Yeah, she wants to bear all. All her forehead and calves.
I go for the short little Olsen twin one with her hand sticking out.
Yeah, that's the one. Fourth from the right.
Yeah.
Merca, picks here? Do you have a different...
Same one, just because you can tell from those little lady hands that it's not some dude lurking about in a sheet.
Yeah, it's a real old, one of those real old ones.
Just off, ugh.
Yeah.
Been in that world for so long that she's just seen it all and haggard, used to being abused regularly, lived her whole life in a sheet, so the only tan part looks like she's a bandit right there. When she takes off, it's like the sunglass thing, but just right here. Looks like a lunatic.
Kyle, which chick are you picking?
Kyle said BRB.
Oh, Kyle. He leaves on girl picking.
That is really a tough pick right there because you're just going on eyes and that one hand.
Yeah, second from the right is making a play at my heart.
Yeah, what was that? Does anyone know what that picture was actually taken for?
Dude, I've been Googling for burqa women for like the last 10 minutes, trying to find a lineup where you could see their eyes properly.
Dude, I don't know what they're doing, but based on, just the way they're dressed and where they probably are, I think they're about to be punished or scolded.
That sounds hot. Tell me more.
Yeah. Looks like they've done something amiss.
They were being naughty.
Yeah. What are you reading? What, you think you can get behind the wheel of a car? Western music. Wearing shorts around the house.
My daughter's learning to drive, and suddenly she's getting all judgy. Like everything I've ever done. Like apparently there was a time when I read a manual while driving, like I don't know, for stereo or something, and she's like ratting me out to her driving instructor, like giving me shit while I'm not there. See if she gets a car when she turns 16.
Yeah. Put a kibosh on that.
Yes. You thought this truck was yours? Forget it.
Maybe someday you'll have your own car manual to read while you drive your car.
There you go. Exactly.
Couldn't even imagine.
No. All right, you got any more interesting burqa pics? Although I guess if you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Actually, it's funny you said that. I did. All right. You need a new topic?
Those aren't even decorative.
No. Put like bedazzle it or something.
Yes, something.
Yeah, that's strictly forbidden. Any kind of flare, strictly frowned upon there. You got to toe the line.
So there's a cop in Seattle who has single-handedly been responsible for 80% of all the marijuana tickets issued in Seattle this year, between January 1st and June 30th. So the first 6 months, this guy gave out 66 of the 83 marijuana citations. And he had it out for, I guess he was the city's attorney. I don't remember exactly what the guy's job was. But when he wrote tickets, the attorney's name was Pete Holmes. And he would write, "Attention, Petey Holmes." The attorney was known to be, he's like a pro-marijuana activist or something. So he would hand out tickets to guys and then do "Attention, Petey Holmes." Here's one. I have it on the screen here. I can give you the link if you're interested. But I'll read it. It says, I can't read the first word. Does it say gal pipe?
Glass pipes.
Glass pipes, okay. D lost the coin flip, so he got the ticket while the other patron, I don't know, walked. D was allowed to keep the pipe. Attention, Petey Holmes. And he would do this. He would mock the city's attorney while handing out, like, marijuana tickets.
Ah. Well, what a bitch. Like, really.
Seems like a narc.
Just a professional fun ruiner.
What a narc.
Yeah.
Those are the guys though that get that cop reputation. Like I'm sure everyone knew him and was like, "Oh, be cool! Look out, this asshole's coming." We had a guy that this Suffolk County cop out here on Long Island. He had this just head of white hair, and they called him Stoneface. And he would just hassle young guys and girls that were hanging out, like the high school kids that would hang out around some of the parks just drinking booze when we were kids and stuff. And the story of Stoneface was he was only like 30 years old, but he looked real old and had the white hair because he had seen like a carload of kids just wiped out on the pavement.
Oh my God.
That's like a turn.
Horrible accident, and overnight his hair turned white, so now he doesn't put up with any shit from anything.
None of those meddling kids.
Stoneface is coming. It was the greatest story, and we all believed it while we were growing up.
That's great.
Yeah. When I was 15, I had a cop, pull me over for something stupid. And he hurt my feelings because he was like, "I'll let you go this time. You and I are going to be seeing a lot of each other as you grow up." It's like, you son of a bitch. Like, he pretty much called me a criminal. Yeah, he's like, "You're going to be a repeat customer, kid."
Oh, you got your pegged.
Yeah, he wasn't too far off.
I was at a store the other day talking to a bunch of people, and we were talking about guns and some other stuff. And the topic of that SWAT team raid where the baby got hit with the flashbang came up.
Right.
And that happened about like 30 miles from where we were having the conversation. And one guy in particular spoke up in defense of the SWAT team because apparently he's like a friend of someone who fucking flashbanged that baby. And everybody was just like, "Nope. No, we're not accepting your opinion here. You're a dumbass. No, you don't flashbang baby." He's like, "Well, it was a serious marijuana offender." And like, how fucking serious was it that we needed to flashbang the baby? And it was just like, he
Got like
was
an ounce in the
ejected.
front of his diaper.
He was ejected from the group, and I've never seen that happen in a grown man type scenario. Like that's the kind of shit that you pull in elementary school. Like Tommy smells. We don't want to talk with him. Let's go over here. We did that shit to that grown ass man because it was just nobody wanted to hear that shit. Him defending the SWAT team, throwing the flashbang crap.
Well, you never know. Kids could be armed. I think it's just in their best interest, safety.
You're loud.
Yeah,
You never know what they could be hiding in that crib.
I'm weighing it in my head. I am clearly more in favor of suckling bleeding infant penises than I am flashbanging babies.
Yeah, totally. Flashbanging is much more evil than sucking the baby penises.
You see me in Call of Duty, I lob those fuckers everywhere.
No.
Yeah, but there's no babies in there.
No. You ever hear the fucking? You hear the comments? Says the whole game is babies, little fuckers.
Hey, you're a faggot. You're a faggot.
Suck. You suck. Sell the game. You're a piece of shit. You suck. Why'd you even buy this? Shut up. You sound old. Shut up.
You sound old. That's bad. And I've done that. I feel like it's weird that I've been playing video games so long that I've went from the guy who, if I heard someone who sounded old, I would think it a bit odd, to the guy who sounds a bit old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to compliment them on their observational power, right? They'd be like, "Dude, you're a faggot nigger," and I'd be like, "You're amazing at this. Like, how did you know? Like, most people can't tell just by listening. Like, are you like a circus carny that guesses heights and weights? You know, like, tell me more about me, because you really nailed me with the faggot nigger thing. Well done."
You should have started like speaking thug talk, but with a lisp.
Oh no.
I mean, shit, man. You know what I'm all about.
That's.
Well.
Do we want to talk about the evil in the Gaza Strip and with Israel? You want to talk about what's going on over there? Because there's hundreds and hundreds of people dying. People dying every day.
1,000
big international
plus.
Big international mess. Some countries are calling Israel terrorist. Some people are calling Hamas terrorists and the Palestinians. And we are sending them ammunition currently.
I think that every one of them is wrong. Everyone over there is wrong.
Pick
they
a
need to
side.
get over it.
Pick a side.
I side with the Jews just in case Jesus comes back while we're doing the podcast.
That is a strong decision. I second. Second.
Yep. I'm siding Jesus on this one.
Anytime you try to put any logical solution toward a problem that's been there for thousands of years and is based on religion, you're a fucking idiot. There's no way there's a solution to that. Both sides feel they're entitled to the land based on religious beliefs, so no one will go to somewhere else. Like, someone in the world could just go, "Oh, we'll solve this. We'll give you Washington State. There you go. Here's Washington State. That's your new homeland." "Oh, but it's not Jerusalem. We need the home." and like, it'll never get solved while they feel that they're entitled to this religious holy land. It's all this abracadabra, magical, invisible people stuff. Yeah. So it'll never get solved.
So what'd you say? Anytime you try to pick a side based on you're a fucking idiot, I'll take Hamas.
All right, I'm gonna take
Not because I think they're right. It's hard to tell who's right, but because I really like a good underdog story, right?
No,
like
they're both. Yeah, they're both idiots. They're fighting over the only part of the Middle East with no oil in it. It's like the size of a suburb in a regular area. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's like fighting over the parking lot in an abandoned mall. None of this makes sense. They are idiots.
That's a
I think the Gaza Strip is like. I think the Gaza Strip. I heard it today. It was I think it was 8 times bigger than Manhattan. So pretty big.
But still.
Oh, it's about the size
really
of Chicago.
Not.
I saw it. Like someone did a nice thing. That Chicago and the Gaza Strip are almost the exact same.
Yeah,
this is like the active part of Chicago, like at the coastline.
Only less people are dying in the Gaza Strip.
right.
It's because they need more guns in Chicago.
Right.
Oh, but yeah, if you look at the coastline of Chicago and the coastline of the Gaza Strip, you'll find they're really similar, and they're almost like a mirror image of each other.
Yeah, and they're both small enough to be considered, not worth a war. You know?
Gonna
Or I
be
guess
all-
they already have little tiny countries anyway, so that little amount is like boosting them up into the real country territory. You know,
It's
all
like
the
I
countries
said-
are.
It's like I said last week. The thing about Israel is this: whether you think they're right or you think they're wrong, or you think they're defending themselves, or you think they're terrorists and murderers and killers, you don't want to fuck with Israel. You just don't. We've been loading them up with our best goodies for years and years and years. They've got really good armament. They're super well trained. They're like the fucking Spartans of the modern age.
Very good
I mean,
financially.
that too. They know how to handle their money. But when they go after somebody, they just do. I mean,
And believe me,
look at history.
they do not want any of those shenanigans that went on in the 40s, 30s and 40s ever happening again. So they're really kind of paranoid when people say they want them wiped from the face of the earth.
Yeah, and that's what people say. They're saying that shit in France in the streets
Yeah.
right now.
Say that again. There's what in France in the streets?
They're talking about gassing Jews in the streets of France. That's
Are you
what the
serious?
protest. Yeah, that's what the protesters are screaming.
So
Yeah.
they don't take any of that shit lightly, you know?
Well, the protesters in
it's-
Israel are screaming some nasty shit too. Like, school's closed tomorrow because you don't have any kids left. That's that's an Israeli protest.
Because they blew the school up, maybe.
No, because they said there's no school tomorrow because there's no kids left. That was a chant that was happening. I saw it's on YouTube.
Well, shit.
Yeah,
I don't know about all that, but what I'm saying is,
I saw it. I saw it.
Okay. All
Not
right,
a very
fair
catchy
enough.
chant.
Well, maybe it works better. It wasn't English; it was Hebrew, but it was like translated.
Yeah, it probably rhymes in Hebrew. It's probably really, really musical and beautiful.
Could be.
Yeah.
No school today, the children die. It's just like really nice. It's like, that just rolls off the tongue. That's
There was
honey
some
to the
more
ears.
too. They
That
had a
was
bunch
dead
of chants that would make you blush.
Your
It was-
ancestors will cry in the mountain of forever. Something like that. It's always something really deep and like scary. Something ominous.
Yeah. A lot of
That wasn't
blood.
any of those things.
No? Alright, maybe not. I will say this about it. It's going to be interesting to watch the whole thing fold out because, like I said, Israel really has some toys to play with.
That's where I was headed, right? Like, if Israel's being villainized for anything, it's by winning. It's for winning too well, you know? And then you ask yourself, like, well, are you not allowed to win? You know, it's clear that, like, if Israel were to stop
If
right
you
now...
find yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck.
So, like, imagine that I was, like, there's some guy who was way bigger and way stronger than me. And I just constantly, like, poked at him, right? You know, every time we were nearby, I just kind of annoyed him and poked at him. And eventually he was like, Woody, yeah, and bops me down like a cartoon character. Would I say, hey, that was kind of uncalled for. You beat me up too much based on what a little shit I was being. It's an analogy that fits the Middle East here. You know, these guys are firing ineffective rockets. I forget who came over there. Someone was like, open up the airport. These rockets aren't doing shit. You know, they're like, oh, they fired 3,000 rockets at Israel, which to us as Americans sounds horrible because we hear 3,000 rockets and we assume like 50,000 casualties because our rockets hit things. They fire rockets over there and they just like harmlessly fall in the sand or fail to detonate or whatever. 3,000 rockets is like 6,000 rocks. You know, it's not as big a deal as it sounds.
Nah, man. Look, if Mexico was shooting some shitty ass rockets up into Texas, we would wipe those motherfuckers from the face of the earth.
Yeah,
it would be game over. It would be turn your burrito asses to glass. Like it would be over. There would be so much Mexican hate in the streets of America.
Oh.
Like you don't mess. It would be like don't mess with Texas and like a boot kicking like a stereo. Like they would really beef it up.
If you're not American, you have
equipment doesn't mean the intent isn't there to do some damage, you know.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
And one of the reasons those rockets are so ineffective is because of that crazy missile defense system they have called Iron Shield.
Right, Iron
Like
Shield
they
works.
have,
yeah.
They have this thing, and I've seen it work. It's incredible. It detects missiles coming in, and it fires its own missile into the air and just like knocks the thing out of the air. It's what we claimed we had back in the Gulf War with the Patriot missile system, but that shit didn't really work. It was just us like pretending like it worked, I guess, to make ourselves look special in front of the Russians.
Hit the explosive and made it land in 50 places instead of one.
Yeah, it worked like 5% of the time.
So I think the problem Israel's having right now too is the fact that they've always had the United States' unwavering support, and they don't now. I mean, under Obama, he isn't a staunch supporter of everything Israel, like we had been for years and years. So I don't think they can really go that full bore, let's go in there with everything we have and fuck these people up without the support of the United States.
I don't think they need it. I think they got the planes. Like they got F-16s and F-18s.
Well, I know they have it, but I'm not even talking about the hardware. I'm just talking about that support, that knowing that anyone else that would want to fuck with Israel knows they would have to contend with us too. And I don't think that feeling, that sentiment is there anymore.
I think that's why they're being so aggressive, maybe, because they're having to kind of show that maybe they don't need it. Maybe that's in their head. Because you're right, the Obama administration hasn't backed them at all.
No.
Every step of the way. And there's been lots of little leaks.
I feel like they haven't backed them verbally, but we still give them tons and tons of money. We still sell them tons and tons of military equipment. While we might say, hey guys, I think you might be overreacting, our actions are as supportive as they've ever been before.
But there's a lot more equity in just support, like the hardware and money. We give hardware and money to countries we could give a shit about, but that vocal support, like, hey, don't fuck with Israel, they're our pals. I think there's a lot more equity in that than just shipping over hardware.
You think so? I don't know. Like, I wonder what we have to say behind closed doors, right? We might in public say things like, hey, I'm not so sure about this, but you shut the door and you go to the conference room, be like, Israel, fuck them up, I got your back.
Because we did send them ammo. We're currently sending them more.
Yeah, and I don't think they're doing that either, though. I don't think Obama's doing that either.
No, they are. They sent ammo today. Oh, I don't know if there's. I don't think Obama's saying good things behind closed doors. I don't think he personally
if they sent
likes
ammo today, I mean, actions speak louder than words to me. But
he's probably
I didn't punch that girl. I just had words that I said she was a. See, I got fired for words, not actions. So apparently actions don't speak louder than words.
No, tweets do.
Yes, tweets speak louder than everything. It's like rock, paper, scissors.
God, just scrolling through that when you were going on that tweet rampage, I'm like, oh, fuck, it's over. I was like, oh, that show, and I had just gotten the free XM thing, and I had just bought it, and then I just quit it the next day.
No,
oh, come on.
Dude, I don't care about any other ones.
the music channels are really nice.
Opie and Jim are doing a good job, to be fair.
I know. I like them guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor bastards having to deal with that Sirius XM bullshit. Well,
yeah, I thought Sirius was, going to be the company that let you run wild. I remember people were complaining when Howard first went there, like, we can't even compete with him. It's not fair. He's going to be able to use curse words. And then,
curse nothing. It's not even the cursing. Like that to me isn't the uncensored part of satellite radio, being able to say fuck, who cares? It's the content and being able to address subjects that are people are sensitive about. That's the shit that they have to get behind and support, which they're obviously not.
Yeah, I wonder how this show would go over.
Yeah. They're sucking the blood out of the baby dick part, or
well, see, if we had a budget and we were on Sirius, I think we would want to simulate that in some way. So we would get some sort of we would get a little person instead of blood. It'd be like jam, and then we'd pay some fat guy to suck the jam off. And
no, you said baby dick. Just get Bobo, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we do a contest to find like the man with the smallest penis or something to be the baby dicked man, and then make that simulated sex act happen.
You'd be right back on this site in a second.
I've seen similar stuff on Stern. He's done some nasty stuff before. I've seen some teabagging going. I've seen some balls getting licked.
Well, let me tell you, Stern gets away with a lot more than anybody else on the Sirius XM platform.
I would imagine so. I would imagine he's got some special rules.
Yeah, he can pretty much do whatever he wants. Everyone else nets him.
I remember he was pissed whenever with the Sirius XM merger because he felt like he was supposed to get paid for those subscribers that were added on, like the total amount of.
He sued the company and they just threw him like a party or something. They will do anything for that guy.
It baffles me.
They pay him enough. He brings in subscribers. But how do you sue the company you work for and they still lap your ass. It's amazing.
Great. So like he gets a portion of new people that join, and then they did a merger with another company, and he's like, that was because of me too.
It's like, look at all these new subscribers. It's like, no, it's because we put another company here. We merged. Oh no, I'm suing you. I want the bonus.
Like, oh, you're
really
suing
wording.
me. That's gonna
But
be
the
a
wording
party.
of his contract was that he was paid X amount for every additional subscriber added on to Sirius, and he said, you added X million more subscribers, so all right, let's tally this up. And they're like, no.
It would be like having a contract that says you could fuck every girl in a certain room, let's say, and then someone invites in a bunch of Girl Scouts. Now you're legally allowed to fuck them.
I say yes. You stick by the initial ruling.
Well, they threw him out of court, so I guess the judge didn't think it was.
Yeah, he didn't win.
No, he didn't. He seemed bummed out about it at the time, and he was threatening to leave and stuff whenever his contract ran out. But that's next
always
year or
threatens to
sometime.
leave. That guy's been threatening to leave. That's.
Oh,
It's a negotiation tactic that is sometimes used on shows to threaten to leave constantly, and and I guess it works for him.
Yeah.
Sometimes it backfires and you're gone.
He's got sort of a self-contained thing there, though. I feel like the Howard Stern show is something that he can uproot and put anywhere he wants. He's not dependent on them at all.
Robin, 1991 is going to be my last year in radio. Yeah.
So is terrestrial radio dead? Is it like if someone wanted to get into that or get into radio, would you put them there? And
I think personality-driven terrestrial radio is done. It's just dead. Music radio, shit like that, yeah, it's fine. You get in your car, you turn on, if you're in New York, you turn on Z100 or one of those hit stations, and you listen to music. As far as personality-driven radio on terrestrial, it's done. There's no one left. The restrictions are so tight now.
Aren't the political guys there, like Neil Bortz, isn't he still on it? And
yeah, there's still political talkers, but I mean that whole kind of lifestyle talking, a bunch of guys in a room just shooting the shit thing, you can't do anything anymore. And with every person that gets fired, it just gets worse and worse. Every story you read about someone that gets the boot, every single guy in radio is being dragged into his PD's office and given the riot act that whole day about the new things they can't say. The new manual that they have to read through the words hurt segment and sign the bottom. And, it's got to be impossible.
Huh. So what's killing it is that the censorship on it. They're just making them be too tame.
Yeah, taming them all down and just not being able to talk about real issues anymore. You can't be provocative or shocking. It's done. That whole thing, it's a dinosaur now.
All talk radio, just terrestrial, is terrible. It's unlistenable.
Yeah.
Just pandering. Every time like someone calls in, they say like, "So I was having sex with my husband last night." Whoa! Hey, let's try and keep it a little, keep it down there. We're trying to keep this under control for the kids out there. All right, you kids, don't you be repeating that to your parents.
Meanwhile, there's a half a dozen channels on Sirius XM I can hop on, and it's people talking about real shit. Like there's a I don't know who it is, but it's on like the hip hop channel. It's actually some black guys that have a kind of a talk show, and it's a bit like they talk about sex and like and a lot of weird issues. Like they'll have like they had this lady on one time who had like a sex tip DVD for like women to learn how to give the best head in the world or something, and they were having fun with that because she had all these outrageous ways to do it that involved like using fruits and like putting them on the penis and all this crazy shit. And but that show's great, and the Stern show's great. There's tons of shows like that, and then you hop back on terrestrial radio. If I hop into one of my cars that doesn't have it, I'm just like, oh shit, what the fuck am I gonna listen to on this drive?
Yeah.
They have to, they can't even do like, look out, watch the potty humor, no poopy talk, and you're like, oh, what are we, children?
It's just patronizing to everyone.
Like morning shows.
Condescending to hear it.
Oh god, those morning shows I used to listen to, like on the way to high school and like on the way to work, like years and years ago. Like, oh, they're so goofy and lame. All those they have like they do like Torture Tuesday where they make like the studio goofball go out and do something embarrassing, and it's just like, God, this was funny when I was 16. Like,
Yeah.
Stern made his guy get fingered in the ass, and he was screaming. And that after I've done that, you can't impress me by like making some guy sit on top of a car and drive him through a drive-through. Like, I don't care anymore.
I can't stand any radio bit that has the day of the week and the name of the bit. Oh my God, that is the worst.
What's an example of that? Like, what do you mean?
Monday.
Torture Tuesday.
Like Whip 'em Out Wednesday? No.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna mention.
Yeah.
I remember one of the cooler ones that I saw. There was a station in Atlanta, and they did this bit where they made the guy go out and panhandle all day to see how much money he could make. He literally went and begged for money at intersections and stuff, and he traveled around like trying to find hot spots and trying to make money. And he made like $230 or something like that. It was outrageous how much money he made. And like they at the end of it, they were just like mind-boggled by how much money this guy could make just panhandling, just walking around begging for money.
200, you say?
Yeah, he had come up with he had planned this thing ahead. He knew where to go, and he was like going to all these spots throughout the day that were like he thought were going to be good places to be, where he could make money. He made an enormous amount, and the thing was like the more money he got, the better. Like he got rewards from the radio station or whatever.
All right. So Anthony has to bolt. How do they find your show again?
12:30 Eastern?
Yeah,
it's getting late.
So your website again, Anthony Cumia?
AnthonyCumia.com. And you just sign up, subscribe. Show starts Monday, this coming Monday, August 4th. It's going to be Monday through Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern. And it's going to be a lot of fun, different shit that we haven't been able to do in quite some time. And
will there be baby penis sucking? Any of that?
Yes, exactly.
I'll be there.
Don't give away all of our bits. It's going to be baby penis sucking Tuesdays.
All right. There'll be a link in the description. Check him out. Subscribe to his show. And thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We had a great time.
You guys are
awesome,
really fucking fun to hang out and talk to. I love your show, man. It's actually exactly what should be going on online broadcasting. It's really good. You guys are fucking great. I love it.
Thank you so
very much.
It means a lot, man. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Take it easy, guys.
Very good.
Have a good one.
All right, so link in the description. Check out his show, and while you're at it, there's a link in the description for our Patreon page. If you'd like to get this thing early, get news about what's going on, the topics that we covered. As you're watching this, there are people who already knew that we talked about baby dick sucking, and
absolutely,
who had a heads up.
They got the information, and we're recording this on Thursday to accommodate. Today's Thursday, right? I'm not. You made eyes like I was in the Twilight Zone and I was wrong.
Me?
Yeah.
Not on purpose.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, the Patreon members will be getting this very soon, right?
Yeah, in a couple
tonight.
hours. They'll get this thing tonight, and then you'll have it Saturday if you're just watching. For
and that's not a constant now. That's just occasionally record on Thursdays, and occasionally it becomes a bonus. It's been 2 out of the last 3 times, though.
Yeah, whenever possible, we record on Thursday. Sometimes it's actually all Taylor's fault. Sometimes he's not available on Thursday, so we have to push it to Friday. That was one of the things. It was like, how available are you? He works for a living as a stripper and
dancer, but I do my best to make it.
No, we're happy to have you any day of the week, my friend. That was that was one of the things we said from the beginning. Like, no problem being flexible to get you in here and have some fun. And but yeah, the Patreon thing is awesome. It's got a ton of it's doing really well. It's doing it's right on pace with what my hopes were, honestly, like my realistic hopes.
It's above my expectations.
Is it?
If it is one of the most successful Patreon pages in the history of Patreon.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah,
really?
It is.
I had no idea.
It's Painkiller already has come on Patreon and wreck shit.
So I feel like we are PKA to an extent, but I feel like the viewers and the listeners out there are PKA to an extent as well, especially the ones who have been listening and have heard 50 plus episodes. Those guys have been with us. And so those 500-600, whatever it is of you who really chipped in and actually went into your pockets to make the show bigger and better and greater, and Patreon is directly related to things like having Anthony on tonight, which I think Anthony was an excellent guest, and I really enjoyed talking to him. Without the money that Patreon pumps in, that wouldn't have been made possible. I promise you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and by the way, another thing that helps is iTunes ratings. There'll be a link in the description to iTunes. If you download it, if you rate the thing 5 stars and stuff, it makes us a bigger deal. And when we're a bigger deal, we get bigger guests. So
absolutely, it's a big show we have here. I didn't even realize it at times. When you combine all of the ways it's listened to and watched, etc., the big total number is quite large, but it's
hundreds
hard
of
to
thousands of people every week, and
every
then it just
week.
goes.
And compare that to terrestrial radio, we're killing it. Let's just destroying like any local radio station that's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal, and I'm really appreciative of it. I really enjoy doing it, but what I was getting at is that
Patreon.
I lost my
big
goddamn train of
guests,
thought.
iTunes.
Oh, the iTunes ratings. Yeah, the iTunes ratings are big because so if you listen to it on iTunes, be sure to rate it because only a fraction of you actually watch on iTunes, but it's one of the key things that we like to show, guests and things like that to convince them that
iTunes availability. Also a part of Patreon. Sorry to cut you off. That our previous look on iTunes was like, hey, everyone that watches it there is actually someone who doesn't watch it on. It used to be like my channel or Wings' channel, and really it's just a lot of extra effort, a little extra cost, and it doesn't just not make money. It costs money. Like it's a negative. And if I offered you a job where you worked late at night and lost money, you'd probably decline it. And that's how we were before. But now with Patreon, we're like, hey, let's not be so cheap about it. And now we do it. And it's a cool thing. It's the reason we put the show on iTunes. So it's
so
nice.
That was the coolest guest experience ever on the show for me. That was awesome.
I can tell you really enjoyed that. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with him. I've never really heard his show. I'm just aware of what he does and everything. And I appreciated, who he is.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his.
What I thought was cool was that he was good at being a guest, right? Like a lot of times you get a guy on you get a guest on, and they don't really have anything to say. They're not able to like join the conversation and converse at the level of guys, like hosts that have done this thing 100 times before. And but this is a professional radio guy who's been doing it for like 20 years, and he's not the slightest bit intimidated or at a loss for thoughts. He did well, and I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I
was intimidated in the beginning doing that intro. I'm like, fuck. If I screw this up, he's gonna think I'm a fag.
You did screw it up. Yeah, you did. You're like, yeah, we've had. I think you said there were like 50,000 celebrities on the show so far, or something like that. Go back and watch the first couple seconds. You messed it up. Glad I could
you messed
help.
it up. Don't worry. He thought less of you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Ruined it.
And as soon as you did it, I could see Anthony be like, "Oh my God, why am I on the
He
show?"
rolled his eyes and was like doing the jerk off motion, like, "Who's this clown?"
Yeah. It's
thinking, what a douche. I hate him. I hate him already. I hope he gets in a car accident on the way to work after this. But,
No, he was a good guest.
anyway.
I'm glad we got him on. That's Dr. Chiz. Thank you, Dr. Chiz. Good job booking that guest.
Right.
Yeah, wow. Good job, Dr. Chiz.
Chiz has been reaching out to a bunch of big people. We have a big name comedian coming on at some point. We have, Anthony, of course, come on. And it's kind of neat having someone who's like, I don't know, the show has a serious manager now. And he really books big guests and makes stuff happen.
He busts his ass. He works really hard.
Yeah. He's a very hard worker.
So I got a trash man update. He hasn't picked up my trash.
No,
motherfucker's been a no-show.
Did you do anything trash-wise to taunt him? Is he not picking up your trash because there's more maggots than normal?
Well, there are maggots again because there was stuff in my trash. It's trash. It's maggoty trash. What can I say?
Mm-hmm.
It's hot. It's summer. It's outside. It's maggoty trash. It's fruit and vegetables and meat and all kind of stuff mixed up in there. Big bags of it. Just piled high, and I think I make a large amount of trash due to the amount of Amazon that we use around here. So there's lots of boxes and stuff, and there's just a lot of goddamn trash, and he has not shown up to pick it up, and I'm not sure what to do about it because it really is an issue.
Over what period of time?
Well, he's supposed to come on Mondays, and he missed this Monday. Haven't seen him since. Trash is outside.
Guess he doesn't need $20 this week, right?
Monday is month. Monday's rolling around again, and if he doesn't show up, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because
$5.
I had Jeremy come over and cut the grass yesterday because my grass had gotten way out of hand, and the gasoline in my lawnmower was dead or something, and it wouldn't start, and I really didn't want to go through the hassle of it. And Jeremy is a borrower, as I've said in the past, and I knew that if I hired Jeremy to cut my grass, he's gonna show up with a real lawnmower. And sure enough, Jeremy shows up in his truck pulling a $12,000 diesel-powered lawnmower. It's a zero-turn radius thing you'd see on a golf course with a mulcher on the back. There's no steering wheel. It's just a lever for each hand. It's, like I said, it'll spin in circles, turn on a dime.
Did you stand or sit?
You sit.
Okay.
You sit on this one, and it's got a ton of power though. Like he's just like hauling ass, cutting the grass so fucking fast, and so he cut all the grass in my house. He cut all the grass at another property I've got. Did a bunch of work for me, and I gave him $100. And he had mentioned that he was having this issue with his truck. Apparently, it's only running in first and second gear, and that's a major transmission issue. And I'm like, so you drove over here with only first and second gear working, tow in a $12,000 lawnmower? He's like, well, yeah, I had to get over and cut that grass. And I couldn't argue with him because like I wanted my fucking grass cut. So I was like, yeah, man, I appreciate you coming and cutting the grass then. Good deal. So on the way home, he blows the transmission out. So now he's blown the transmission out of his truck. His plan is this: full coverage insurance, burn the truck.
What could go wrong? This is a perfect plan.
Here's the problem though. My dad holds the note on the car. He's defrauding my dad. So it's like, no, Jeremy, no, you can't do that. Like, no, we're in. This guy is the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. He has a planned child that he's going to have in February. He makes, well, this week he probably made $250 because I gave him $100. But he makes like $150 a week. Like, they have an apartment. His girlfriend doesn't have a job. What is the fucking plan? Like, what happens when the child is born and someone has to feed it?
Well, what's going to happen is we're going to subsidize their poor decisions.
I don't know
if the math. He makes about $7,800 a year based on your estimate. I think we could bump him to 2 for those exceptional weeks, right? Like when he mows your yard. Or bump him to 10, I mean to say. He makes between $8,000 and $10,000 a year.
Well, he spends a lot of it on cigarettes and Red Bull.
Well, I mean,
Red Bull's an expensive drink to get pissing money away on.
Well, it's his favorite.
But he likes it. But I like it.
I still want to do the Jeremy dunking booth, and I think that like this is going to be a good way to like really pressure him into it. I'm gonna push him with it again to see if we could put the Jeremy dunking booth together. Basically, Taylor, I don't.
And the dunking booth concept is you build a dunking booth and put something disgusting in it, right?
Sure, if you want.
Yes,
but the basic concept is that we that the basic concept is if I could somehow make it financially feasible to do so, cover the costs of the thing, would be to get a dunking booth, and just to keep it low cost. I feel so. I've got 2 internet lines here, and they roughly average about 14 download and like 2 to 2.5 upload. But I think there's a way to bridge those connections, correct? And I know that I wouldn't get a combined, for example, 5 upload, but perhaps I could get 3.5, which would be enough for a quality live stream.
I wouldn't know.
There is a way to bridge it. There's equipment that handles this. The equipment is expensive though, too. It's like $1,500 for the router.
Well, okay, so with 2 upload, I could definitely get a 720p stream going.
I think
maybe.
So. Yeah.
I think I could. So the idea would be to keep costs low, to put a camera out my window and run it straight off of my PC, and have him in a dunking booth, and some way or another, the fans would get to dunk him by paying money. And I think it should be something disgusting because, water's just not much of a punishment to pay $1 to get to see.
No.
But if it was something awful, that got worse every time you went in,
I think we could
have some fun.
We could just
something
pay him
painful.
A percentage of the profits, and whatever we get, we get.
Maybe.
Just
what would we pay him? Like 25%? I don't think it's gonna make that much money, frankly, though. Like.
Really?
Then offer him 50% and make it really nasty.
Well, if we could set something up, I guess we'd have a PayPal. But then what if people take their money back? What if they dispute that we didn't actually dunk Jeremy? we'd have to make it a donation, right? They donate to his fund, and maybe is there a way that they could send the money that's not so they could yank it back after dunking Jeremy into like something putrid for all day?
I don't know. We'll just wrap them up in the WoodyCraft Collections Agency.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, did you try to unpay your $2? You're going to jail. We're ruining your credit record. You're so fucked.
We could do a bunch of things. I guess
we have
I guess
a whole infrastructure to wreck your life. Just kidding.
Like if we raised a certain amount of money, we could totally do the thing that Epic Mealtime did and do the Diet Coke and Mentos suit. Like I don't know how much that costs a lot less to put together than you think. It costs like it's a couple $100 to make that happen.
I haven't even seen this.
Oh yeah, they put the guy in a Mentos suit, and the Mentos was like covering his entire body, and then they dunked him in a Diet Coke dunking booth.
By the way, WoodyCraft doesn't do that to everybody. Just the people that really deserve it. And trust me,
yeah, exactly.
Some of them absolutely fucking deserve it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, the criminals.
Yeah, they're the criminals essentially are the ones that get treated badly.
I think I want to get Jeremy somehow involved with the show. I feel like he's entertaining as a tool, and I feel like he could be our first Whack Pack member.
Ooh, I like the way you're thinking.
Well, we need to find.
I feel like he could. I feel like you probably have to reimburse him to get him over here because he just lives pretty far from my house. He needs some gas money basically. But if we could hook Jeremy up with like some sort of a moderate appearance fee, get him in here, get him to do some weird shit, make him eat some stuff, make him like eat some hot sauce or like I don't know, put him in like get him pepper sprayed, tasered. Something crazy. We could do awful things to him. We could just ask him questions. I promise you the answers are crazy. He's out of his gourd.
Yeah, now that we're a big show, as if I've been here for more than 3 episodes, but we need to make our own little, like the Rat Pack, like Kyle said, just find, cobble together some group of miscreants, like some of them like half retarded, get them to do silly things for the show. Do you guys know many half-retarded people?
I think that Jeremy should be the first member of this group of individuals who are a little off, a little eccentric most of the time, a little weird.
I think we all have a responsibility to go to like our local population center and find Whack Pack members, right? Just like
I got mine.
Homeless
I came
people.
with
Yeah,
mine.
Kyle has a head start on us. I'll admit that. But Merca, you and we need to find like an idiot nearby.
I'll ask the next Jehovah's Witness that comes by.
Oh, I live right next to a Mormon church. It's got to be a gold mine.
Have them on. Hey, you know what? I've really been considering taking up your Bronze Age cult. Could you come over for a bit, talk it out with me? Just put it on the show.
Those people are like that. You could totally go over there and tell them that you've got an internet podcast and that you want someone to speak on behalf of the church to your group and like just find out what they're about. And you could totally get one of those guys over there. Dude, I don't think he's exactly a Whack Pack member, but he might be. He might be.
We could see. Maybe it would be fun.
He'd be a good guest.
Like yours could be Jeremy, and I could go to the other extreme, right? Like shirt, tie, Mormon, straight laced, and just see how he fits into the group.
Like semi-real sounding questions, but that are like dipped in, sarcasm. Just like, how many wives is too many wives? Would you say? How many children are too many? 7, 8? No amount? Those people have so many goddamn kids. It is unreal. All of them.
I like that.
I like it too. I like big families.
I like that.
No, there's too many of us on this planet. Stop having 9 kids. You're not on a farm. You don't need farm hands anymore. Stop. Too many.
I like the big families.
Yeah,
I wish that I had it. I wish that it was for me. I know it's not, but I really like remember in Home Alone, like that enormous extended family with all those like brothers and sisters and kids and stuff, and that enormous house. Like that looks like an ideal scenario to me. It's just not the one that's best for me.
Jackie's sister, my sister-in-law, have 4 kids, and while that's not like the kind of big we're talking about, in my head I have 6, but you sort of see them. They're like a little gang, 2 boys, 2 girls, and different stages of their life growing up, and I just feel like it's a tiny community as opposed to like mom and kids or something. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
And then
I can see how it could be fun, but doesn't it strike you as kind of selfish when there's already this many people in the world to be like, I deserve 9
I don't have
children.
a stake and be like, how many like raw goods went into raising this cow and how much methane was released. I think This fucking steak was awesome.
Yeah, but just on a visceral level, doesn't it irritate you? Like, oh, you had to have 8 kids, did you? Like, you just had to. You couldn't keep it in your pants or something for the last 6 and been a normal human being. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, it'd be fun to be a part of those families, but just, ugh. That would suck as a parent to have 8 mouths to feed.
That's
Yeah, I
one of
wouldn't
the
want to do it.
challenges.
Mouths.
I don't think I want to do it in modern society. I think I want to do it in some sort of a crazy dream scenario where it's like Little House on the Prairie or something. And I need those children to make milk and stuff, to make butter and stuff, and half of them are going to die of cholera.
Do you make
anyway.
sure the girls are lactating? Like, is that?
Yeah.
And then I gargle it to ensure perfection.
You gargle
That's
it
funny.
and sell
That's
it.
like your first thought
Yeah.
about being on a farm with that many kids. I'll have the kids. They'll be making milk. Like
Butter and shit. You know, they'll be churning butter and milking cows, and yeah, they'll be doing that stuff.
Yeah.
I think a big family community unit would be kind of neat. I also think it would be kind of nice if, like, so my family lives in North Carolina sort of by ourselves. We're from New Jersey. And we're just really kind of out here alone. You know, there's no one with us. And there are lots of times where I thought it'd be nice if we had, like, grandparents in the area and, you know, brothers and sisters that live nearby and where, like, you know, the cousins were a bigger part of my kids' lives. And just, you know, yeah. And to Merca's point, maybe I don't need 6 or 8 kids on my own if, like, you know, we have, like, Jackie has 2 sisters and they both have kids, and then I have a brother and he has kids, and if, you know, I wouldn't necessarily have to have all 8 kids if I had, I guess this is 4, like, family peers.
I don't know. It's just some of these people look like they're trying to make their own baseball team. There's just so goddamn many of them. Like, it has to irritate you a little bit. Like, I just can't believe it doesn't.
No.
Like, when you see a mom and a dad walking around and there's, like, 8 little ones behind them, don't you just kind of think in your head, like, you idiot.
This is what
Why
happened.
are you doing this to everyone in public?
I had a boss, this is a long time ago, before Cisco even, so call it 20 years ago, and he had 6 kids. And people were like, that's a giant family. And he's like, yeah, it's big by today's standards, but you rewind 100 years and people had 6 kids all the time. We went with them to the mall, and all of his kids had been trained to put their hands behind their back and not touch things, like, while they went through the mall. And the oldest ones were able to, like, put them by their side, and the youngest ones were, like, still in training, and they would, like, occasionally break break discipline. But it was like, really, it was like, wow, this is an amazing, perfect family. And it didn't hurt that, like, mom and dad were good looking, and then, like, every freaking kid was, like, attractive. This is like the world's most amazing family. And we were just hanging out with them, and it was like, I'd like to have a family like that. And
Yeah.
you know, the reason we didn't was, like, when Colin had special needs, we were like, oh, you know, this is going to require, like, monumental parenting effort, and we didn't want to divide it between all those kids. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know. I see 6 kids and I think, oh, that's a really neat family to have. It'd be cool.
PKN, that's coming up soonish, isn't it?
Yes, actually. So Painkiller nearly, I think there was a 2 things happened. One, I guess we just owe it to certain donator levels, and 2, because the Patreon was so popular, it switched from half hour to an hour, like, right out of the gate.
Yes, it did.
So
that's going to be
that's
an hour-long show. You get is it the $25 level?
I'm looking. Yes, it
believe
is
it
the
is.
$25 level.
Yeah, and the only way to get the video for that, if I understand correctly, is to be at the $25 level. Is that correct? I believe
hang in
everyone
there.
gets it
I'm-
eventually. I believe if you're a non-Patreon member, you get it a week delayed on audio.
I
and
think
if you're
Yeah, dude, I should know this thing frontwards and backwards. But I think you're nailing it. I think that for $25 you can get the video, and you know that happens quick. And then eventually everyone else gets it, but only audio.
Only audio, yeah. So the way to get it when it's brand new and when it's video is to be a $25 Patreon member. And you know that's
Painkiller
that's something totally different that we're doing.
It's supposed to have, like, I don't know, we have different thoughts and we haven't done it yet, but I have it in my head that it has the vibe of a like the pre and post shows used to have, like a little more casual, a little more interactive.
A bit, but I want to bring some different things to it. I want to pre-record some prank phone calls and play them for you guys on this show. I think that'd be fun, and that would take up a little segment.
I think that's an awesome idea.
I already did. I already did it, and I messed up my audio settings, and like half of the call sounds bad. But I basically was calling people who were giving or selling puppies and kittens and other small critters, and I would really quickly kind of be like, "Hey there, I'm Kyle. I'm calling from puppystomper.com, and I saw that you got the puppy there. We're calling everyone in the area that's giving away these little critters, and we're collecting them up." And basically, I would try to get their puppies, and then I'd let them know that I run a website, if it was a puppy, called puppystompers.net or .org, whatever I was feeling at the moment. And I explained to them that it's this weird fetish where these guys like to watch live streams of sexy women stomping small critters like puppies and kittens with high-heeled shoes to death. And so that's what we do, and that's why we pay top dollar for pets, and that's why tomorrow we're going to send Orlando around in a white van, and he's going to grab Rascal, was that his name? Yeah, grab Rascal and bring him on down here to the studio. And then the lady's like, "Well, can I see him tomorrow to make sure he's okay?" And I'm like, "How about I give you some critter points and you can watch online and see all the fun?" And she's like, no, I don't want to see. And it was pretty. I did a bunch of them like that, and one guy got really pissed, and he was like, "I don't have two dogs anymore. I just got one." And I was like, "All right, I'll take one. That'll be enough. I got 3 more in the back. That'll work." And so I had fun with it, but I fucked up the audio. So, but I can recreate those. I did like 6 calls, and I got 3 good ones. So like, I think I'm gonna be batting pretty good, especially when you're calling LA.
I definitely like the idea of pre-recorded. Like a lot of people have been asking for prank calls to come back, and I think they're right because there's some magic in the prank call. But a lot of people overlook the not so magic, the like how many don't
hard to put
work,
together.
how long we're on hold. Like you might get like I don't know 3 minutes of absolute magic. In
I put an hour into it, and I got 3 good calls, and they're like 3 to 5 minutes long.
That's a high ratio. We don't always hit like that.
It never works out live like that.
That was just me like calling one after another, same setup, same scenario, and like having a bit. I tried for probably 20 minutes to get 7-Elevens to talk to each other and failed, and just finally gave up. So
everyone wants to do that, like get Chinese foods to talk to each other, and it's like those fake things you've seen online where they set it up and everyone's in on it isn't how it works out in real life typically.
They never. Because 2 things happen. They don't answer the phone right away. Like it rings. Sometimes they never answer. It's crazy. And then like when they do answer, it's never simultaneous. It's just impossible to do because the 7-Eleven clerk isn't going to hang around on the phone too long waiting on a ringing line. He's going to hang the fuck up.
Yeah, and it's unrealistic. 2 Indian guys talking to each other, they're going to be able to understand the accent. You'd have to call a Pizza Hut and a Chinese place, so there's a bit of confusion in the way they're speaking, the cadence.
No. See, here's the.
Calling Pizza Hut. The other guys. Thank you for calling China Castle.
The Chinese food gag, if you haven't heard it, is like, one's like Szechuan chicken and the other's like, Szechuan chicken, and they both think they're making an order and they just like repeat each other.
Same with 7-Eleven.
Oh, so set up, like painfully set up.
Well, 7-Eleven will be like, when they answer the phone, they say, 7-Eleven, how can I help you? And so they both say it, and then they both pause because they just said 7-Eleven, can I help you? And it's. The guy who called them should be saying something, and then it gets weird, and it gets awkward, and then it gets sometimes confrontational and then violent, which can be really, really fucking funny. But it's just impossible to time.
You just gotta hope for 2 surly employees at the same time.
Yeah, just 2 angry fucking Indian guys ready to go off on each other.
Bastards coming
topic?
Sure.
Yep.
I just felt like that. Buckyballs. Are you familiar with buckyballs?
I will be quickly. They sound very familiar.
So
I don't know what that is.
They're little magnetic spheres. And they come in like a cube of things. Here, I'll give you a link.
Is that the things that the kids swallow and they kill them?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. So here's the deal. Buckyballs, you buy them. People on the video site are looking at it, but they're little spheres, and they're powerfully magnetic. They're made out of like rare earth magnets, and I guess it's interesting to see what you can do and the different things that you'd put together, and people would make like really impressive structures and put pictures online, and they created this community. And there are these guys who love buckyballs, like people love Legos. You probably like Legos just fine, but you're not building like aircraft carrier Lego ships and stuff like that. There are people who get into buckyballs in the same way that people might get into Legos.
Right.
But there's a problem. Kids eat them. And at first, when I heard kids were eating, like, digesting buckyballs and stuff, I thought, well, don't be stupid, right? Here's a solution to your safety problem. Just don't be so freaking stupid. Don't eat little metal balls. And besides, I don't know, lots of kids have eaten pennies or nickels or something, and they just kind of get broken down in their stomachs and not passed at all, or they just get passed, and who gives a crap, People eat marbles. They survive. It's not that big of a deal. The thing is, with buckyballs, it's a huge deal. The trouble is that these are rare earth magnets. These are very powerful magnets, which is part of how you can make, like, the cool things you can make with them. And they have, if you eat one, you're probably going to be okay. It's dangerous, but you can probably eat okay. If you eat more than one, they have a tendency to find each other in your intestinal tract. And then what they do, I'm trying to get the language right, they catch like a loop of intestine, which leads to a loss of a blood supply, tissue rot, perforation, and eventually death. A really toxic septic death with a hole in your digestive system in which like leaks acid and bile into the rest of your body because these buckyballs work their way through the intestine, killing it.
Oh, so they get like, they pinch the wall so tight that it just pretty much ruptures, is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah, because
on the, on the outside.
And these kids, like, it's not an isolated case. It like keeps happening. They're let's see, the attraction between neodymium, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, balls was so strong that they tear holes in Van Wyck's organs while pulling towards each other. And it's not an isolated case. It wasn't just
Sounds
Megan.
awful.
Sarah, 12, ate 4 balls. Peyton, 3 years old, 37
12?
balls.
12. No excuse.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 years old, ate 4 balls. The 3-year-old, 37 balls. The 14-year-old, 2 balls. It looks like the older kids only eat a couple.
And they died?
Actually, these every example I just listed had the magnets surgically removed from their bodies, so they survived.
14 years old. Ugh.
And they ate 2. Yeah, I just...
I mean, the 3-year-old, of course. Like,
right.
And I mean, clearly, when you eat 37 of those things, they're 3, so there's no point where they're like, this might be too many metallic balls to consume. But, like, a 12-year-old who eats 4, like, there should never be the first point where you're like, let's try.
Was there a question posed or anything? I know that people are wanting to, like, I don't know, ban these items or something.
They've been
that.
banned. Yeah, so they did a ban, and they managed to do, like, a buckyball fan, like, pressure on the government. And they kind of unbanned them for a bit. Like, they managed to put, like, so much pressure on the government that they were like, let's not do this. But then as kids kept getting hurt, now buckyballs is gone forever. They've been wiped off the planet. They tried to come back, or they're trying to come back with gigantic buckyballs, but I'm guessing it's cost prohibitive to do the same thing. Like if the buckyballs are the size of a pinball, I don't know if kids know what a pinball is like anymore, but if they're like an inch in diameter spheres.
Yeah.
Could they just make them taste bad?
People are going to put the big ones like on the front of their body and the other one on the back, and it's just going to suck right through their chest cavity.
They make this nail polish that you can put on your kids so they won't bite their nails. It makes your nails taste really awful. And I would just imagine what can they make these buckyballs taste terrible, like sour or bitter or really terrible.
Won't there be someone who loves that flavor?
Yeah, fuck that kid. He'll die. But I mean, come on.
Sour?
Look,
I like sour.
I gotta say, like these kids who are eating these fucking buckyballs, like look, if you got buckyballs, you should know that they're fucking dangerous and keep away from your buckyball eating kid.
A 6-year-old, 8,
Look,
19.
I don't know much about kids, but I didn't swallow shit as a kid. All right, I knew better. Maybe that's a common thing where lots of kids eat shit and you're just swallowing stuff, but they taught me
most
not to eat
kids
stuff.
don't eat dangerous
rare
metals
earth metals.
Yeah, but I mean, shit
Any
happens, I
diet tritium.
suppose, and sometimes you just happen to munch on 37 of them.
37. That's a horrible way to die, though, from what you described. That sounds absolutely terrible.
Yeah, it's funny that they're called buckyballs. So
Yeah, it
innocent
really
and
is.
jovial. Kids are eating buckyballs, having their intestines torn out. More after this.
Right out their ass, John. Ha yeah.
Hey, it's
buckyballs
Fast Tony. I'm
sound
here
like
with
something.
Crazy Steve.
It sounds like something fun and jovial from a bygone age. Buckyballs.
Yeah, it does. Well, to be fair, it is something fun and jovial from a bygone age now.
I guess so.
Clever.
See, bringing it full circle.
I don't like when they ban anything. Like it's usually cool shit they ban, right? It's like stuff that you'd like to have, like a certain kind of switchblade knife or like a firecracker that somebody decided was just a little bit too powerful for your hands, or
no more M80s.
something like that.
I wish
yeah, like
that
M80s and cherry bombs and.
I need warnings to be more effective, personally, right? Like, okay. The classic example is like the electronics, right? You could buy a new stereo for your living room, like a little receiver that does surround sound, and it comes with 8 pages of electronics on how you shouldn't like put it in the bathtub with you, and it just gets ignored, and you're like flipping through to the part that you actually need help with, right? Your dishwasher is going to come with like 12 pages of don't put the baby in the dishwasher, etc. On the other hand, I bought a dust collector, and a dust collector, if you guys don't know, is like a giant, like super shop vac that's like 9 feet tall and sucks at a rate like you don't have anything in your house that sucks like a dust collector. I'm sure of it. A mega vacuum, and there was a little picture next to the intake that said like don't put your hand here, and it showed a picture of a hand with a severed finger, and like every other warning in my life, I was like, like you really want to know how much it does suck, right? You get it home and you kind of assemble it and like you're doing your whole thing. And I turn it on and it's super loud and it's sucking all this air into the side. And I put my hand like in front of it to see how much it sucked. But it was like 8 inches away, like where it was safe. It wasn't that safe. The thing fucking sucks my hand toward the impeller. And I pull it away, and I wish I could demonstrate. So the impeller's like, it's like in a 6-inch tube, and as I'm pulling my hand away, just like in the nick of time, it hits the edge of the tube so that it doesn't get pulled into the impeller, and I slide it away for safety. And I'm like, holy shit, that warning sticker with the finger that was removed was almost me. It said, don't put your hand here, and I thought, what happens if you put your hand here? I had a friend in school. He came to school and his eye was like super bloodshot. Like, have you ever seen anyone whose eye was like literally bleeding? Not bloodshot, but like bloody, like in the eye, where the white part is red. And I was like, dude, what happened? Doesn't tell anybody, right? Day 2 goes by. Everyone's nagging him. Dude, how'd that happen? How'd that happen? His eyes, like the white part is red. And everyone wants to know, like, how did you do that? How did you do that? And eventually he lets it out that he was boiling Christmas lights. And we're like, why the fuck were you boiling Christmas lights? Who does that? And he says, well, there's a warning on the package that said don't boil Christmas lights. I had to know what happens.
They explode, apparently.
Yeah, apparently they blow up and make your eyes turn red.
So he just said, I want to see what happens when you boil them because it says not to boil them.
Exactly, yeah. And
as a kid, that's pretty sound reasoning.
He was in high school. He wasn't like 6. He should have known better.
Oh.
Nah, dude, that same kid later in school. So get this. There's like the coolest guys and the coolest girls were hanging out together, and I'm not that relevant, but I didn't hang out with them. In my later years in high school, I was cool, but this was the earlier ones. And this guy Tom was like kind of getting in with the cool kids, but Tom wasn't cool. Like, he wasn't particularly good looking. He had a mustache that wasn't a mustache. It was like a dark peach fuzzy,
little bit here on the side,
unattractive thing, like on the sides. If you're watching this and you rock that, then shave it. And and he just wasn't. He was shorter than most of the other boys, and I don't know if I'm drawing the picture for you, but not a cool kid. And then for whatever reason, like, he started hanging out with the cool kids, and like the cool girls were paying attention to him, and the cool guys were like joking around with him and stuff. And sometimes it seemed like they like bullied him, but other times it seemed like he was their friend. And one weekend he got invited to their parties, and he comes back and he was telling like how awesome it was, and they were like drinking and stuff, and it's like, damn, like I don't know, like, how did you get in with the cool kids? But he wasn't really in with them like we thought he was. They were just kind of like like they picked up a like a pet almost, and apparently these cool kids would have like sex or orgies or something, or like it wasn't that hard for this level of guy to get a blowjob from this level of girl, and somewhere in like this, like they would have sex, but not like an orgy, but like two couples in the same room, and he was in that room and he thought it was all cool, and he got the golden shower. They pissed on this kid, and like a couple guys peed on him, and it's at some point he got to realize like.
At some point?
Yeah.
At some point, like when the pee was cascading down onto his face.
What did he realize, Woody, when during the golden shower orgy that were common at your high school?
Hey, guys, you're not treating me like a friend right now.
Yes!
Oh, the eye, right in the eye. God damn it, Gary. Come on.
It was like
that tastes like asparagus.
But he didn't want to believe it, right? He wanted to think that he was getting in with the cooler kids, and there was kind of like a self-denial, like as he's in piss, like, well, darn.
He's telling you, like, we got this inside joke, right? It's hilarious. Every once in a while, they all gather around, and I get on my knees and cry, and they pee on me. Every once in a while, just for kicks, just friend stuff. Like,
yeah, and that was when like it kind of dawned on him, like these are like toxic friends times two. That like, yeah, you know what? I guess real friends don't pee on each other when they're not into that. And that was kind of his exit from the cool kids group when they started pissing on him.
I just don't understand how that can be a more than 1/2 second decision. It's like, oh my god, this guy's peeing on me. Now we're in a fight. Not like, all right, well, there's only like 40 seconds more of this tops. See where this pans out. Oh shit, another one. Let's add another 40 seconds onto him. This guy's finishing up. Oh, he's in the final spurts. Oh, another one.
I think there were just two guys that peed on. And it was I remembered his last name, but I won't give him up. Someone will find him on Facebook now and talk about it. But I think it was a kind of denial where, you know, he wanted to believe in spite of overwhelming and wet evidence that he was still in the club.
That's like, terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is awful. Just smells like ammonia and asparagus all day just to be friends with people who pee on you. What a life.
Yeah.
What a life he led.
What a life he led. So.
Yeah. Oh, that is sad. Just so little self-respect.
Oh man, they peed on him. Why do they want to pee on him? I've never wanted to pee on a dude. I could see peeing on a girl, mate, especially if she wanted you to. But like,
have you ever done that, Kyle?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, me neither. It's not my fetish.
I've discussed it with girls. I've just bring it up in casual conversation as I do, and I'd be like, that's, I'm not into that, and just being like, if you want me to, I will. But
yeah, right.
My thing.
I mean, I'm not against being the peer if that's what makes her hot, but it's not something that we do.
Yeah,
I would definitely be the peer if someone asked me. They were like, hey, I'm into this, pee on me. But if they were like, hey, I'm into peeing on people, let me pee on you, I'd be like, all right, well, no, that's not fair, because I'm not into being peed on.
Yeah, I really think it should be a shower activity. Quite like, if you want me to pee on you, can we do it in the shower? Because, there's a whole.
I think it's more of a suede
issue.
couch activity.
Yeah. Maybe one that's, or maybe with that plastic cover on it.
Yeah,
so
like your grandparents. That's why they had
like
that.
You
your
just lay
grandma's
on
gonna
that
pee
and
on
just sweep from like top to bottom.
Yeah, like you're
Head to
power
toe.
washing a car.
Head to toe.
But like if there's rubber sheets, like the pee doesn't just disappear afterwards.
No,
like there's some
pools
sort
in
of
the
like
middle.
carry it by the edges and make some sort of like pee Ziploc bag out of a giant
Maybe she's
rubber
hardcore and
sheet.
she's gonna like lap it up.
Ooh, that's a long time to be lapping.
Yeah, maybe
just
she's gonna
hope
pee
for the
directly
best.
into her mouth and like don't spill a drop, like all scary style.
That's
all
like
scary style.
Wearing your death
you
cloak
like
and hood.
catch girls
Get over
doing
here, boy.
catch girls doing beer bongs at the party to see which ones are best able to suck your peeing penis.
Absolutely. There's totally guys that are like that. Like, wow, she can really chug a beer. I bet she could just take an entire load of urine, the likes of which I produce, and just glop it right down.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I was in
Woody's
the
sitting there
hospital
watching,
once.
like, look at that volume. Like,
Volume, yeah.
I was in the hospital, and like I don't know, when you first admitted and stuff, they don't want you to like get up and go to the bathroom and stuff, depending on your injury. And I had to pee into some sort of container, and before that, I'm telling them, like, I have to pee. Like, how are we going to manage this? It's time for me to pee. And they get me some sort of container in which to do it. And I just kept going and going and going and going. And I got like a second container, and I didn't fill the second one, but I made it to the second one. And the nurse was like, and then that was it. She took them off. But I definitely impressed her with the volume of my piss.
With your volume.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
impressed her.
This is not. Look, this is a professional piss collector, apparently. And when she saw what I could do, she realized that I wasn't just a normal guy.
There you have it.
Yeah. Ooh, this guy. Look at that bladder. Ooh.
Yes.
He could really ruin your hair if you wanted to.
We're
That's what I'm
nearly
talking
200 episodes into Painkiller already, and excusing the Joe Lozon Water Challenge month, how many times have you seen Captain Ironbladder get up and leave the show? Probably like
about. A
5.
couple of times.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
too
much.
often.
This
Never.
month more because of the damn Joe Lozon Challenge, but outside of that, not much. Not much.
What are we gonna do for episode 200? I was thinking maybe get some strippers over here. That'd be fun.
Don't tell me. I want it to be a surprise.
Like, instead of a shark, we should just have naked women dancing.
Yeah, I can make that happen. I can
Actually,
at
they
least get one or
shouldn't be
two.
naked because it needs to be YouTube friendly. But they could just be
Well,
bikini.
like
Yeah.
maybe like bikini maybe, and maybe some pyrotechnics and some smoke, maybe a fog machine.
Desk pops.
I don't know if I can arrange the desk pops. I just don't
Better to
know.
ask for forgiveness than permission.
But I already asked for the permission. I didn't get it.
If I need to fire my gun out my window for the show, I
Yeah,
will.
there you go. Murka can pull a desk pop. He's out in the middle of nowhere probably.
I am not shooting a gun.
Are you...
No
you know
way.
what? Describe where you're living, aside from floral shit all over the walls. Are you in an apartment? A house?
I'm in an apartment. There's no floral shit back there.
That's not what I'm seeing? Okay. It's not
kinda
high
hard to
resolution for
tell.
me. What are we looking at?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Still working on the new webcam. But you got a Django Unchained poster. You got some Sunny. You got some Pulp Fiction. Little Archer. Got my big blues flag over there. So it's looking pretty cute. Homey.
Yeah, there's not really a feminine touch going on there. It's all like,
No, it's strictly forbidden in my home. I'm a 50s man, and that's how it's going to be.
Your girlfriend moved out there with you?
Mm-hmm.
Does she have
Yeah,
a
we're
job yet?
Yeah. Just regular part-time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
Have you seen anything about The Hateful Eight, the movie that Tarantino's making next year?
I've only seen
I have.
that it's a cowboy movie, and I saw like the poster for it. If I remember right, it was like a bunch of
Stagecoach?
horses pulling a stagecoach with blood behind it.
Yeah.
Do you know more than that?
That's about it. I know the cast. It's really good.
I have been looking... we were talking about this the other day, and here's my thing with movies. I like the hero movies, and I should say superhero movies. I dig them. When the Avengers comes out, I like it, and a couple other ones like Captain America, Batman. I think is it Chris Nolan that made the Batman movies lately?
Yes.
Yeah.
He did an exceptional job at it, and he's gone now, but I think he did a really great job. He's right. He's not doing them anymore, right?
No, he's doing Interstellar, which is going to be big, but the new Batman Superman movie is looking pretty good too.
I'm worried.
I
'cause
never
it's
even
not
saw
Chris Nolan.
Superman.
It was good.
Anyway,
Wasn't great.
I like superhero movies, but I'm kind of wrapped up with them. I think they should only be doing great superhero movies and not just like every random one. As much as I like the new Chris Pratt thing, I'm excited to see.
Ant-Man is going to be great. No,
Maybe
probably not.
I
Who
don't
would
know.
be your next person, Woody? Like, who's your next 3 that they need to do that they haven't done yet?
That kind
Or they haven't
leads
done
me
well.
to my point. Like I am looking. Chris Pratt could be in anything, and I'd be excited about it. But I would like to see them shift away. Like, instead of finding new superheroes that like no one's heard, I don't think Black Widow needs her own movie. I don't think Hawkeye, is that the guy's name?
Yeah.
Needs
That
his
guy's a
own
fruit.
movie. I'm just like, I don't want to take every minor league guy and make Deadpool's having a movie. I know how popular he is online, but to the more mainstream guys like me, I don't really know his character too well. I would rather see. Here's what I want. I want some westerns. That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see Westerns become an awesome thing. They're a better movie genre than you might guess. Westerns haven't been big, but Django was fucking awesome. I want to see some shootouts. I want little kids to start dreaming of being cowboys. I want them to be like, Mom, will you rustle up some grub and go that way. I want people to be fixing to do a thing as they emulate their cowboy superheroes. Let's get some. I would like to see some. Everyone does like Wyatt Earp and Jesse James and stuff like that. Grab some people you don't know. I don't know, Bill Hickok or something, and expand on his life and do some westerns or people that I've never heard of before, like they did in Django. I'm sure that was just you made up, but
Candyland.
I want sci-fi and westerns to be a dominating movie genre, and I'm ready
that would be
for
cool.
superhero movies to take a backseat compared to where they've been.
Well, I
Have
don't
you
think
seen
they're going
Deadwood?
to. Yeah, Deadwood's good, but it ends poorly. They canceled it at the end, and it ends really shittily.
I haven't finished it. I just know
Deadwood,
there were some really, really good episodes.
The HBO one?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first couple seasons are wonderful, and then the third season, I think it's just shit.
The third season even is half wonderful. Like midway through the third season.
You're right.
It's great.
The end. It's the last episode.
Or
it's
two.
like build up, and nothing.
Yeah, and I was
So
just like, it didn't get renewed, and they didn't really wrap it up, and it
fizzled.
I won't ruin it, I don't think, but it's like they found out 2 episodes to go that they weren't getting renewed, and they just tried to like put a bow on it, and when I saw it end, I was like, I can't wait for next season. And so for me, I didn't watch it when it was live. I was like, I can't wait for next season. Then I realized, like, whoa, this whole thing's like 7 years old. There's no next season. It ends. So Deadwood's, I guess, worth your time. It's amazing until it's not.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if I recommend it or not because it's so good, and then it's a real bitch when you get to the end and you see how it ends, and they just like I said, it's a situation where they just build up for this big moment, and then it just fizzles out, and the show's over.
Man, what a bummer! I'm only through season 1.
Well, you got another good season to go, and then most of the third season's pretty damn good too.
Halfway through, yeah.
The third season's a whole different storyline where good characters are bad and bad characters are good to a certain extent. So first 2 seasons are definitely worth watching.
You guys made any headway on deciding to read Game of Thrones yet? It's only a matter of time till it'll suck you in.
Read Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
So you're a book reader?
Yeah.
Are you snobby and superior because you're a book reader?
No. There's a lot of stuff that's way better done in the show that's just too convoluted and just long drawn out in the book. But for the most part, I mean, obviously the book's going to be better since you got so much more space and time.
Those books are 1,000 pages long.
Yeah, they're giant tomes, all of them.
I don't think I'm interested in doing that. I've
I can
considered
sit through
it.
the
It's just a lot of
audiobooks.
effort. I just don't think I want to. I might at some point, but it's just not my day-to-day thing. Like right now, I got a lot of shit going on, and like I'm excited about these trips that we're about to take on the PKA thing, and I've got some other stuff cooking in my and reading those books isn't in my.
I'm excited about the
thing.
PKA trip too. I know we mentioned it before, but I don't know. What I like in a trip is I should leave like at least slightly emotionally richer. And
you get a story.
The whitewater rafting thing is going to be a story that we take with us. That time Kyle died. The zip line thing will be an awesome experience, and then the shooting thing should be cool.
The time Chiz died.
And then all of it should be nice.
Chiz is having to
in
go
terms of
on
video.
like a breakneck diet.
He stopped eating. He's like
he
a
stopped
liquid
eating.
only diet. He's like whatever, smoothieing vegetables and surviving off
Yeah.
that.
Is
He
that
lost
safe
so-
for you?
We don't care because we're men. He's losing. He has to lose as much. I think he has to lose 20 pounds. But I'm sure he's trying to aim for better than that because I'm sure he'd like to be able to be like, oh, by the way, Wings, like I just dropped 40 pounds in like 20 days just for the fun of it. And he can if he keeps going like he is. Like he's losing like a couple pounds a day.
Yeah, he's losing a massive amount of weight, and
Good for him.
yeah, he needs to be 250. So I think he needs to lose 20 pounds in the next 3 weeks.
Keep it up, Chiz.
Yeah, go get some.
Yeah. So the zip line is going to be fun. I think. I don't know what the video will be. I think it'll be good actually. And I take it back because I'm gonna have some fun with that. And but you never done it, have you, Woody? Like a long one?
No, I've never done a zip line on this scale.
It's pretty fun, and I've never been on one this high. The one I went on was high, but didn't she say 350 feet?
Yeah, and 50 miles an hour.
That's incredibly high. 350 feet is very, very high.
Yeah, that is way higher than you think.
Yeah, the one I went on, I was 250 feet up, and I just remember being pretty scared as I was, and it was a little bit slower than this one, like 40 miles or 45 miles an hour, and it was much shorter too, maybe a quarter of the distance. So they've got a really, really big fucking zip line. The thing about the one I went on, the way it ends, you know, you kind of land in sort of another like treehouse type area where the zip ends, and that's usually at an upward angle from your zipping trajectory, and you've got to brake yourself just right so that, you know, you don't go in too hot and kind of bounce off the wall, but you don't go in too slow and run out of juice before you get there. Because in that case, you have to turn around backwards and grab the cable and pull yourself to the next zip. So, like, that's the nightmare scenario. We should definitely make that happen at some point on the video.
To
Chiz. Hey, you'll lose like 6 more pounds just having to do that.
Kyle, do you think you'll have access to your father's truck for this? Do you think you can make that happen or no? Like, I'd be happy to. Of course, I'll drive mine there.
What do you want to do? One vehicle? Is that it?
That would be ideal. Like, if you bring your, I almost called it
your
Camaro, and I bring my truck. We're really like taking 2 cars everywhere. It'd be nice to have a 4-person car.
I'll see if I can make that happen. I finally got diagnosed what's wrong with my truck. It's it's either the transmission or the transfer case, which is exactly what I just put a new one in, like right after, not too long after that Chicago trip.
Huh.
So it's blown out another part of the drivetrain, which is just lovely.
It's not cheap.
It was like $1,800 last time, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, so I get another round of that. Yeah, I'll see if we can make that happen.
Yeah, if you can make that happen, it would be really awesome. And I don't know, OnStar is incredible. I think he presses the OnStar button, then starts talking to the rearview mirror, and he's like, "Hey, you know what? I feel like breakfast. You know, like American food. What you got? What you got in the area? Can I interest you in IHOP? Yeah, maybe. What else? Is there like a diner?" And you just have this conversation with your mirror, and then she plugs in the routes to where you want to have breakfast in your GPS, and it works.
Yeah, it's better than navigation. That's what I try to explain to people. Like there was one time when I was in Atlanta, and it was maybe 10:30, 11 p.m., and for some reason the movie theaters in South Carolina, I guess, maybe are open later, and that's where I used to go when I was younger. And so I'm used to being able to get into a movie at midnight, and there's like nothing open at midnight at the movie theaters. And I called OnStar, and I was like, "It's 11:30. We want to watch a movie. What do we do?" And he was just like, "Give me a minute." And he like called like 18 movie theaters, found one that was like 13 minutes away, and we went and watched a movie. Like, those guys are cool.
OnStar
I didn't know
makes
you
me
could do
want a
that on
Chevy.
OnStar. I thought it was just like I've been in an accident. Come help me. So you can just ask those people to do shit.
It's having a
concierge or a valet or something like that, a little servant inside your car who will just do whatever you ask. I called one time. I was in Memphis one time, and I asked the guy about a steak restaurant, and he's like, "Well, I'm actually not there. Let me transfer you to someone in the Memphis area." And he transferred me to another OnStar guy who was actually in Memphis, and he was an old black guy, it sounded like. And I told him I wanted a steak, and he's like, "You want cowboy and western or contemporary?" And I'm just like, "Cowboy and western." And he's like, "Oh, Big Jim is the place to be. Live music, big bands, and a big old steak. They got the 64-ouncer." And I'm just like, "Fuck yeah, send me there right away." And he made it happen.
That's awesome.
Now that you
I had no idea.
I have been spending a stupid amount of time looking at truck stuff. Like, I've become addicted to YouTube videos of trucks pulling shit up hills. Like this is the gauntlet. It's a pass in Colorado that goes from 8,000 to 12,000 feet in so many miles, and we're towing a boat or a trailer or a bunch of water or whatever it is they pull. And I just watch like Ford versus Chevy versus Dodges and Tundras and Titans pull things up mountains as if that like I should care about that. And and I'm like, "Oh, you know, how's the EcoBoost gonna do? Go, 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 go!" And you know, like I'm watching pull shit up mountains and sit there and decide on which truck I want. But I think I need to strongly consider the OnStar advantage, because it's like having a concierge in your truck, and it's awesome. Every time I'll be like I remember Kyle and I were like next to each other in the parking lot, and you know, he just rolls down the window, he talks to it. It's like, wow, his truck has a concierge in it. Mine doesn't have that.
Is OnStar only Chevy?
Yeah. Well, Chevy,
Oh.
Cadillac, GM.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My Camaro has as well. I really do like it. It's one of my favorite things, and it doesn't seem to lose service ever. Like when your phone doesn't work and all that stuff stops working, it just keeps going.
Yeah. If your phone didn't work, I wonder if you could use OnStar to tell your wife something. Like,
Yes.
can you
I've
call
done that
this
before.
number and tell them I'm running
Yeah.
late?
Totally.
Yeah, they do anything.
Oh no, it's got a phone. My car has a phone number, and I don't have the credits in it anymore because I don't make a habit of using my car's phone. But like, I press a button on the steering wheel and just say the number like 35412 whatever, and call. And it has a feature where you can put in a phone book and be like, call Amy and all that stuff. But
So
like,
it has like a satellite phone built into your car.
I think that, or I have. I guess that's how it works, right? I don't know.
I think it's how it
It's
works.
got to be satellite. There's no other way.
I know I was in the mountains and my phone wouldn't work, and I made a call and it was as clear as a bell. Like it was just, I was pretty impressed by that. But that was not long. That was not long after I bought it. I quickly wasted through those minutes. I think it gave me like half an hour of credit or something. Maybe it's expensive. Maybe it was satellite.
So I have a new topic.
Oh,
I don't know how fun it is, but in Michigan there is a jail/prison, whatever, and they're going back to the like 1920s style black and white striped uniforms. And their reasoning is that the orange prison uniforms that people normally wear have become too cool.
Too
I agree.
cool.
Too cool. Like in gang culture, that is like a hip thing to be wearing. The orange jumpsuit.
I take it one step further. I was in Louisiana one time and I saw the old school striped thing, like the pajama thing, except instead of white and black, it was pink and white. And it is super feminine, super weak, and it's hilarious. And it's
think
much
they
more.
should keep
embarrassing.
making it worse. They should have, like the cartoon pajamas people wear with the
Some
butt
Hello
flap.
Kitty.
The butt
Yeah.
flap has like buttons.
Yeah, make them into like Clifford the dog or something.
Yeah, they should have the little butt flap buttons that fold down so they can go potty without removing their pink and white jumpsuit.
Or
You get
fucked
different
in the ass.
cartoons based on
onesie.
your crimes.
The feet that go with the onesie pajamas, like the footy pajamas, they should have footy pajamas built into it.
I bet that blonde
Yeah.
kid's wearing some footy pajamas right about now.
Oh, I bet he wish he had some footy pajamas on right
Footy
about now.
pajamas, and
Yikes.
I'm picturing like a what do babies suck on?
Oh,
pacifier.
yes, nipples.
Right? A little
that's terrible.
pacifier in his mouth, and he's fulfilling some con's
Oh.
fantasy.
That's awful.
Yeah, so I think that's totally fine. They're changing the uniforms. Just make it theme based. By your crime, you get assigned a cartoon. Pedophile, Rugrats. You're a bank robber.
Pinky in the brain.
DuckTales. Yeah, Pinky in the Brain. That's good too. That's if you're a white collar criminal.
Nice.
Let me think. What else?
What if you're like a stabber? What if you stab people?
Yeah, armed robbery.
armed robbery?
Yosemite
that
Sam?
would be, Yosemite. Maybe
I know.
Fat Albert, because I
Rape?
think there was a troublemaker on that show who stole things.
Pepe Le Pew for rape.
Pepe Le Pew for rape. That's where I was headed.
Oh, that's a good one. That is
Yeah,
a good one.
Thanks.
Who's another good cartoon? An innocent cartoon that can be macabre when paired with the right crime.
I think you should.
Oh,
I don't
drug
know.
offense. We need a drug offense.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of. Yeah, I guess if you had a marijuana violator, maybe get Shaggy in there. Get some.
Oh
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
yes, well done.
Shaggy.
Little Shaggy Scooby action.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Let's see. This
What
is
other
hard.
crimes are there?
That's what I'm struggling
Yeah, I think we
with.
should go with the crimes. Like, we got rape, we got armed robbery, and kind of shooting
We
crimes.
have bank
and-
robbery. We have white collar crimes. We have, like you said,
Oh, if you're an
rape.
illegal alien, you get a Dora the Explorer set of pajamas.
Oh, I like that. INS. INS, get your Dora the Explorers on.
INS, you get your put your Doras on. That's what they're called.
Yeah, get your Dora on.
Yeah, get your Doras on.
I went to my gun store today.
Oh yeah, you looking at scopes?
I was talking about ammo and stuff, and it's going to come back to bite me if I talk too much shit about this guy. But there's a guy there who always wears like a vest and khakis and like he's like ready to go to war. And he's really like firm in his beliefs. And you have to hear him talk and like see his mannerisms to know it's like there is no doubting everything he thinks. And we're talking about gun manufacturers moving from, like, someone just moved from Colorado to Wyoming. I guess they border each other, and Colorado wasn't really pro-gun, and they were making it difficult for them to do business there, so they picked up and left. And but then there's other stuff like he's like, oh, they looked at Texas, but they weren't having that instability. And I'm like, huh? 108,000 illegal aliens come to jail, been released so far. That's where it's going to happen. Texas and Arizona, they move up from the south, America collapses. Right? He's always got a thing where America collapses.
America collapse. Like he's always got a setup followed by America collapses.
Yeah. Previously, it was people have heard this before. Obama
faggots
gets
in the
elected.
army. America collapses.
Yeah, faggots in the army. Obama gets elected. Right? Tries to take your guns. People fight back. Anarchy.
Yeah.
That's when the fucking serious people take over. How can you tell if you're serious? If you're defending your gas station that you've, sequestered or taken over, and you have to shoot a baby in the head to get that parent to do what you want them to do, if you can do that, you're a serious person.
That's the kind of person I want on my side.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't want that guy on the other team.
The unspoken implication is he's a serious person. Like, he's talking to me like.
By the way, I'm totally down in that scenario
Right.
to shoot the baby.
He's
in
looking
case
at
it
me
wasn't implied properly.
In my
I don't even need an
flip-flops
incentive.
and Woody's gamer shorts, just like not a serious person, right? Like you're totally being like, look at
You
this
should have
liberal
you should have fucked
shitbag.
with it, man. You should have been like, wouldn't be the first time for me.
Yeah. And he's talking about how Arizona and Texas are on the verge of collapse right now because Mexicans are moving up from the south and like
All true.
and taking over. He always has like a survival scenario where things are about to go down. I was looking at reviews of him online.
Reviews of his store?
Yeah.
Just of him as a person.
If you go to
That's why it makes sense.
Oh, hold on. Is it? Hold on. I'm on Yelp.com and I want to do another one and read.
And I've met a lot of guys that feel that same way. And my thing is this: there's kind of two brands of them. There's one brand of them that really enjoys prepping and stockpiling ammunition, sort of things like that, because it is a fun hobby. I enjoy doing it to a certain extent myself. It's fun to like have enough stuff to be prepared for some obscene, silly scenario that you know isn't going to happen, but you're just like, you know what? Fuck that. That crazy thing that they make movies about because it's so crazy. I can handle that.
Here.
And then
This is the
there are the
reviews
crazies
of this gun
like this
shop.
guy.
The bald guy in the khaki vest is a total douche. The place is tiny and the gun selection is poor. Total waste of time. Another guy, don't do it. Seriously, unless you're a hardcore masochist, don't do it. Here's
I'm surprised
another
you guys didn't talk to Anthony about guns more.
Here, check out this review of my local gun shop. The bald fatty behind the counter is enough to make you not want to own a gun. Rude, obnoxious, and an ego bigger than a 20-year-old stripper. I would buy my guns at Walmart rather than from, I won't say the name of the place. The guy is a complete jackass who could care less if you're about to spend $400. Clearly, he's either poorly paid or needs some extensive training in customer service. Here's another one. I'm glad it wasn't just me. The bald dude that runs the door just stands there and stares at you the whole time you're there. He acts like you're wasting his time. The prices are high. Let's see. This guy says the bald guy's wrong. I could go forever and read these reviews. One
What
of
if
the
I met
rudest
these
and
guys?
curt group of people in a store I've ever met. Not only are they difficult, but they had a bad inventory. The man behind the counter is quite opinionated and pretty much a jerk. I did find a good deal there and made a purchase. Had to just hold my breath and deal with it. Not a pleasant shopping experience. In all caps, do not go to this store. The employees are rude and acted like they were gods of guns. I'll stop here, but like the bald guy in the khaki thing, it's the worst gun shop. It's full of rude. The worst gun shop in the state. Rude and full of shit. Just a bunch of know-it-alls. Yeah, they're...
Dude, that's a real thing at gun stores, though. As like usually there's at least one cool person there to help you out and be nice with questions, but there is always at least one or two people working there who are complete know-it-all elitist gun snob douchebags who, if you ask one question that they deem to be like a noob question or something, like, hey, what's like the huge difference between a 40 and a 9mm or something, like just anything, they're just gonna look at you like you're completely retarded. You know, it just turns people off to the hobby.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, he used to treat me worse than he does lately. I guess maybe because he's been looking at me for years and I bought some stuff there. Now we kind of get along until he watches this. But I've ruined it. But yeah, I every time I go in, it's kind of an adventure, and I'm always careful not to say like the wrong thing. You know,
like, it's like the soup Nazi. You have to walk in carefully, select your weapon.
You need a new gun store.
Yeah.
Should
need to find
one.
a friendly guy. Yes, just start one up. Use Patreon secretly for it. Actually, guys, I funded a gun shop. It's doing pretty well now. I don't need this anymore.
Kyle Merker, you're fired. The money's mine.
I want to
Ultimate troll. Start a new career. Move. Nobody knows where you are.
I'd like to go prairie dog hunting and maybe record some of that someday. And do they do that in your state, Merca? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've done that.
You've done
that?
Yeah.
What caliber did you use?
Just 22.
Oh, was 22?
So what we're describing...
explode from a 22. Like, they explode. Anything more is just kind of... And, I mean, you're shooting, like, dozens of them, so you don't want to have really expensive rounds unless you're
I see
Kyle.
people using 308s. I saw a guy use a 50 cal.
Yeah, that vaporizes
we want to shoot at long range, though. We would like to like what I would like to do, and what I've seen in videos is I'd like to drive a truck out into a field, get out, set up a table, sit at the table with my long range rifle and a rangefinder and a spotting scope and a camera, and Woody or whoever else is there would have like the same setup. And we spot and shoot groundhogs at anywhere between 100 and maybe 700 yards.
For people
Super
that don't
slow-mo
know,
HD.
This is a thing that people do. They go out and they go to like the open fields, and apparently these groundhogs and prairie dogs and things like that, they dig holes, and then horses or cows will step in these holes, break their legs, and have to be put down. They're considered like a vermin that if you can kill a prairie dog, then you're doing the landowner a favor. So you go out there with your high-powered rifle and your accurate scope, and you just vaporize prairie dogs. If you use a high enough caliber, they turn into mist.
Yeah, anything high velocity that's like a varmint around, a 223 will do the job.
223 turns into nothing.
When those rounds hit them, they really just explode, and like limbs go flying, like they turn into like quarters of themselves. Like a shoulder will go this way, and a shoulder that way, and a thigh this way, and a thigh that way, and the head this way. And it's pretty gruesome, but
with the 50 cal,
it's great fun. I'm sure.
Based on what I've seen, like a Barrett or something. Based on what I've seen on the YouTube videos, the bullet hits them, and it's like someone took a red bottle of Windex. It's just like the mist spreads, and there's no animal left behind.
If you want to shoot a prairie dog with a 50 cal, I can make that happen.
They're also cannibalistic, if you didn't know that. So in the heat of summer, if you kill one, it's out in the middle. The rest are like, all right, well, Tony's dead, and we got no food down here, so they run up, try and eat him real quick. They get shot. Then there's 3 dead there. 5 more think. Feast. And it's just a big circle.
Yeah. If I ever did that, I would definitely take a 50 cal. I wouldn't want to be doing it a lot, but I'd want to do it once or twice, right?
I need to
for the shits and giggles.
Oh, definitely. You got to get one good footage of it.
Kyle was like, if I ever did that, I'd take, and my head immediately went to, a high-speed camera, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've got a high-speed camera. Your camera
I do,
works.
and I think it would do the job for this. If people don't know, my high-speed camera is really good for like human time, right? There's kind of things that happen in chemical time, like an explosion. Like it can't capture the explosion going. It can't capture very well a bullet traveling through the air. That's too fast. But what it can capture is, say, like the watermelon that blew up flying through the air. Like that doesn't move as quickly as the explosion itself or the fireball. It can capture, human stuff really well. Like if you, took a glass filled with sand and then hit it with a baseball bat, That's so slow. The camera would do really well. It just can't really do bullets flying in midair.
How many frames can it do and maintain 720p?
720. I don't know. Probably like 480 frames per second. I know it does.
With that,
240
you
at
can
1080.
get pistol bullets in the air.
It does 240 at 1080, and I think it does. Oh, I know. I think it does double that, and it does 1080i. You know, like interlaced instead of progressive. So I think it'll do. What would that be? 480 at 1080i, which is an option too. So
yeah, you can see. It'd be a little bit grainier, but you could see pistol bullets with that, and you would really be able to see groundhogs explode nicely.
You should do it like progressively through different calibers. Like just start with like a pellet gun, then get to like a 17, then a 22. Just keep going up till you get to the big shit.
I've got a
Eventually some
really
sort of
powerful
bomb.
pellet gun. I've got a 22. I've got a 17. I got a 222, a 22 250, two 23s, 5.56.
I wonder
and,
how expensive it is to travel with rifles.
What do you mean?
Like, if I were to go, for example, to where Merca lives, I would need to fly.
Oh,
Or
it's
maybe
just a
you
piece
ship
of
it.
luggage. You can do it either way, but it's just a piece of luggage. You know, you just go through like normal.
I saw some guy who flew, and it was much worse than regular luggage. It was like almost as much as the gun.
No. It's just another piece of luggage, and if you're flying first class, then the luggage is free anyway.
Are you sure?
Whenever yeah, because when it just goes through a different. Because I've had to do it.
I know another guy who travels with photography equipment, and what he does is he puts an airsoft gun in there, or maybe it's a paintball gun. One of them is maybe it's paintball. It has to be treated like a regular gun. So because of that, his photography equipment, like, it gets all taped up, and like, you know, they don't possibly lose it because no airline wants to lose a rifle. So he just puts a rifle in with his gear, and they take extra
Richard
good
Ryan.
care of it.
He'll put
That's awesome.
Yeah, he'll put in a Richard Ryan will do that. He'll put in like a little 22 pistol or something because they have to treat each. And he's got really expensive cameras.
It's actually another guy. The guy I was talking about, it was online that I knew of. It wasn't Richard Ryan. Yeah, so I guess it's not that uncommon a practice. Putting guns with your expensive electronics.
Yeah, but you just go to a different section. You tell them that you're flying with a gun, and you give it to them, and you leave it there, and that's it. You go back and pick it up there at the next airport at a similar station, and it's got a tag in it and everything. And it's been inspected. They open it up and look at it, and especially with a long gun, it wouldn't draw. It would be super easy. Like it's annoying if you're flying with something scary, but if you're flying with a long gun, it wouldn't be a big deal at all.
Long
but
guns
you could
include
ship
like
it as well.
ARs and AKs and stuff. They wouldn't mind.
No, not an AR or an AK. But if you've got something really scary, then they'll stop and want to look at it. But that's their job. They know what they're doing. You can fly
What's
with
really
it.
scary?
One of the questions, huh?
What's really
like
scary?
a belt-fed machine gun and a case full of silencers.
Oh, okay.
But if you're, I was thinking on the hog hunting trip, if we fly there, then we'll have to fly with all those guns, and that is a hassle because I want to fly. I want to bring a bunch of guns, and we want a car when we get there, so we'd have to rent a car.
I just want one gun.
Just one gun?
For the hog
I don't know.
hunting?
I'm having a hard time deciding because here's one thing I had considered: bring a semi-automatic shotgun, like a high-capacity semi-automatic shotgun, because I think we're going to be in like within shotgun, like buckshot range the whole time. And with buckshot and like a red dot scope, you could be really fast on these. It could be like pow, 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 and like hit them all accurately and like take out. I saw a video of someone doing it, and I was like, yeah, I can do that. That's easy. Like once you've got a shotgun and a red dot, like you're a killing machine. And I was thinking about maybe taking something like an M1014 or like a I don't know. I wouldn't take that. Wouldn't take that either.
Do we have any more topics lined up, or are we? Looks like we're winding down. Seeing Woody yawning.
We're talking about hog murder here, Taylor. This is very important stuff.
Hog murder.
Taylor, what about you are people jealous of?
I'm gonna try and not pawn this off as a joke. I want to think about this.
Okay.
Kyle, do you have something off the top of your head to jump in real quick?
some people are jealous, I think, of just me in general, like people that maybe I know, like I grew up with, or maybe know in real life, or just sort of general jealous of who I am, or me in general, just jealous that I
envy
am
how
me.
you're treated. Like I envy that you can do no wrong. Heck, the Worms thing, right? We just did a Worms Let's Play. I won 2 games. Chiz won 2 games. Every comment about how much I suck.
Well, it
Kyle
was
won 0
very
games.
clear. It was very clear that Kyle was just getting kind of screwed over by the game, and that there was that other incident where I don't think any of us were aware that wind was a factor in that game until after that session. But the wind just blew me away.
The wind blew you away, so you had a death there. If that had happened to me, they would have all commented about how bad I am at parachuting. But it happened to you.
Well, you are bad at parachuting. It's just the wind when I do it.
Every parachuting I did was perfect. I parachuted like 4 times in that game, and there was never a
I saw the
problem.
comments.
I used the jetpack every time it was perfect. Now I use the jetpack, not have enough time to use the baseball bat, and it's Woody, you're so terrible. You and Chiz were literally killing yourselves. No one thinks you're bad, right?
I will say this: I just beat Chiz 3 out of 4 times earlier
Yes,
tonight.
you did.
Just really spanked him.
And I have been playing single player and stepping up my game. The next time we play, it will be a higher level, I think, on
It will be.
everyone's
I'm
behalf.
sharpening my skills.
I'm sharpening my skills too. We'll see how it goes. But if there's something I'm envious of, it's that everybody loves you no matter what you do, whereas everybody hates me.
If I had to lay my finger on why it is, because there does seem to be a lot of support from people seem to like me, and in most scenarios they usually seem to agree with me on stuff, and they'll cut me some slack a lot of the times too. I'm not really sure why. I
mean,
really
I think
don't
there's
know.
a couple things. You got a really chill attitude, right? It almost seems like a waste of time to say something negative toward you because it's like, I don't know.
It's gonna roll right off.
It's gonna roll right off.
It really does, though. It really does kind of roll right off most of the time. Like it takes something really serious to bug me and get under my skin.
It
most
rolls
of the
off me
time.
most of the time, but I've had 5,000 people tell me how much I suck in the last couple days. And if you've never had that, then you don't know what it's like. And it's like, really? God damn. I did tie for first. Can we lighten the fuck up on how much I suck? Or spread it around or something, So that's a thing about Kyle that I think is really nice. He just, no one ever fusses.
I enjoy it. I appreciate it. It's nice to have somebody cut you a little slack every now and then.
Yeah.
It's such a cold,
People
dark,
like my
dark
work
place.
ethic. I think that's something that people, I'm not jealous of, but admire. They see that pretty much when I do something, I do it pretty hard.
I do things hard.
Yeah,
I do things hard.
I do things
People
all the
hard
way.
in the paint.
If it's
He gives
WoodyCraft,
110%. He's
I give
great work
110%
ethic.
at the thing I'm working on, and that's something that people like. There's a lot of people who maybe aren't self-motivated who say, "Yeah, that's the thing I like about Woody." What do you got, Merca?
This feels like douchey and humble braggy almost. But I'm pretty quick-witted. I can think of shit to say off the top of my head pretty well, and I would think that's what. Oh fuck!
Tell us a joke. Tell us a joke.
Oh,
Gun to your head. First joke comes to mind.
Oh, I'm ruining it. but I mean, just that, that's the one thing I guess that helped my channel survive, despite the fact that my content was unabashed horribleness. Just not good. Not the content, the videos. The actual videos, I would use the same gameplay just so many times.
Dude,
over and over.
You get by the end of it, you'd make it to level 6 in zombies, and then use that footage 3 times.
Terrible.
Dude, it was awful. All I did was just use it as a platform to talk then. And people kept watching just because I guess they like listening to me talk more than they dislike watching the same game as zombies 4 times.
What gaming consoles do you have available to you now? Do you have any there?
Yeah, I've got 360, PS3, and PS4. And I don't have a 1 yet.
What do you have for gaming PC?
Oh, I don't have a PC right now.
Is this a Mac you're looking at?
No, this is someone else's laptop. I had to use it because when I was switching the computers before the show. But I've just got a tablet right now. This Windows Surface 2. If you're in the market thinking about buying a tablet, just throw $100, $200 right out your window instead of buying this. Just complete and utter garbage. Garbage. The touchpad doesn't work. Trying to stream anything is a goddamn nightmare. It doesn't. I tried to use it for the podcast. Doesn't support Google Hangouts because I mean, why would it? None of the apps, like, it tries to do that goofy bullshit thing where instead of just having YouTube that you can click on, it has like a YouTube app that sucks and doesn't work right and doesn't have the same interface. It's just it's horrible. And if I see Bill Gates, I'm gonna throat punch him. This is a faggy thing to do to someone.
All right. So I think you need a PC.
Yeah, I do.
I think
Any
that,
recommendations?
well, dude, get a Dell.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna get a netbook.
A Chromebook.
I'll get a MacBook Air.
I have a MacBook Air.
Do you really?
I have a lot of choices around here, but I really like it. I think the MacBook
I have a
Air
question.
is pretty cool. Go on.
I've been so you've mentioned several times that this is the year to build a new gaming PC.
Coming soon, yeah.
How much money is required to do a great job, but not overkill it? If we're building a PC that you would rate as like let's say a 7.5 out of 10, how much is that going to cost?
So what graphics card do you have in your current PC?
It's two 570s, right?
Oh. So it will be time to upgrade this fall.
Yes.
I thought you had a 680 or newer, and I was going to be like, you can just use that again.
No, this thing's 3 and it's 4, maybe 5 years old.
I don't know what any of these things mean.
Oh God! If I were to just throw out numbers, here I'm going to use a calculator on the stream so people can see it.
No, they can be rough numbers. I'm just wondering, are we talking
I'm just
about
gonna,
2,000, 4,000, 6,000? Like?
Let me add it up. So I'm going to say that you want to spend $650 on a graphics card, and then add to that $500 on a CPU, and then add to that $150 on a power supply.
My old power supply is going to be junk. I'm not going to be able to like salvage it. It's $850.
That should do. Maybe okay. So we'll just take that $150 and allocate it to RAM, and then
yeah, I was thinking we could cannibalize this old one. You know, with the case and everything.
And then a hard drive. I'm going to say $200 on a hard drive. That might be high. You might have room to move there, but you want like a nice SSD, good sized hard drive. And then the motherboard, maybe $150 for the motherboard. And then we could cannibalize your current case, I assume. I must be leaving stuff out, like a CPU cooler, $70. So I've got 1720 that I've thought of. $2,000 will get you a gaming PC. Ballpark. If you're dumb, you can spend a lot more. I know I did. But yeah, that should get you in business. $2,000-ish.
I think I'll make it 3 and make it fancy.
That would do.
I'm gonna start doing some thinking about this.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of waiting, right, for some for products to come out.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fall thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
So it should be cool, right? Coming out in particular, the new CPUs and GPUs are both going to be releasing like, August, September. And
yeah, because I want to do Skyrim, but I want to mod the fuck out of it, and I can only run it with like, I can run it with like a quarter of the mods that I'd like to be able to run it with, and I want to run it with lots and lots and lots.
And you know what? I don't know what your budget is, but if you were to get like a pair of 1440p monitors or Trio, that I have 3, it would change your computing experience. It would be amazing. Now with 3, it takes a lot of desk space, so that's a big deal.
That would be a fucking command center. I'll consider that. I'll consider that.
It's
I'm looking
awesome.
at it's like a $5,000 setup at that point, though, right?
No. 3 more monitors is going to cost like $700. 3 monitors. I'm going to call them like $200 a piece, and then I might have underestimated that. $250 a piece is $750, and then the stand is another $150. So
yeah, I'm talking about $4,000 setup. Yeah.
Yeah, $4,000.
And that's if I don't upgrade, a keyboard and mouse and do something fancy with the table and the mounting or anything. All right.
But it'd be
pretty
awesome.
Hardcore.
Yeah, it's
Would
pretty
be
hardcore,
awesome.
but that's where you'd get. And and again, it should. I think you can go 3 years and then you'd have to do it again. So,
I think that's the show.
I was thinking that too. I think it might be about
Yeah.
time. I don't know how my. Oh wait. I think OBS tells you how deep into the show we are.
Yeah,
Let's-
it's actually 2 a.m. here. It's later than it usually is because we pushed a little bit later to accommodate everybody and make sure that we got in here and got get the best show we could make done, and also
Yes.
get it to you guys early for the Patreon. So it's gonna be perfect.
Yes.
I thought this was a really good show. I
This
really
was
enjoyed
awesome.
Anthony. I had a great time with him, and I thought we had some funny bits after that too. I think we had a good
That
time.
was
tonight.
a lot of funny shit happening with Anthony. And that was just I can't believe it. That was so cool because I know you guys don't watch him or listen to him that much, but I love their stuff. Hilarious. Like that was sweet to get to do that with them.
I guess I'll look up some YouTube videos because obviously I can't go listen to the.
I'll link you to
Opie
a
Anthony
couple.
show. Yeah, do that. I'd like some good stuff. I'll check him out because a lot of times when I'm, especially lately when I'm working, I'll play like Howard Stern because there's these hour-long like YouTube videos of like best ofs, prank calls, and like particularly good segments and interviews, and that stuff's great to listen to in the background when I'm like, hell, if I'm playing Civ or if I'm writing emails or whatever I'm doing.
So if you enjoyed the show and you'd like to hang out with us on Painkiller Nearly or get the show early if you're a Patreon donator or any of those cool things, check out links in the description. I'll try and get an annotation on the side. And, maybe it's your cup of tea. Or at the very least...
we did the Google Hangout the other day. That was fun.
Yes. Yeah, we did the Google Hangout.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead. Oh, we're
So,
like
all right,
7 minutes shy of 4 hours. It'd be nice. Oh, and just quickly
Perfect.
before we do that, I just showed a picture of baby Lozon. He's adorable. He beat cancer. He's a kick-ass kid. And this is the baby gift I got him, the gi. He's a white belt.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's
So,
really cool.
I've been waiting to share that for like a couple weeks now. I just thought I'd throw it in there. But go ahead.
Yeah, so we did the Google Hangout, and that's, I think they pay $50, and they get to hang out with us for an hour in like a setup like we're in right now.
But we did 2
exactly
hours.
But we actually did 2 hours because a couple guys were late to join or whatever. But we spent the full 2 hours with one individual named Ahmed.
Yes.
And where was he from?
The Sultan of Omar.
Yeah, I think you're pronouncing it wrong. He corrected you a couple times, which I thought was hilarious.
But it's totally
But-
spelled Sultan of Omar.
Sure is. But he was great. I really enjoyed hanging out with him. He was at one point he was like, "All right, now I'm gonna get my brother. You're gonna talk to him." And I was like, "All right, sure." His brother sits down. His brother's name, Jihad. His brother's name was Jihad. And he sat down, and the first thing he wanted to do is clear up his name. He wanted to be like, "I just want you guys to know what the deal with his name is," and like explain that away. And then they sort of like double teamed us as sort of like a cultural representative of the Sultan of Oman, I guess. They were really trying to sell that country hard to us, even going so far as suggesting that we go there on the PK Adventures. It was
Dude,
fun hanging out with that cat.
So briefly tonight, someone was a $10,000 PKA donor. It looks like it's not going to stick, but
Yeah,
it,
it's not.
It looks like it didn't. But I was like, 10 grand. It's totally that dude with the oil money from the Sultan of Omar who's going to make us do PKA on location in Omar. I was like, I was sure that was who it was going to be. And
He kept talking about the beaches and the women, and I was just like,
yeah, all the things to do there, and like he was really giving us the hard sell to
and
come out
we
there.
had Kenny in there too, who was a 15-year-old guy from North Carolina, and he had like this $225 switchblade knife that he bought, a butterfly knife that he had bought,
He
and
had
this
a
thing,
butterfly knife. If you guys
it
don't
was
know,
razor sharp.
you like flip it open and go back and forth, and then you hold it, and then you do it again, and you close it, and it's like a fancy motion. And he was doing it, but he wasn't very good.
No. Woody was like, "Show us some tricks. Show us what you got. Impress us. Do a thing."
Right, so-
and this kid starts flipping it around, and he cuts
starts
his
flipping
fucking
it
hand.
around, and he's not very good at it. And I'm like, all right, I want you to practice this throughout the entire stream, thinking that an hour later, because I did this when I was a teenager and I got good with a butterfly knife, thinking that an hour later he'd be like, good at it. No, like 10
cut
minutes
himself like
later,
30 seconds
he's
later, yeah.
bleeding all over the place.
Bleeding.
He's got like the Band-Aid on and a paper towel like covered with blood, and he's just like cleaning things up, and he cut himself bad with this incredibly sharp $250 butterfly knife.
And then we had Trey in there, who was a live streamer, was actually live streaming when he finally came in there. He came in a little late, but I think he got his hours worth out of us, and that was it. And
Yeah.
so that it was a really Those guys paid $50, and they really got to hang out with us for like two hours there. And I don't know if that's worth the money. I'm sure they all two of them messaged me and were like, "That was totally worth it. That was a great time."
I got messages too from people who were like, they really felt like they got the value and that it was exactly what they were hoping for. So happy customers.
Yeah. You might think that sort of thing might be awkward. It's like, let me go sit in a call with these guys for an hour, but we just talked about the stuff that we would talk about if they were guests on the show or something, or if we just first met someone and let it roll for an hour. It was pretty interesting.
Honestly, how many times, Kyle, did me and you play zombies and just have some random fuck in there, and by the end we're all getting along? Like, it's not hard.
Yeah.
We're fine. Yeah. Like, we're not going to be dick.
We're social people.
We're extra personable. We're on the internet.
Extra personable. We're very sensitive to other people's needs, especially blacks.
Oh man, that was Anthony went off a couple of times with some crazy stuff. That whole thing about telling the bros to turn it sideways and
I like that one though. I'm bad, but he's like, what did he say?
Oh, man.
Hold your camera like this and your gun like this.
Like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a really, really good show. That was cool having the first real famous guest on.
Yeah, he was playing it pretty loose. I enjoyed it. He had a beer in one hand and a Desert Eagle in the other.
We have another guest who's really well known, who's agreed to be on the show. He might be on episode 200, and some more that we're like in negotiations with, or they're in the pipeline, and in the pipeline, and I feel like Painkiller already entering its next golden age.
I think we need to get Jeremy in here next week.
Now, okay, do you want to bring in Jeremy for an entire show? Or...
No, of course not. No, so here's my thing. It's been something that I felt for a long time with guests. I think they're like, they kind of burn out quickly and brightly, and so that's the way you should handle them. No radio show brings on a guest for their full thing. You bring them on for a segment. You interview them, and then they're gone. They don't hang around for the rest of the show to participate in the rest of the show necessarily. Sometimes they do. Most of the time they don't.
And it works
Jeremy's
in
not
cases.
That kind of guy.
It works in cases where there's such a big shot that it's hard to get them for 4 hours, and it works in cases where they're so unproven you're not sure if you want them for 4 hours.
Exactly. So I like the idea of bringing a guy in there, giving him a half an hour to an hour. If he's killing it, let's keep him going. If he's great, like Anthony was wonderful. But if he's fizzled out and he's done his thing, he's explained why he was there, what makes him particularly interesting as a guest. In Jeremy's case, it would be really quick to narrow that down. I think a Jeremy lightning round for one thing would be hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe just get him to do something silly. Like I said, off the top of my head, hot sauces and pepper sprays and tasers and the bad
peppers.
The bad things that people do to themselves, cinnamon challenge, milk challenge, eating challenges, anything like that. He could just be over there in the corner doing that shit right now on camera. There's no limit to what we could just do to Jeremy. And I promise you, this is the kind of guy, I could go to the bank that day and get like $2,000 worth of cash, and then Woody could have his finger on like the Patreon valve or whatever, or maybe we could do it like a live event. Imagine where the crowd was like, voting for this stuff, and more money was being, really the game show where it was like, but for 250, will you do it? And like there's a wheel spinning or something, and we could do a whole torture Jeremy segment, dude. That could, I
don't see how this could go wrong. Let's get it cooking.
I mean, instead of the wheel of sex that Howard Stern makes like hot chicks spin, the wheel of pain. Just the wheel of pain.
The
maybe
wheel of
one thing on there.
The wheel of pain. My pain is better. It's got more options.
Like one of the things on the wheel of pain would be like the pepper spray burrito. It's like a Taco Bell burrito with like a pepper spray, like mace dumped in it. Like you got to eat the whole thing in under like 5 minutes or something. Or like maybe one of the things is like maybe some sort of a bear trap that's not going to break his arm, but he's got to stick his hand in it, like some sort of varmint trap or something. Maybe electrocution. Like I said, definitely anything that's going to burn his mouth or his eyes, like pepper spray, mace. Maybe some rubber bullets, something like that, like a beanbag round.
Yeah, these are all reasonable ideas.
Anything you guys can think of
we
that we
could
could
burn
do?
him with things, brand him.
Yeah, we could brand him. We could
Really?
we could get a
That was a
PKA.
joke.
We could get a.
Woody's
You want
just
him to get a
seeing how
PKA?
far you'll
Hey,
go.
hey! You want him to get a PKA tattoo? I can make that shit happen.
Get
Fucking
out.
design that shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Make him get my shitty branding on him.
No, this dude will get PKA tattooed on his back. Get the artwork done, make it look fancy. I will make this guy get a PKA tattoo. I bet I can get it swung for for less than $400. I say 400. I know that's high because you got to pay for the tattoo.
That should be a Patreon donator level.
Yeah, I figure 250 will get him to do the tattoo for sure, and another 150 will definitely get the tattoo done.
All right.
You know, I'm thinking like a 3-inch tattoo, PKA on his back, advertising.
191 Painkiller already. Let's make all this happen.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
I think we can.
Later.